Yo, 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 yo. What's up, what's up, what's up? Give up the rock. And hello to my fellow revolutionaries. You know who you are. And welcome to today's live stream. It is Wednesday, the 6th of May, baby. That's right. We are churning through 2026. Hobo Joe in the house. Yo, yo, yo. Hobo Joe is here. Talking in the third person, I love it. Ravy in the house. Hello, hello. How are you? Welcome to the event today. So, what are we getting into on this wonderful hump day? I hear you ask. That is right. Another important day on the calendar of the working week. For all you working class people out there, you know what I'm talking about when I say something like hump day. This is as working class as you get it. It is Wednesday, middle of the working week, and it's all downhill from this afternoon, baby, as we slide in to the weekend. Another very sacred time on the working person's calendar. So, let us celebrate Hump Day today. And I hope that you celebrate it in all the ways you could potentially celebrate Hump Day, both physically or figuratively and literally. Hey? It's Wednesday, my dudes. KK Online in the house. Dilemmas. Time to chew on the machinations of man. It's a very interesting introduction. Can I say, like, over time, Dilemmas, you seem to get deeper and deeper. I just hope we can all do you justice and follow you in this profound growth and development. Hope we can all do you justice. I had to bring to the start. I had nothing to bring to the start, but I found one last minute. All right, Hobo Joe, let's see what the fuck this is. Let's do this. Instagram, bro. We're going to Instagram for today's Hobo Joe classic. Let's have a look at what this is. Woozle. Morning, folks. And Roar. Feminine Rage Rules. All right. We can all get down with that. I love an enraged feminine energy. Hey? We can all get down with that. Nah, I just Google bigger and bigger words as I get older. Growth and development, baby. That's what we're talking about. Dilemma's journey to being a socialist anarchist. We'll have to document. Well, look, we've got it all. We've got the slow transition going. Everybody loves a good transition. I am an Instapled. Okay, you got it. Sup, Jag in the house. All right, let's do this. Actually, I better get my... It always plays, and I can't get it straight away. Let me change the view for you guys so you can see this Instagram fun. Let's have a look.
Head. All right, let's go.
All right, let's go.
Interest rates. What are they? Nobody really knows. I also have it on good authority that Michelle Bullock of the RBA is a closeted bisexual. So if she can't make decisions about the gender she's attracted to, do we really want to trust her to be making decisions about our economy? How do we know she wasn't trying to have sex with the big banks, the big four, a big foursome? Makes me so angry.
What the fuck are we watching? All right, for anyone who's non-Australian or actually just hasn't realized, I didn't know this until I was told because I haven't been watching this stuff. But the Australian, our Reserve Bank, let's call it, has put up interest rates. So while everyone's getting fucked over on the global scale, in the global system, let's just say, thanks to some questionable decisions by our imperial overlords, Australia, in all of its fucking wisdom, has decided that we will just increase interest rates on all of us fucking plebs because we're spending too much, it would seem.
Whistleblowers have come out in the comments on Instagram who have been forced to change their profile picture to a jet ski just to hide their own identity. That they have it on good authority that Michelle Bullock is sexually attracted to the big banks. She has little sexy names for them. Gay NZ, Commonwealth Bank, and West pack it into my mouth. Or, I don't know. I can't even think of what that last one might be.
Dude, the Commonwealth was so good. I don't know about the other ones, but I'll take the Commonwealth every day of the week, bro.
It's so crude. What's going on here?
It's
Makes you
crude.
so angry. I had one of our leading economists, Stephen A. White, coming on to talk about it today on the Carl Stefanovic show. But
Oh, he's ripping on Stefanovic. I should have read the thing. Right. Slams interest rates. Oh, he's doing a Carl impression. Oh. I guess like now I know it makes sense. Okay. Interesting.
on his
She's
way
going to go on the sex flotilla. It's all right. 100% right.
here, he got killed. What's going on here? It makes me so angry. I then arranged to have a phone interview with another leading property economist to tell us more about this interest rate decision today. I couldn't make the phone call because my wife ate my phone. I had got a new phone case that had little tiny emojis of sausage sandwiches on the back. She got confused. She has just scoffed the phone. She's seen it and just essentially gone,
Oh my God.
She ate my phone because she thought it was a small pile of sausage sandwiches.
Sausage mentioned. Yes.
She's in hospital. She's been shitting data for the better part of 6 days. What's going on here? It makes me so angry.
Fucking, well, look, thank you very much, Hobo Joe, for that. Shove all those sausage stangers in me. There it is. There it is. I'm glad you're saying it, not me, because I'll get clipped. I still get clipped if I read it out, I guess. Was feeling pretty scary this morning. Removed a non-contributor from the pool with violence this morning. God damn, I wonder what you're talking about. Hi to the sausage in the house. Gang, gang. I mean, gang, gang. LOL. True, we are untrustworthy. Who? The ye old bisexuals who run the Federal Reserve. Haha, gay. She's going to go on the sex flotilla. LML, what did I walk into? Bro, you walked into an impression of Carl Stefanovic apparently reacting to interest rate rises. In my day, a four-banger was a four-cylinder. Interesting. I've not heard of that reference. I like that. It's Carl Stefanovic talking. Got it. Commonwealth, so good. US borrows spending too much. Yes, it's just us spending too much. Carl impression without that brown nose prop fails. Savage. It just makes him so angry. It just makes me angry. Yes, bisexuals. I've even worse. Being pansexual, we are demons. What is pansexual again? Is that someone who is attracted to a personality and not like a gender or something like that, or like physical attraction? I like people's personalities. So like pansexuals must be a bit worried. If I'm thinking of the right one, they must be a little bit worried about the AI revolution, because AI is developing some personality. And, goddamn, is he going to take over the world? It's going to take the world by storm. Yeah, genitals and looks don't matter. Yeah. Attracted to pan-fried pizza? Dude, pan-fried's so good. Isn't it? And can I tell you something fucking crazy? Because, Pizza Hut in here, it's okay. But, Pizza Hut in fucking France and their pan-fry, oh my God. If Australians love pan-fry, you have to go to fucking Pizza Hut in Paris or something like that. It's crazy. Hey, it's fucking... I know that's not what people think about when they go to Paris, but just do yourself a fucking favor if you're ever there. Do yourself a fucking favor. Thank you very much for the contribution, Hobo Joe. It was confusing, but I got there when I realized who he was impersonating, and it's fucking hilarious. Thank you very much. It's true, I make pan pizzas at home too, in all forms, I guess. All right, let's do this. Now, this one's for me. Like, I want to know what the fuck is going on with this. Like, we're going to go through a few things today. There's Iran updates, all that sort of shit. Flotilla updates, etc., etc., etc. You know, we're going to go through the huge. We're going to get it back on the gas debate. Blah, 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 blah. But, like, I want to look at this quickly. You know the phrase? Am I allowed to say it? Like, I'm sure I am, right? Hey, goat, LOL, Govan in the house. I enjoy deep, moist crust. But it's not just moist, you know? Razor, hello, how you going? No soggy bottoms. Oh my god, the imagery. I don't know if I'm allowed to say it, but like, let's just go there and we'll see if anything happens. Globalize the Intifada was like made illegal in Queensland. I don't know if any other places have actually made it legal. I know many places are talking about it. This might come as a surprise to our international audience, but we actually don't have freedom of speech here. And we don't have freedom of expression. It's just something that's like handed down to us from the UN. And so they have made illegal in a part of Australia from the river to the sea and globalized the Intifada. I think what do we say? Globalize the birthday pinata. Or what was the other one? It's globalize the enchilada. I like that one. That one rolls off the tongue beautifully. So thank you to Ravi for bringing that one here. Han, stop talking about shitty pizza. If you don't live in Chicago, you don't know pizza. Well, fucking savage. Hey, calm down, Han. Let me ask you this then, Han. Do you like deep dish pizza? If you're a Chicago school kind of guy. I prefer from Atlanta to the sea. Of course I do. Yeah, okay, fair enough. I was absolutely taken back by deep dish pizza when I was taken by like a friend of a friend into like I don't know, some restaurant or something. They were like, you have to try this stuff. It's from Chicago, and like it was intense as fuck, but like very, very gratifying. But yeah, deep dish pizza. If you've ever tried it, ladies and gentlemen, heart attack stuff. Like it's fucking heavy, but like it's just American cuisine right there. But like fucking mental stuff. It's like a quiche. If a pizza was a quiche. And yeah, very, very enjoyable. Yeah. Does anyone centralize the echidnas? That's a good one. The stuff they serve in Chicago is a casserole. It's like swimming, bro. It's crazy. Yeah, globalize the enchilada is illegal in parts of Australia, and so is from the river to the sea. So like this is coming out now, and apparently they're starting to clamp down on this. So like Sydney has been for the longest time now holding its pro-Palestinian rallies, and I think they've actually like the council, the local government that's in control of Sydney City has rejected an event. Because they're worried that people are going to say globalize the Intifada, apparently. Sorry, globalize the enchilada. So, yeah, people are not happy about that. Chicago pizza, okay, buddy. That's not a pizza. There's going to be a fucking war in the chat. Hey? So, what is it? The Zios are going around banning the word Intifada? Yeah, pretty much. What the fuck? Did you see that? Kevin Rudd just took a dive just then. I better pick him up before Ninja Nurse says something. Give me a second. Kevin Rudd's, he's gone. Hopefully no one else notices, but I'm not picking him up now. I'll do it later. Just use the English phrase then. What, like resistance? Like what is the word? Like fight back? You think we got fat eating thin crust cheese pizza? Cheese only pizza? Thin crust cheese pizza is for housewives and members of the homosexual community. Interesting. Kevin Rudd checked out as soon as you said something about gas tax. Did you see him fuck off just then? That was scary. Maybe fucking Mao's in here somewhere. The specter of Mao. Globalize the uprising. Yeah, uprising? Is that what we're talking about here? Yeah, globalize the resistance. Yeah. Anyway, watch this. Okay, I haven't watched the whole thing yet, but like they basically on Channel 7, I guess it is, have two people to talk about it. There's one like, one of the fattest Italian uncles I've ever seen in my life. Like, just the way that he spits his rhetoric is just gross. And then you have someone that I didn't actually think that they would have on mainstream media in Australia. So like, I'll shut up and like, you just tell me what you think about globalizing the enchilada now.
Okay, let's move on. The City of Sydney Council has made an 11th hour decision to cancel an event that had been demanding the right to use the pro-Palestine slogan, globalise the Intifada. This follows immense public backlash. As we know, many within the Jewish community consider that phrase...
Like, is she allowed to say that? Like, she just said it on live national television, or maybe not national, state television. And like, is it like, if you say it and you're referring to something, is that acceptable? But if you say it because you mean to say it, then it's fine. But like, she just said the word and the sky didn't fall down. I'm pretty sure that like, we're still here and she said the fucking word. It's fucking crazy.
A call to violence. Luke, what do you think about this?
I can't believe it's taken Clover Moore so long to read The Room. And why has she left it to the night before? It's because she's finally read The Room. I mean, I know where Clover Moore stands on this. She marched at a pro-Palestinian protest across the Harbour Bridge, and globalise the Intifada is clearly seen by the Jewish community as hate speech, as an act of violence. And I can't believe...
Like, have you asked the entire Jewish population? Are they all, is there consensus on this one? That like, everyone's like, oh, it's definitely hate speech. Oh yeah. I feel the hate every time somebody says it. Like, have you checked with everyone, bro? Are you sure? Saint Cree? Is this like saying the N-word? Well, like, that's the thing. Like, if you're referencing something, like she just said it, right? In reference, she was like, oh, they want to ban the... and globalize the Intifada. So that's acceptable. But like, if you go out in public and you're in like, I don't know, part of a rally or a demonstration and you say it, then that's illegal. That's no. Very, very unfortunate. So like, maybe it's just the context with this one. I'm not sure. I'm still trying to get my head around this and how it works.
Believe that they would even think about doing this right at the opening of a royal commission into anti-Semitism. So I think, yes, it had to be.
That's not confirmed last year. That is not real. Speaks for all the Jews. Yeah, they've said that multiple times, right?
Cancel. And as I said, I can't believe it's taken so long.
Amanda, this is a phrase, a term that is banned in Queensland. New South Wales is considering banning it. Are you surprised it got so far, or should it be allowed?
Well, what it means is to resist the Israeli occupation in Gaza and West Bank. So that's essentially why it was created originally. So the influence of Israel, the occupation they have, and great, resistance, everyone should have that. Any foreign influence, or if someone's, murdering thousands or tens of thousands of people and they don't like it, Clover has every right to say yes or no whether she wants something in her community. If her doing it the 11th hour, even though she's pro-protest, that was because she was pressured into it. And to me, that's a little disappointing. I'd rather her say, no, I'm sticking by it because that's my values and what I believe, instead of caving at the last minute.
Yes, pressured by who? Who does the fucking mayor of Sydney City get pressured by to not have these fucking... deplorables out on the street saying things like globalize the Intifada? I could only imagine a very particular interest group that wouldn't want that fucking happening in Sydney. And like, who's this woman, huh? Who's this blondie that they've got in here who's actually defending people saying shit like this on mainstream media? Why are they representing both sides of this issue? This is fucking crazy. Absolutely. Whoa. Since when do we get to say what's in our community? If anyway. In any way. Yeah, I don't know. People who are anti-genocide, such meanies, eh?
Mobilise the Intifada mean encourage uprising, which I get.
Yes.
and do whatever it takes, including acts of violence.
I definitely, I'm completely against violence, always have been, which is why I'm against what happened in Gaza.
What happened in Bondi on December the 14th,
and against that as
an example of globalising the Intifada?
Well, how people want to interpret and what they want to do, that's up to their individual free will, and I'm against violence 100%, but it's actually getting people to stand up against what's happening in Palestine. And the thing is, it's obviously not working because 60,000 people have been killed and West Bank's been occupied.
Very carefully, because as I said, was what happened at Bondi on December the 14th an example of globalising the Intifada?
Is
and
it?
The Jewish community believe it was.
Well, if there is a direct connection, and that is atrocious, and people shouldn't be violent. But the purpose of it, which started many, many years ago, was to push back, was a resistance, and people are allowed to resist, whether it's Russian influence or Chinese influence.
There's resistance, but for the Jewish community, that term means more than just rise up and resist.
Oh, if it does, and I understand that they're fear and they don't like it, I appreciate that.
Amanda,
but you've got to understand the reason why it started is because tens of thousands of people were murdered in Palestine and the West Bank's been occupied. So to the Palestinian people, they're like, well, we want to resist the fact that you're killing our families and taking our homes away from us in the West Bank.
So do you think that shouldn't be banned?
I think you shouldn't ban a term. I don't like,
Oh, of course you shouldn't ban a fucking term, you idiots. Come on. I don't think she stopped. Like she actually held that conversation quite well. Yeah, did you hear him, Love Jeff? Hey, use your words carefully. Hey, we've got powerful friends here that can pressure Clover Moore, the mayor of Sydney City, into cancelling a protest over this exact phrase. Choose your words carefully. What a threat that was, hey? And like, fuck, she held it well. And then they ask her, like, should it be used or not? Yes, use the fucking word. Can we not be this delicate, please? This is outrageous. This is outrageous.
Censoring people in their term. What we need to do is anyone in any act of violence or insinuates an act of violence of threatening someone, whether it's online, we get them, we know what it's like, should be locked up and should be prosecuted, right? But even this country, if you do something, regardless of who you are, you go through the court system, then you get let out on bail.
Because the Jewish community thinks that does incite violence, that term.
No, I don't think it does incite violence. I think you're going to get a lot of people, regardless of...
Mystery, the literal translation is shake off the oppression. There you go. Well, should we be able to say shake it off? Is that what you were saying before, Dilemmas? Was that a really incredibly layered joke from Dilemmas? Let me go back a little bit. So, Taylor Swift, the enchilada, fucking... I'm telling you, people, Dilemmas is fucking so fucking deep. Like, we are all just missing it. We have got so much to learn from you, Dilemmas. Like, I'm telling you. It's fucking incredible. I was trying, LOL. Fucking don't try too hard. You'll break the stream, bro.
Who they are that aren't going to do the right thing. It's like saying that all X amount of group of people, because one commits violence or a handful do it, the rest are doing it, and that's not right. Yes, there are people that do consider, go out and want to do what they want to do, and they will justify it. But no, I don't think the term itself condones violence. I think it's about resistance, and if people want to take that further, they should be held accountable.
So Queensland was wrong to ban it, and New South Wales shouldn't consider it?
Yes, agree.
Okay.
Ooh, she actually said it. So, like, what do you think? Should we fucking make words illegal? Are you scared of globalize the Intifada? Tell me, please. I'd actually like to know someone that may be susceptible to the hate that comes with the word globalize the Intifada. I'd like to hear their opinions on this. I am the cooker whisperer. Wookie, for some internet lore, do you think it was right Count Dankula got arrested for making his dog Nazi salute? I don't know. Like, see, this is the thing. Like, in Germany, you can't, like, Nazi salute and all that. Actually, you can't Nazi salute here either, can you? I'm pretty sure they've caught people doing that out the front of, like, synagogues and stuff in public places, and they charge them with that stuff. So, like, yeah, I think all of this is like, ridiculous. Because, like, I'm all for telling neo-Nazis that they can't do shit that's crazy, but like, I can't believe I'm using them as a defense again. But like, it doesn't stop there. So once you've nabbed neo-Nazis and you're like, you can't say this, neo-Nazi, and everyone's like, yeah, fucking Nazis. But then like they come after everything. Like everything's on the chopping block now. And so like, you gotta fucking, it's like the comedy philosophy. Like everything's safe to joke about or nothing is. And then like, and then comedy just sucks after that. It's very, very unfortunate. Very unfortunate. How many acts of violence under Intifada have to happen before we ban it? Eh? Yeah, right. That was in Scotland, by the way. Okay. So for example, saying globalize the Intifada is in reference to supporting war is an incorrect use of it. Yeah, right. 4D pizza maker, 4D. What if I stop at 43 degrees rather than go the full 45 degrees? Well, like, you better get your fucking compass out and, like, lodge that as evidence dilemmas because they're going to come after you. Sydney held an NSN protest out the front of Parliament or something, didn't they? They were saluting. Yeah, and they were talking about, the Jewish lobby and all that sort of stuff and multiculturalism being a scam and it's going to take over the world, etc., etc., etc. And, like, they were able to do it and it was legal. They even got permission. His mind is like a pizza folded over, says Rogue. Okay, go and welcome to the chat. Hope you're well. Hope you're all well. Hope Joe. So let's just put it another way. If the Italian uncles were invading Australia, we should just let it happen and not saying anything that could upset the invaders. Yeah, or anyone who associates with the invaders, I guess, because you don't want to upset them, apparently. That's what it is. Maybe we should call it the I word. And you need the Palestinian pass to say it. That's crazy. Saint Chi. I can't read that at all, but I'm going to just read out what you say. Specific words shouldn't be made illegal, but if it leads to an actual mob violence, then you try to change them for inciting a riot, such violence. Like, if people are using words to incite violence, like they're standing at a public place with like hundreds of people around and they're like, we should all go out and kill these people, or like, let's go and lynch this particular person. Like, if they're actually calling for violence, then like that is another matter. But like, spitting out these kind of slogans, it's just too much. It's just a catch-all kind of thing to suppress any type of political expression that the establishment and whoever has the ear of the establishment at the time gets to wield, because they have monopoly over the use of violence and they can literally suppress people if they say this shit. They will just lock you up. They just lock you up. It's shocking they wonder why people turn to Nazism when they present all Jewish people as representing the same line of thinking, as if they are a monolith. Yeah, at what point does the example of Jewish people as a whole are used as an excuse for issues? I can't believe people arguing the line of the Jewish community. Yeah, that's right. Like, have you gone out and surveyed everyone? Do they all believe in the same thing? Has everyone got consensus on this? Time to use the English translation of globalize opposing oppression. All right, so it's the good old GOO. Right, it's a tricky line, and yeah, people in power draw lines. Yeah, they definitely fucking draw lines all over pieces of legislation, they call it, to take away your freedoms. To be fair, people in a crowd are usually dumb enough. Someone yelling, what was that? Ack. Like Mars attack could mean a riot. That's interesting. I haven't seen Mars attack in a long time. Wow. I'm going to have to fucking watch that again. That was a hilarious movie, if I can remember correctly. I wonder if it aged well and it's still funny. Or if it's like other shit that you're just like, damn, I used to enjoy that. Damn. All right. This one's for me. All right. Actually, no, it's not. This one's for all of you. All right. All of you fuckers that are watching this right now. This one's for you. And you know what? It's a Sky News piece. And I wonder how you feel about this. Embarrassment to Australia. Raygun in the spotlight after taking new career path. The Sky News is going after Raygun. When I saw this, and I'm so glad you're here, Wookie. This is for you, brother. And everybody else that's watching. Raygun has found a new career But Sky News have found a way just to fucking keep stabbing at her anyway. I wonder if she needs me to come to her defense again. Let's find out together. I thought you guys would all appreciate this, and this might give me a chance to rethink my position on ray gun. Fuck, don't make me defend ray gun. No one's defended ray gun. I'm the only one that has, all right? So let's see if she needs to be fucking white knighted again because I'm just so chivalrous, or if you people are all going to change your mind because you all agree with Sky News that making fun of this woman is fucking socially acceptable. Shield wall. So good. Be right back getting my misogyny coffee mug. Now you sit down and you fucking watch this Sky News hit piece. I watched this. It doesn't help your defense. Yeah, all right, fine. What? Sky News doesn't help my cause. I don't think I've ever been aligned with Sky News before, Dilemma. Hey, I defended Ray Gun. Ray Gun, don't victimize yourself. Hey, I will victimize myself all the way. Actually, yeah, maybe you did. Maybe you did. I think someone tried to come to the defense. Put your sword away, Mr. White Knight. Never. Never. Not Ray Gun ill. He will be going on for hours. Dude, I spoke for like 20 minutes once and nobody's ever forgotten that. Oh my God. The true culture war. Thank you.
Remember Ray Gun? I want to talk about her for a moment. She's a Macquarie University lecturer turned Olympic rap dancer who famously failed to score even a single...
What's a rap dancer? Is that a thing? See, this is the type of people that analyze her that you all agree with. She's a rap dancer, is she? Hey, victimizing yourself? You really do empathize with her? All right, calm down.
Point at the Paris Games. I don't know why. She imitated kangaroos and garden sprinklers like few people before or since. Well, she's finished up at Macquarie and is now making herself available as a public speaker.
Defending Sky News. Defending Ray Gun. So good. Don't gaslight us into thinking we side with Sky News. Bro, there's no gaslighting, all right? If the shoe fits, all right? If you're fucking embarrassed, guilty as charged.
According to the New York Post, her new website says Rachel Gunn is a speaker, host and conversation starter. She's available to talk about a range of topics, including resilience, mental health and staying grounded while going viral. Since the Paris Olympic Games, she's expanded on her work to draw on her experience of going viral and preparing for elite competition, exploring themes such as resilience, creativity and mental health. Would you book Ray Gun, Michelle, for a...
Only if I
You
need...
can't call her a breakdancer, so technically he's right. What she did was not breakdancing. Okay, it was rap dancing. It's so good. Don't worry, I'll get there. I'll do that U-turn one day. I'm not stuck. It's not happening. To be fair, the two most common dance moves are the worm and spinning on your head like a glove on an axle. To be fair.
Needed to learn a bit more on how to be successful at being mediocre. She just really encapsulated mediocrity at its finest. Like the fact that this woman was such an embarrassment to our country.
That's pretty good. I'll give you that one. She broke dancing. I'll give you
Thinks that I'll make a living off this. I'll make an absolute living off this.
I almost admire her for being so bad.
It's like...
And if she can make a living from it, well done to her. That's quite a skill.
This is the inspiration to the children. Are you listening to this? Eh? When they're being sarcastic, this is what you sound like, all right? Eh?
This is the beautiful thing, though. See, there was that opportunity and it was right there. And the truth is she was too humorless and self-important to see it.
Yeah,
and this is the thing. I remember I was on TV the morning after on 7 on Sunrise. So literally the early dawn of the day after the dance. And everyone's going, this is amazing. This is so Aussie. It's so Australian. It's so funny. Because, you know, she got 0 points, but she had a crack and blah, 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 blah. And if she had been able to just laugh at herself and make that the story that, you know, she got up there, oh, well, I didn't do it, had a crack. But instead she whinged and moaned and, suddenly it turned out that she'd been writing all these impenetrably boring and...
Fuck off, Joe. Yeah, fair enough. He's like, hey, if you can scam people, do it. Yeah, if you're a social pariah, and for potentially good reason. Hey, make bank on it, right? Hey, turn that into a fucking career. I've never been more convinced that Joe has no friends than right now.
Serious essays about breakdancing. It's like, well done, you just made breakdancing uncool. Like, who writes essays about break? It's like, and so
You're
she's
right.
so
If she had laughed at herself,
That's
as
right.
we all did,
Yeah.
she would have endeared herself, but instead she was super serious and
That's
took
right.
herself
And
very
even
seriously.
sued
Yeah.
people who
Yeah.
tried to joke about it
And-
and tell her story.
Well, yeah, because like when that comedian tried to do the ray gun show and she sued her.
Yeah, right.
She said, "No, you can't." It's like, honey, did you not see yourself? You were ridiculous.
That's right. So imagine any potential employer, anyone who's organising an event that you want everyone to have a good time, thinking, oh yeah, this chick who wouldn't even laugh at herself failing the Olympics and then threatened to sue anyone who did, that'll break the ice. That'll be a real conversation.
Well, she did go viral. A lot of people had a lot to say. So I guess in that regard, she probably is qualified to speak about mental resilience because she would have required a little bit to get through it all. Michelle, Joe?
I thought that was the joke. Like, she is speaking about mental resilience after being basically hated by the entire human population. Like, that's a fucking huge effort. Like, let's be honest. There's not many people on Earth that can be hated by the entire human population at the same time. Like, even Hitler. Like, he doesn't get away with being hated by everyone. There's lots of people that love him. Like, think he's God. And like she has unified the entire human race to fucking rip on her. And she didn't do it gracefully. And like, look at her now. That was a weak clip. Nothing new. Nothing new. Hey, see, thank you for supporting my theory. All this stuff that's going on here, hey, all this conversation, there's nothing new in it. Hey, flogging a dead horse. Nothing new. This is what everyone sounds like when they talk about ray gun, right? I hope everyone took a long, hard look in the mirror. This is what people sound like. Hey? I'm not mad or angry, just disappointed. Oh, come on. I thought everyone would appreciate this, man. LOL comparing ray gun to Hitler. Hey? Rebecca Black walked so ray gun could hop. That is fucking hilarious. But like, I thought Rebecca Black was kind of funny though. Like, it wasn't everyone like kind of like, oh, this is actually a fucking hilarious song. I don't know if anyone actually laughed like nicely about Ray Gun, right? They thought she was fucking embarrassing. Slow news week at Sky. They give us the top stories. I don't remember anyone rapping in the music, so it can't be rap dancer neither. Yeah, well, it's interesting. It is. She was a kid. She was bullied hard. Rebecca Black is now a great artist. Is she, honestly? I haven't checked out her recent stuff. Oh my God. Australia, do yourselves a favor and don't spotlight this woman anymore. She stole someone else's spot who was more talented than her. There was ever a case of zero self-awareness. All right, no more time for this. I just thought you guys would all enjoy this, seeing it's become like a thing now. Just for you guys. Just for you guys. So let's go Iran first, I was thinking, and then maybe we'll go updates on the Flotilla. And then we'll move on to other shit. But like, yeah, I want to do Iran. Apparently Rubio said something new about Iran. I just want to check that out. I never hated her. Not like my unbridled rage for Reagan. Yeah, she says she's openly queer and has a good career in music. Right. Hey, Rebecca Black. That's a blast from the past, that is. So the thing that gets me is that Reagan's routine was almost exactly a routine from Kath and Kim and Big Girl's Blouse. Like, it was meant to be a joke. Really, it was from Kath and Kim. That's pretty crazy. I wonder if anyone from the US has ended up looking into Kath and Kim. It's a pretty crazy show. We showed some clips of it here when they were making jokes about when she thought her daughter was gay, and she's going around seeing all these signs. The hop move is exactly done by Kath. Let's get her on stream, get all sides of this story. Could you imagine? I don't know, I don't think the stream could handle it, man. The US remade Kath and Kim. It was bad? No way. That was me. Lebanese kills me in time. Oh, yeah, that's right. Lebanese. Wow, they did a American version. Of course they did. It's like there was that really good British comedy. What was it called? Like Death at a Funeral or something like that. That was good when the British did it, and they did an American version of that. And it just looked awful. It just looked horrible. Horrible stuff. The Office? Oh yeah, that's another version. But like I think The Office in the US was fairly successful though, right? It's probably not as good as the original. All right. Shall we get on to the day's affairs? All the fucking nonsense is out of the way. Eh? Now you all feel bad about being aligned with Sky News. Eh? Let's have a look at what Rubio has said. I'm hoping it's entertaining at least. Rubio gives urgent Iran war update. Better be fucking urgent, Rubio. Live stream on the Flotilla has been banned in Oz. Recent corn restrictions coming into play. The sex Flotilla. Eh? They were different shows. The first season of the US Office was the same as the UK, but then they rewrote it. Okay. All right, let's do this.
Of the Gulf and left from all of it. As you know, over the weekend, the president announced this Project Freedom. And the goal of it is to, frankly, if you want to talk about it, it's to rescue like almost 23,000 civilians.
This is fucking mental. Like, have you seen how the story has evolved over time? The manufacturing consent on this one is just absolutely ridiculous. Like now when they want to talk about Iran and justifying why they're in Iran, it's because they want to save the world because Iran has the audacity to have nuclear weapons. And now you have fucking little Rubio over here who's like you know, he deadpan convincingly down the camera lens, you know, Project Freedom is what it's called now. You know, Operation Epic Fury is gone. Like, I know everyone loved a good Epic Fury here. Epic Fury is apparently over now, and it's all about Project Freedom. And Project Freedom is just about getting shipping through the strait. And you know how they're justifying this Project Freedom? They can't say, oh, we've got to help these ships get through the strait because, you know, Iran's got nuclear weapons. Like, even that's too much of a stretch. It's a humanitarian exercise. It's a humanitarian exercise. Midnight Hammer is my preference. Yeah, well, like, how shit is Project Freedom? Like, it's not even close to the other two. And like, this is a humanitarian exercise. There are 20,000 people trapped on ships in the Gulf. Those poor 20,000 people. The US have got to set them free. They've got to be left free. Set these people free so they can go back to their families and their loved ones. They're just sitting on boats at the moment. It's like all these people that are like trapped around the world in like, you know, camps and displaced and can't move freely. Like, you know, people that are trapped in another country because like they've been rounded up by like immigration agents and they're being held in concentration camps. They like, this is a humanitarian cause. So like after they finish freeing the poor sailors, what is it? The seamen from the Gulf, they're going to walk around the world freeing people that are trapped in inhumane conditions. Okay? This is the start. Project Freedom doesn't just end in the strait. They're going to go start freeing displaced people around the world. Here's to Project Freedom, ladies and gentlemen. Here is to Project Freedom. Could have been Project Epic Freedom. Fuck, that would have been great. I would get behind that. This is Project Epic Freedom now. I'm waiting for someone in the media to describe the situation as double plus ungood. They are struggling. The only Australian show I know is Jemay. And actually, Project Freedom is over already or paused already. Oh, man, like he gave this fucking speech 5 hours ago and it's already paused. Oh, come on, man. Okay, so my 2 cents, no one asked for. Trump is desperate to wrap shit up before meeting in China. Yeah, I've heard this theory. I like this theory. Iran not playing ball. So if UAE blaming Iran to manufacture consent for Also, Izzy is getting hammered out of them. Old Town is getting hammered. Couldn't organize a route in a brothel. That's a good one. I like that. False flagged UAE. They release the semen and then get post-nut clarity. Forget about saving the world. Okay, post-nut clarity. Fucking hell.
87 different countries that are trapped in
One more time. Here's the fucking humanitarian mission. One more time.
Project Freedom. And the goal of it is to, frankly, if you want to talk about it, it's to rescue like almost 23,000 civilians from 87 different countries that are trapped inside of the
Thank God.
Of the Gulf.
Thank God.
And left for dead
in
the Persian Gulf by this Iranian regime. You know, for more than 2 months now, these innocent sailors and commercial crew members have been stranded out at sea because Iran is.
Where was the cares for the innocents? You know, when this started a few months ago, no fucks.
Something that's not just criminal. It's criminal for sure, but it's desperate and destructive, this blockade of the Straits of Hormuz. Nations from around the world, the overwhelming majority of whom are not even engaged in any military hostilities, are now at risk not just of losing their cargo, but the lives of their own citizens because of this blockade. These ships, you know, you don't leave a ship out there for this long. You start running out of food. You start running out of potable water, essential supplies, and they're at the mercy of this piracy. And what it is, it's piracy. And not only that, but
just after we heard Trump, like at the start of the week, saying that, hey, we're like pirates. We're like pirates now. Hey, and you know, piracy, it's very profitable. And like, we're supposed to be concerned that the Iranians are being pirates after your fucking commander-in-chief has said that the US are fucking pirates. And he's happy about it. Arr! Yes, thank you.
Some of them have seen, you know, been open fire on and rained down senseless attacks on several civilian ships already. So, frankly, the way to put it, these are innocent bystanders.
Like when someone from an American administration has the fucking audacity to be like, you know, they've been raining down fire on innocent people and civilians. You got to be like, damn, how do you fucking sleep at night? Eh? You are administering one of the most powerful capitalist state in the world right now, who has defined itself on raining terror down on civilians and innocent people. But when Iran does it, evil, evil stuff. Ah, yes, blocked by Iran. Not like they were letting ships through before America came in, throwing their dick around. No, it's Iran who's doing this. That you little Marco, that's you. Distracting us from Cuba and Venezuela for now.
These are countries that, and ships and so forth that have nothing to do with any of this and nonetheless are being caught in the middle of it and being held hostage merely because
so
Iran could do this.
We fire freedom rockets. It's raining freedom. Iran forced us to make them do it. That's the mental gymnastics that are going here. They forced us to make them do this. We didn't want them to do this. But they forced us to make them do this. Do you understand? Crazy.
Because of just as the regime brutally slaughtered tens of thousands of their own citizens for the crime of peaceful protest, because they're unhappy with the quality of life or the lack of quality of life in Iran today. And so they're sitting ducks. They're isolated. They're starving. They're vulnerable. And at least 10 sailors have already died as a result of the civilian sailors. So already many nations privately and some publicly have asked the United States to help free their ships and to restore freedom of navigation in the Straits of Hormuz and this critical artery of global trade. And so President Trump, as he always does, stepped up and answered the calls for their help. And he's directed the United States military to guide.
Everyone's asking for help after President Trump fucked this situation up and blew it up incredibly. And now they're asking him to rectify the problem he's caused. But you can also frame that as, hey, the world's reaching out and saying, can you help? Please. If anyone can help, it'll be you. Censored. Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis are doing coordinated drops on Izzy right now. I wonder why you can drop that in the fucking chat. Hey, Ravy? Hey, I wonder. That's very interesting. That's going on, eh? Got my cheese wing in the house. Hi, how are you? We are learning about mental gymnastics. And like we're getting a fucking lesson here in how to do it properly. Strap yourself in.
These stranded ships to safety, to provide a protective bubble under which they can operate and move product and get themselves out of there and out of the harm's way. And this is the first step towards reopening the strait and bringing this regime's last-ditch act of economic arson, bringing that to a close. We're doing it not only because we were asked, but because we're the only ones who can.
Stretching out our mind holes. Oh my god, the imagery there is, it's lovely. It's lovely. Eh?
We have the power to sort of take the steps that we've taken now. Under this president, under President Trump, the United States will help our friends. We're going to stand up to rogue regimes like the one in Tehran, and we're going to be unashamed to use our power and our abilities to project military power in the service of our national interest above all else. Now, what's really important for you to report and for everyone to understand is this is not an offensive operation. This is a defensive operation. And what that means is very simple. There's no shooting unless we're shot at first. Okay, we're not attacking them. But if they're attacking us or they're attacking a ship, you need to.
Why are they so testy at the moment? Like, have you noticed the administration is really like, look, we are not shooting at them. Okay, everyone just calm the fuck down. Why are they so precious about this? Like after like weeks of hearing them talking about unleashing the fury. And like, you know, destroying, I am destroyer of civilizations. And now it's just like, hey, no shots fired, all right? We are a peaceable, seafaring, trade people. We do not want any of this coming back on us. Forward defense policy, lies. CC, what'd you get CC for? Okay. The wings of cheese. Publishers and clearinghouse lottery sweepstakes include.
My brother, I want you to read carefully on the first page, and you will see what it's stating that you've won, what you're expected to be receiving, okay?
My name is misspelled on the document.
Which is it, your first or your surname?
Mr. and Mrs. Harvey Weinstein. Your friend's scam baiting now? That's crazy.
My first name.
Okay, sir. What is the proper spelling of your first name?
Harveey.
Oh, I see. Well, I actually had received the correct name. However, I thought there was just a mistake, so I removed the E. So I'm going to have that corrected for you, okay? You don't worry about it.
Okay.
Yes, my brother.
My
so
brother.
It's Mr. Harvey Weinstein, correct?
Yeah, Weinstein.
Okay, my brother. Okay.
My God. That's pretty funny. Hey, good luck to him. That's fucking hilarious. Very good. Globalize the like button. I like that. That's pretty good. Yeah, actually, if you're watching this on YouTube and you haven't already, hit the like button. You know you should. You know you should. They're more stressed right now than when they were actually shit at the dinner. Like, they were like, what's going on though? Like, is it just because in order to, I guess, convince commercial shipping to get through the strait, they need to be like, look, we are not firing, everything's okay? Or is this got to do with something else? This is not like an insurance commercial vessel thing. Like the issue that's going on here is they've got like a clock counting down about when they need congressional approval for the war. And like if they talk about how they're firing at the enemy and all that sort of stuff, then Congress is going to be like, we need to vote on this because the war powers requires us to do so, and it's an illegal war at this point. Is that what's happening? 60-day limit on president starting a war without congressional approval. They're trying to stop the war timer, start it again later when needed. Okay, so that's what it is. Okay. Next year, privatize the Intifada. Mystery is because they are about to get caught false flagging UAE. Okay. We only shoot after being shot at. Repeated, yes. I think the war is unpopular among supporters too, so they are pretending to sit back. Yeah, they're really stressing this point at the moment. We are not doing anything. If anything, We were minding our own business and Iran attacked us first. We were just hanging out in the strait on holidays.
Respond to that. You're not going to let some fast boat come up on a ship and shoot it up. We're going to respond to it, and we've been successful at it. I don't know what the exact number is, but I know a number of those fast boats have now been targeted, and will continue to be. If they pose a threat to our forces, we'll shoot down drones, we'll shoot down missiles, but it's defensive in nature. This is defensive. So if you hear stories about attacks and launching of firing back and forth, it's not back and forth. We are only responding if attacked first. This is a defensive operation, and that's what's occurring here.
It's just about funny because like Iran have said, like I thought quite explicitly, that is like, if you go into the straits kill zone, we will attack you. So they crossing an area that they've been told not to cross into or they will be fired upon. And then they're just like, but if we get fired upon, it's completely defensive. If you really were playing good defense, would you not traverse the area known as the kill zone? Hey, that would be the best defense, I would say. Like, I don't know. I'm no military commander, but like, I just wouldn't go there if I really was worried about being defensive. The strike on that girls' school was defensive. They were hummus. Yeah. Hummus. America was gloating in the schoolyard. Now they've been pulled into the principal's office. It's definitely that vibe. That's a really good analogy, actually. See, they're really pushing innocence. You'll hear about it. But trust us, bro. I did not have explosive munitions with that country. They fired at me first.
Into the straits for a moment. This is approximately a quarter of the world's oil trade, along with significant volumes of fuel and fertilizer that operate through the Straits of Hormuz. The Iranian regime cannot be allowed to dictate who uses this vital waterway. I don't think this is also being reported enough. Maybe you are reporting. I don't read everyone. I don't know many damn outlets here. I don't know who you all are, but I mean, I know who some of you are, but I don't know all of you are. But I will say this about it. This is an international waterway. Okay, this is an international waterway. And international law is very clear, and I love it because everybody always talks about international law, and this international law on this is very clear. International water.
Oh my God! Now they're talking about following international law. Oh my God! Like torturing yourself sometimes watching this shit.
No country can control them. There is no international law that allows you to say, I'm going to put mines in an international body of water, and I'm going to blow up ships that don't listen to us and try to go through. That's what Iran is doing. This is a criminal.
I reckon Marco's little legs hang off the toilet seat like a puppet. The imagery, though, seriously.
Act. And someone needs to do something about it. Something needs to be done. It's completely illegal, completely illegitimate, and completely unacceptable. And that's why the United States military is guiding stranded commercial ships safely through the strait and is working to restore freedom of navigation and putting an end to these efforts to hold the global economy hostage. So far, as a proof of concept and as a proof of function, 2 U.S. flag merchant ships have successfully transferred the Strait of Hormuz in the first stages of this project, and they're now safely.
How do they not see the contradictions in their reality? That's what I was saying. Like when Gamma Cheesewing came in, he was like, hey, what are we doing? I was like, we're watching like some fucking Olympic gold medal mental gymnastics here. Like this is fucking world class, don't you reckon? Just casually blocking Venezuela, Cuba, and the Middle East hostage. Yeah. It's okay when we do it. Global RE insurers probably cut sick.
On their way. The U.S. military is deploying the necessary assets to extend this defensive umbrella over commercial shipping. But there should be no mistake. And as I said this already, this is a defensive operation. I want to reiterate that point. This is important to understand. If no shots are fired at these ships and no shots are fired at us, we're not firing shots. But if we're fired on, we will respond, and we will respond with lethal efficiency. The assets supporting this project, by the way, include guided missile destroyers, over 100 land and sea-based aircraft, multi-domain unmanned platforms, and 15,000 of the finest military service members on the planet. These forces have already destroyed, as I told you earlier, I thought it was 6, it's 7 Iranian fast boats that failed to heed our warnings. And by fast boats, we're talking about, some of these things look like Boston whalers. Okay, so these are not like Navy ships. But nonetheless, they come fast at these boats, try to swarm them, try to harm them. We're not going to let that happen. So 7 of them now sit at the bottom of the sea, along with, by the way, the rest of Iran's Navy. That's where you can find their Navy today. And we're going to continue to systematically clear this passageway through the straits to restore freedom of navigation. Now, while this project steadily progresses, Operation Epic Fury, Economic Fury...
Subliminal messages for the kids. I like it. Tell me, what was the subliminal message? There is a difference between politics and real politic, eh? Oh, right, not 6, 7. Eh? He did the thing. Say it again. There is a difference between politics and real politic, yeah. Yeah, underwater, just like the dolphins.
Continues to impose maximum pressure on the Iranian regime and what remains of their already frail economy. Today, inflation in Iran is 70%, and their currency is in total and complete freefall.
Yeah, keep telling yourself that, bro. Like, does that help them sleep at night? They're just like, no, just say the numbers about how bad their economy is as they continue to be a thorn in our side, making life hard for us again and again and again. I've got to go to the Secretary of War. Like, he is at least fucking entertaining. Rubio is just, it's just painful. It just hurts, man. Hegseth Kane hold Pentagon briefing after US and Iran exchange fire in the Strait of Hormuz, but they shot first. Is he going to say the line as well, do you reckon? It's like, it's defensive. We changed our name to the Department of War. And maybe we're thinking of changing it back now to the Department of Defense, just for the ceasefire. Of course. When Americans say law, they don't mean law like you or me. They mean a M73 LAW, light anti-vehicle weapon. Iranians will bow to the LAW. I love that meme. All right, let's do this, shall we? Did you know General Kane... there was a fighter pilot who was scrambled during 9/11 to follow United Flight 93. The more you know. Like, Kane was there? Is that what you're saying? The more you know. Such a stooge, this guy.
Well, as you know, President Trump has directed U.S. Central Command...
The dramatic pause is so good.
...to restart the free flow of commerce through the Strait of Hormuz under the umbrella of Project Freedom. To be clear, this operation is separate and distinct from Operation Epic Fury. Project Freedom is defensive in nature, focused in scope, and temporary in duration, with one mission: protecting innocent commercial shipping from Iranian aggression.
There's the word, innocent commercial shipping. I wish they had some more concern about the innocent commercial ships beforehand. He was the fighter pilot sent to intercept 93. One of them anyway. God damn.
American forces won't need to enter Iranian waters or airspace. It's not necessary. We're not looking for a fight, but Iran also cannot be allowed to block innocent...
We're not looking for a fight. There's the defensive language.
...countries and their goods from an international waterway. Iran is the clear aggressor.
Iran's the aggressor, like, far out.
Civilian vessels, threatening mariners from every nation indiscriminately, and weaponizing a critical choke point for its own financial benefit, or at least trying to. For too long, Iran has been harassing ships, shooting at civilian tankers from all nations, and trying to impose a tolling system. Iran's plan, a form of international extortion, is unacceptable.
Oh my God, like, we have an imperial power that has set up an entire global extortion racket saying like, hey, these little pricks are shutting down the strait and they're trying to fucking toll people for it. That's just extortion. Is everyone catching this? Who would do such a thing? Seriously. I can't stand this BS. Actually, you know what? This is actually hard today. I must admit. Like, listening to this is fucking infuriating. They can't be serious. Wow.
That ends
Team
with
America, fuck yeah. That movie wasn't even that good, I thought. I don't know. I thought it was pretty funny. I don't know. I had a lot of good jokes, like in-jokes that came out of that movie. Like the depiction of Kim Jong-un. That was hilarious. And like his songs as well. That was really good. But like, come on. America, eh? Fuck yeah.
Project Freedom. 2 U.S. commercial ships, along with American destroyers, have already safely transited the strait, showing the lane is clear. We know the Iranians are embarrassed by this fact. They said they control the strait. They do not. So American ships led the way, commercial and military, shouldering the...
I'm so Ronery. Yeah, it's so good. It's a great song. It's a really good song. They are great songwriters. What? Oh my God. Cope. Yeah, he's struggling. Right? And it was American ships. Like the way he's talking about it, like we just like gallantly went through the strait and they were too afraid to shoot at us. They like scaredly, is that a word? Just say they were terrified and hugged the coastline, hoping, praying to their various gods that they didn't get shot at by Iran. They made it through miraculously. And now these guys are, look, we control the fucking strait. We control it. Okay, all right. Keep telling everyone that you control it. Fine. Calm down. Calm down.
Initial risk from the front, as Americans always do. And right now, hundreds more ships from nations around the world are lining up to transit. CENTCOM, along with partner nations, is in active communication with hundreds of ships, shipping companies, and insurers. All of these ships from all around the world want to get out of the Iranian trap that they have been stuck inside. As a direct gift from the United States to the world, we have established a powerful red, white, and blue dome over the strait. American destroyers are on station, supported by hundreds of fighter jets, helicopters, drones, and surveillance aircraft, providing 24/7 overwatch for peaceful commercial vessels. Except Iran's, of course, which is why our ironclad blockade remains in full effect as well. In fact,
Iran.
6 ships.
Wild how the country that promised to basically nuke let a few ships pass as they were guarded by major military assets. Who would have guessed, hey? Yeah, because profits before people. Yeah, remember when we had fucking Rubio before and people telling us that this was like Trump's Truth Social post saying this is a humanitarian cause. There are 20,000 people on these commercial vessels that need assistance. They need to be liberated. That's why this is Project Freedom. This is a humanitarian cause. Now it's all just like, we need to return the world to commercial certainty. This, like, if this is not an indication that you live in a bourgeois world, and let me not confuse that term for you if you don't know what bourgeois is. We live in a capitalistic society where the market reigns supreme and is all that really matters. This is a fucking incredible case study for you right here. They're just like, oh yeah, we're going to humanitarian cause this shit and free people. And like when they really get down to the argy-bargy of what they really want to do, it's like, we need to protect global trade. People are upset about what is going on, and Iran is calling the shots now. It looks like we've lost control of this situation. People are going to start asking questions. Like, everyone thought that trade was just a given. And now America has lost control of a situation. And now people can't do commerce. We've got to restore that shit. This isn't a question about like whether or not this is morally a moral imperative. This is just like, can America continue to keep world trade going? And like, that's what this has come to. a defensive operation to show the world that, like, you can still make money, baby. Don't worry about it. We got your back. Everyone calm the fuck down. You can still keep trading. Everything's okay. Why not the Golden Dome? What? Too piss sounding? Eh? I don't know, Pete Grinder tells us America come from the rear just as much as they lead from the front. Why can't it be both, eh? By the way, I don't think this is about Iran. I think it's about America laying claim to their next set of vassal states. Yeah, Golden Dome is already in use. Yes, he's working on the Golden Dome, right? Oui, Louis. Haha, barge. Clever marine reference. Supply chains feeling. What's this? There's only one thing that can save us now. Excuse me. I don't see any bombs or lasers on that dolphin. Wrong dolphin squadron.
Tried to run the blockade out of Iranian ports as Project Freedom commenced, and they were all turned around. This is more than strategy, it's also humanitarian. By breaking Iran's illegal stranglehold, we're protecting the lives and livelihoods of sailors from dozens of countries, securing global energy routes.
Why didn't he say seamen? They said it the other day. It was so much funnier when they said seamen. Sailors. What the fuck's a sailor?
Shortages that hit the world's poorest people the hardest. Once again, America is using its strength to lift up others. Iran is trying to subjugate the world. To what remains of Iran's forces, if you attack American troops or innocent commercial shipping, you will face overwhelming and devastating American firepower. The president has been very clear about this. We prefer this to be a peaceful operation, but are locked and loaded to defend our people, our ships, our aircraft, and this mission without hesitation. To Iran, let innocent ships pass freely. These international waters belong to all.
Yes, they are. They're boat people. Look at the Americans, eh? Put themselves out here to help the boat people. Eh? Look at all these boat people just hanging out in the Gulf. It's time that they returned to normalcy. Eh? Let my boat people go.
Not to Iran to tax, toll, or control. To our partners, allies, and the rest of the world, this is a temporary mission for us. As I've said before, the world needs this waterway a lot more than we do. We're stabilizing the situation so commerce can flow again, but we expect the world to step up. At the appropriate time and soon, we will hand responsibility back to you. To the incredible Americans executing this mission right now, simply thank you. Your courage, your readiness, your unmatched professionalism and precision are why the world can breathe easier today and every day.
While the global economy, like people that have invested in the global economy and making things run smoothly, supply chains need to be serviced. Those people can breathe easier. Like, this is a fine example of what bourgeois society does. Like, you have him admitting right there, and it was quite clear. He said, like, America's got this one. We are going to guide vessels through the strait so, you know, world trade can continue again. But we're not going to do this forever. But, like, effectively, our job as the imperial power of the core of world capitalism is to free up these situations. Like, we've started it, sure, but now we're in a fucking bind and the world economy is under pressure and people are expecting us to do our actual primary role. And our primary role up until recently has been to ensure the sea lanes are open to help world trade. So he's admitting, he's like, thank you to the American servicemen and women who are risking their lives because we've done some pretty crazy shit and now have to they have to babysit commercial vessels now because that's what people expect of us. The capitalist state protects commercial interests primarily. I'm not saying that they don't have other functions, but you can see it on display right now. When push comes to shove, they will get the guns out. They'll get the boys and the women out to make sure that the economy is moving. That's fucking crazy. And they'll talk about how it's all, humanitarian. This is where it's at. This is bourgeois society in a nutshell. We don't need it, but you guys do. Yeah, right? We don't have to do this. We're just doing it because we're being nice. Don't expect us to do it forever, though, assholes. Thank you for your willingness to die for Is Not Rail. It's so selfless of you. Yeah, eh? We did this. Like, the reason you're in this precarious situation right now is because of our attachment to another power, another world power, let's be a regional power. These ships are so valuable. We need less Star Wars and more Star Trek. Bring it on, bro. Bring it on.
You are and always will be the greatest fighting force in human history, unmatched, always. Project Freedom is underway. Commerce will be flowing, and America is once again leading with strength, clarity, and purpose for the benefit of the entire world. Our will is unshakable. God bless our troops, and God bless the mighty United States Navy as well. Mr. Chairman, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and good morning, everyone. Thanks for being here. On Sunday, at the direction of the President, CENTCOM initiated Project Freedom with the objective of facilitating the safe passage of international commercial shipping.
Commercial shipping. Oh, yeah, it was also humanitarian, but let's be honest. Eh? We need to get this commercial shipping flowing. People are a little bit antsy at the moment. Not sure what's happening. People are really upset. Make sure that shipping's right. Hey, commerce. That's what makes the world go round. Unless you were an adult in 1979, you will not understand. I do not understand. Just doesn't stop. They think we are idiots. Some of these reporters ask the dumbest questions. We use helium for more than balloons and funny voices. Capitalism, baby. It's a totality, as Marx would say. You got to think of it as a totality. And the capitalist state is very important, especially for the imperial core.
The Strait of Hormuz. Over the past 7 weeks, Iran's repeatedly threatened and attacked commercial shipping in the strait in order to effectively cut off commercial traffic and damage the global economy. By obstructing one of the world's most critical maritime checkpoints, a vital transit route for approximately 1/5 of the global oil consumption, Iran is weaponizing the global supply chain.
They wanted to kill the Ayatollah. A lot of these guys were young men in the armed services during Iraq and Afghanistan. They were getting their revenge times 100. Just like Bush Jr. went after Saddam for trying to kill his dad.
This action disregards established navigational rights and the law of the sea, and the regime led by the IRGC is effectively attempting to hold the entire global economy hostage. Let me give you an update of the last few days of activities, and if you take a look at the map here, as the Secretary said, the United States has established Project Freedom to open up the Strait of Hormuz. This graphic highlights the kinetic engagements that the Iranians have attempted to make or have taken against the region. The green dots and blue dots show the groupings of commercial, cargo, and tanker vessels. And the United States has established a significant presence over the strait here in order to open up the free flow of commerce, noting the blockade still continues along the eastern flank. The map shows the examples and samples of Iranian attacks against commercial vessels in the strait, as well as the Gulf of Oman and up in the Arabian Gulf. Since the ceasefire was announced, Iran has fired at commercial vessels 9 times and seized 2 container ships, and they've attacked U.S. forces more than 10 times, all below the threshold of restarting major combat operations at this point. You can also see the group of tankers and cargo vessels in the U.S. blockade line, as I mentioned.
I'm just a dumb cooker, but maybe if you're going to go to war with a theology-run country like Iran, maybe don't kill their religious leader on the first day. But like that was it, though. That was just like, we did it. Hey? And then they could have called it there. As if. Hey? As if to what, Govan? Tell us, please. Yeah, that was it. I reckon they should have called it then. They should have killed him and be like, we've won. We're going home. The war is over. What is this? Is that a dolphin riding on a bomb? What's going on here? Oh my God. Lovely. How I learned to stop swimming and love the bomb. We're here to protect you, dear sailors. We're like pirates. Ha ha ha. And we're like pirates. Eh? Who would have thought? Being a pirate is very profitable. It's very profitable. I can't listen to this guy. I'm sorry. Well, I'd rather listen to Hegseth. Am I right? Nah, fuck Hegseth. All right, that's enough of this shit. Let's see what the... Is there any mainstream media on this one? Let's see what the fucking the narrative is about this situation. 4AS in the house. Yo. What's up? Ravy, is that movie reference lost on you again? I don't know. I've seen people reference it. That's all I've seen. I haven't actually seen this movie itself. It's lost on me again. Just don't tell Han. Give up your 60 stream watch streak. You. Who's that? Who got 60 streams? It is 4IS. Damn. Look at that. Thank you very much, 4IS. In the house. Uh-huh. All right. Let's do some Project Freedom, shall we? No, actually. Let's see what they're saying.
The US Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has insisted that the ceasefire with Iran continues despite exchanges of fire between both countries. President Trump's Project Freedom to reopen the Strait of Hormuz began yesterday and aims to use the US military to guide some of the stranded cargo ships, of which there are over 1,500, out of the key waterway. 2 ships have got through so far. But Iran insists it controls the strait still, and as well as firing missiles and drones at military and commercial ships, also attacked the UAE earlier today. And there are reports tonight that a cargo ship has been struck. With more, here's Sarah Smith from Washington.
The US urgently wants to get international shipping moving through the Strait of Hormuz. The economic damage is being felt around the world, so America needs to fix this problem.
We should definitely Discord Dr. Strangelove. You got it. Time and place, please. 4AS. It's nice to see. It's nice to have you back. I'm a cheese wing. OG in the house. Yeah, fucking oath. Squeebalicious in the house too. How you going? Trump is already full of gas. What's the issue? But like, can we tax it? Squeeb. Can we tax Trump if he's full of gas? It's been a while. It's good to have you. Hope you're well. We're watching America reopen the world economy and be like, look, everything's fine. Okay? Everything's fine. Everyone calm the fuck down. We got this. Everybody needs to just stop being so upset about this whole thing. It's not an import, so no duties.
Caused by its attack on Iran 2 months ago. The military has launched Project Freedom to try to reopen the waterway, and they claim Iran is no longer in control of the strait.
As a direct gift from the United States to the world, we have established a powerful red, white, and blue dome over the strait.
The normal traffic separation scheme lanes in the strait for maritime vessels are shown here in white. The black lines show the apparent Iranian guidance for non-hostile shipping, with the likely US route shown here in red. But only 2 tankers made it through that way yesterday. It was 130 a day before the war. America's top diplomat says the US is not...
Hey, fuck, that's crazy, that number, isn't it? They're like, they were making it sound really good. Like, Hegseth was like, we led the way. 2 American vessels. We have reopened the strait, motherfuckers, yeah. It's like 2. It was 130 at capacity. Let's not forget this. Dilemma, it's ceasefire. I thought you said ceasefire. So naturally, being the man I hit the red button, probably, except. US is both the largest importer and exporter of oil products. All about those duties. You're welcome. You're welcome. Man, they are on copium. Hey. So they're like, we smuggled 2 tankers, so we reopened the strait. It's not a flex, mate. LOL. Like, I know, right? No, when you put it back in context, it's crazy, isn't it? It's like, oh, wow, what a miraculous feat. We hugged the coastline of Oman because we were terrified, and 2 people got through. Thank God. We're pretty much open the strait.
Restarting hostilities.
Sorry, this is a defensive operation. I want to reiterate that point. This is important to understand. If no shots are fired at these ships and no shots are fired at us, we're not firing shots. But if we're fired on, we will respond, and we will respond with lethal efficiency.
Was that clear, everyone? Was that clear enough for you? Insurance premiums to make the passage mean it's not really going to qualify as open. It's better than nothing. And it's thanks to the red, white, and blue dome. Don't you forget that, insurance companies.
So let me show you around my vessel.
Captain Raman Kapoor and his crew of 23 are stranded on this oil tanker, along with 1,600 other ships in the strait.
You know, my wife calls me every day and my kids ask, Dad, when are you coming home? So I tell them we are safe, but truth is we are civilians caught between knives, you know. I appeal to all the authorities, please de-escalate the war and don't make us seafarers the collateral victims here.
For the second day in a row, the United Arab Emirates said it was attacked by Iranian missiles and drones.
Think of the smell on that ship. Well, if they don't have any sand to bury stuff, Han, what are they going to do? Han? I hope they have a sand pit or something like that. Still waiting for some confirmation on those wild claims you were making that time. Amazing. Keep him there. Isn't it funny how the Indian captain has brought Han and Spandok out? Oh my God. Pilots are so pimp. Straight into the sea. Nah, it's called the poop deck. They don't need sand. Sarsaparilla Jane in the house. How you going? Hope you're well, Spandog. Hope you're well.
Sparked a fire at an oil facility yesterday. But neither this or cruise missiles launched at American ships are being considered violations of the ceasefire.
They don't like playing games with us.
That is pretty funny. I never thought about that. If Iran shoots at American ships and the Americans are just like, la, 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 I can't see, it never happened, then the ceasefire's still on. So if Iran breaks the ceasefire and like is openly firing on like Gulf states and commercial shipping vessels, if the Americans aren't ready to say that the ceasefire is over, it ain't over, baby. That's an interesting point.
President Trump does not appear eager to resume a bombing campaign on Iran.
What do they need to do to violate the ceasefire?
Well, you'll find out, because I'll let you know. They know what to do, and they know what to do. And they know what not to do, more importantly, actually.
The Speaker of the Iranian Parliament has said, "We know full well that the continuation of the status quo is intolerable."
Hey, openly firing sounds too close to war. They're just harassing. Everyone's just defensively shooting each other. My truth is the truth.
For America, while we have not begun yet.
We see ourselves as part of this negotiation as well. We negotiate with bombs.
The US Defense Department often releases edited videos that make the war in Iran look like a video game, and they claim military dominance. But the economic pressure on America is taking its toll. This highly unpopular war is damaging Donald Trump politically. He knows that, and so does Iran. Sarah Smith, BBC News, Washington.
Our international editor Jeremy Byrne is with me here. So Jeremy, a ceasefire of a sort.
My problem is bigger than yours. Keeping ships reluctant to travel and removing oil assets in the wide region to give long-term pressure. It ain't over till we say it's over.
continues, clearly very fragile. And then there are reports tonight of a cargo ship being struck.
Yes, indeed. I've got it here, some information. There's very little information about it, I have to say. The UK Maritime Authority says a cargo vessel has been struck, quote, by an unknown projectile in the Strait of Hormuz. So the red, white and blue dome that Mr. Hegseth was talking about there is clearly not quite as strong and robust as he is claiming.
That's already happened. So much for the fucking dome. Impenetrable. Dr. Strangelove, 1964, General Turgidson outlines war options. I'll have to watch this then. Thank you. What's this, Bandong? What you got here? Red, white, and blue dome is so campy. Excuse me. This is from the Department of War. None of that. We don't have that in the Pentagon anymore. Nothing camp. Ceasefire not over, despite Iranian harassment. It's harassment, of course. Ceasefire with Iran is not over, despite attacks from Iran on commercial shipping vessels. That's what we're reading. That's what we're hearing right now. That's crazy. And they called him Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. Do you reckon people do this on purpose? Like when journalists keep referring to it as the Department of Defense, are they just lazy as fuck? And they have like templates and they haven't updated them since Pete Hegseth got in and called it the Department of War? Or are they they trying to piss him off? Because like if you wanted to piss off Pete Hegseth, that's what you would do. Just keep calling him the Defense Secretary over and over again. He is the Secretary of War. Call him what he is. God damn. It's fucking offensive. Like, I'm offended for him. Poor Pete. Poor guy. America still relies on countries who are being impacted who export to them. It's been like just an article that was pushing the harassment phrasing. Pretty good. So YMCA. Ravy, I'll dome you, red, white, and blue. Just go down a Kubrick pipeline. You'll be more cultured for it. Okay, thank you very much. Switcheroo. They are not based in the US, is all. All Kubrick all the time. Same as Gulf of America is only if you're on US soil. Whoa. Does it work like that though? No, like he's changed it to the Department of War, so globally people should call it the Department of Defense. Department of War. You don't just call it whatever you would call it in your country. I'm sure. Paths of Glory is a great start. Okay. Got it. I'd be more embarrassed to be called the secretary than anything else. Do you run the errands? The singer formerly known as, he changed it to globally and no one respected that. All right.
The ceasefire is 4 weeks old. It's showing its age. It's showing its age because there's no real diplomatic process backing it up.
It's not even truly the Department of War in the US. Why? He renamed it. I saw him put the plaque up and everything. Come on. They only changed the sign? Come on, man. Why not? Yeah, they renamed it. Why are they trying to be woke and have chosen a name and have a chosen name? I guess the Minister of War was just a touch too much on the nose.
Make some progress towards a deal. Both sides clearly seem to want a deal. Interesting, the Americans are not saying the ceasefire has gone because they do want a deal. The problem is they want different deals and they haven't found a way of meeting in the middle on all of this. As for these attacks that are going on, the Emiratis are very concerned about it. The Iranians absolutely deny that they have hit anything. And they've warned the UAE. They've said that Iran would inflict a decisive and regret-inducing response if it is attacked, if Iran is attacked from UAE territory. So, I mean, essentially now, with this long drawn-out process, this is territory for misperception, for miscalculation, for the two sides putting pressure on each other. There's a lot of tension.
Seeing as they are denying they started the war, it's probably out of shape.
And in that kind of environment, with projectiles, as we've been hearing, flying around, ships flying around, warships there as well, It is a dangerous situation. And with so much military power in the Gulf, American military power, and the Iranians saying they're ready to hit back and will continue to hit if ships go down non-designated pathways without permission. I think all this means that a serious escalation back towards all-out war is potentially only one serious incident away.
Jeremy, thanks very much.
Yeah, whenever the Americans decide to do it, I guess. Very interesting. Very interesting. A random projectile has hit a ship. But it's okay. The red, white, and blue dome is completely impenetrable. No penetration going on here. None at all. But like there's a weird projectile, like maybe it could be a comet, we're not sure. Something's fallen from the sky, and just like out of all the places it could have fallen in the Gulf, it unfortunately came into contact with a commercial shipping vessel. Complete coincidence, really. Complete coincidence. Everyone needs to have full faith in our ability to guide ships through the strait. A comet. Well, it's a fucking projectile. Like, who knows, Spandog? Maybe it's one of Elon Musk's satellites, the debris from his satellite armada falling from the sky and raining down projectiles on the commercial vessels of the Gulf. Like, as if those people haven't had enough. Like, they're there, they're stranded. There's 20,000 of them. They're running out of food, potable water. It's a humanitarian crisis. And now projectiles are falling from the sky onto these shipping vessels. Hey, on commercial shipping. What's going on here? Oh, man. Projectiles. It was a dolphin jumping into the sky. That's so good. Could you imagine the dolphins? The trained kamikaze dolphins are now flying, projecting themselves from the water and hitting the sides of ships and stuff. It's Flipper. It's so good, man. Those special Soviet dolphins from Red Alert too. It's Red Alert. Who were we talking about this with the other day? Someone brought up Command and Conquer and stuff. It's Red Alert. The Soviet dolphins. That's right. Thank you, 4AS. I knew you'd know. They don't need to project themselves. You've seen them spit water faster than lightning. Oh, man, the dolphins. They've been giving lots and lots of fucking content. Thank you very much, dolphins. All right, that's enough. Like, this is it. This is what we get from Iran updates these days. It's like American denial, like hardcore denial. And cope. Because I guess they just have to show the world that they are in control, I guess. Technically, the dolphins with lasers with the Allied forces. But don't let facts get in the way of a good story. Enough lies. On to more lies. Yeah, right. Fair enough. It's a good call, actually. All right, let's get on to some other lies. Now, I want to do some updates on the Flotilla. So we were watching the other day, if you weren't here, we watched a couple of days ago, there's a bunch of Australians who are on the Samud Flotilla, which was a aid flotilla that was, I guess, started in Europe. How many ships were there? 170? Like, there was a lot of ships. Anyway, they were all moving along and they got picked up by the Israelis, like the IOF. Navy, like, what was it, 1,000 kilometers away from the Israeli coastline. So they were making their way to Gaza. That's a lot of sex boats. That's a lot of sex boats. And they were doing crazy shit. Like the arguments against why these crazy people should be doing this were things like, how, oh my God, did you know that they had condoms? There was condoms found on the ship. Would you fucking believe it? Condoms on a ship. It's fucking outrageous stuff. Okay, but real dolphins are still just as insane. That's not less insane. That's crazy. With all those seamen. Yes. Yeah, bad bot. That's a bad bot. Cheap viewers, fuck off. So yeah, we were watching how like Israel intercepted, and there were a bunch of Aussies on there. They got detained on a prison ship. Israel has a prison ship now. They don't take them to Israel for processing anymore. They keep them on a prison ship somewhere in the Mediterranean, and then they just ship them to the island of Crete. And so then the Australians got to go home. But there was two like ringleaders of the flotilla that got kept by Israel and taken back to Israel for processing in their prison system. And they've been put on trial, or they've had a court hearing recently. And they're like Spanish citizens, I'm pretty sure. So I just wanted to get an update on how that's going and see like what disregard for international law, how that develops over time in Israel. And it looks like it's going swimmingly, by the way. And like we just witnessed how upset the Americans were via Marco Rubio and Pete Hegseth, how upset they are when someone disregards international law and law of the seas. So I'm assuming the Americans must be absolutely, like Pete Hegseth and Marco Rubio must be like, look, next on the humanitarian agenda is stopping Israel from like, conducting piracy on the high seas in the Mediterranean and like attacking groups of internationals to just hang out in sex flotillas. So yeah, we're gonna get a bit of an update on that situation. Sven, I'm also just imagining two ships side by side, both sides out of missile and ammo, and just throwing trash at each other. We've been hit by another projectile, Captain. Paper cup bounces off hull. All this talk of battleships, etc., makes me think we should do a UAP Friday. Review the Go Fast Nimitz footage and why religious leaders are being told to prepare their flocks for disclosure and the timing of it all. I have no idea what you're referencing there. But fair enough. LOL, spit if you have to, lads. Use whatever you've got. Israeli citizens and everyone else. That's a real American military trained dolphin. Yeah, I think I've seen that picture before, actually. Pretty crazy. And is it got a fucking laser beam on its flipper? Is that what that is? First they came for the sex flotilla and I said nothing. That's the modern version of that. First they came for the sex flotilla and we did nothing. What? Every person born in America is issued a birth certificate and granted citizenship. Like birth certificates. If you copy the viewerbot message, you can add them on your blocked words so they won't show up as much. Oh, that's good to know. Insane country. We are. Yes, we do retard. All right, let's go to the sex flotilla. The ringleaders of a sex flotilla and see why they thought that this was a good idea, I guess. Eh? Let's get them. Capture these bastards. Why they thought this is a great idea. This is an Al Jazeera source, I'm pretty sure. Let's have a look.
An Israeli court has extended the detention of two activists who were part of the global Sumud flotilla. Israeli forces intercepted some of its ships.
So Spanish activist and a Brazilian activist. Okay. So like two evil lefty countries that have evil lefty regimes, presidents and prime ministers at the helm, and they're being detained by Israel. Oh wow, come on, Al Jazeera, tortured. Jeez, come on.
International waters earlier this week, people on board dozens of vessels were trying to break Israel's blockade of Gaza. Spanish activist Saif Abu Keshek and Brazilian activist Thiago Avila were seen in shackles as they appeared in court. Their attorney says they have been tortured in Israeli custody. The Spanish and Brazilian governments have issued a joint statement calling their detention illegal. The pair are accused of being part of the Popular Conference for Palestinians Abroad, which Israel and the U.S. consider a terrorist organization.
As you know, my husband Saif Abu Keshek and his comrade Tiago Avila are now in Israel against their will. The interception of the flotilla that was made by the Israelis on international water outside of Greece was illegal by all means and violating all international laws. My husband, Saif Abu Kishik, was on board the observer boat and had not the intention to sail the whole way to Gaza. He was going to do the support for the flotilla on land. The Spanish and the Swedish consulate, they have been in contact with Saif, and they have told us that he was in a solitary cell on the boat.
Is that how you get terrorists through the censor? Terrorists? They asked to be bound. Yeah, they liked it. We had a safe word and everything. Yeah, sometimes when I get tortured, I look perfectly healthy and continue hunger striking. Like, what the fuck? Come on. You don't actually believe that they wouldn't result to harsh measures? Like, just because they don't have visible marks on their faces? Is that why? Oh, so you were actually calling out the torture for bullshit. You don't think it would happen? Interesting. Remember, count the blinks, Spandunk. Harsh measures, sure, but torture. Yeah, torture. It's just down to interpretation. Like, torture. Eh? Why not?
He is in a shock, and he is very sad because he missed our daughter's birthday yesterday. He couldn't speak with her or congratulate her.
Yeah, define torture.
He is now on a hunger strike together with Tiago. And it's very important to mobilize now to get Saif and Tiago free. It's very important to pressure our governments. It's very important to do all actions that we can to mobilize, to protest in front of the embassies, in the streets, in front of the embassy, the Swedish ones, the Spanish ones, the Italian, the Greek one. All of them are complicit. Keep talking about the flotilla, keep talking about Saif and Tiago, keep talking about Palestine.
Well, Spain's Prime Minister is accusing Israel's Benjamin Netanyahu of violating international law. Pedro Sanchez is demanding the release of the Spanish detainee.
Now that Netanyahu has done this, abducting foreign citizens, one of them is Spanish, and taking him to Israel, I say several things to Prime Minister Netanyahu. The first is that Spain will always protect its citizens. The second is that we will always defend international law. And this is a new violation of international law. And the third is we want the release of the Spanish citizen who has been illegally abducted by Netanyahu's government.
Well, joining us now on Al Jazeera from Jaffa in Israel is Lubna Tuma, who's a lawyer working for Adala, an independent human rights organization and legal center, and who's representing Tiago Avila. Thank you so much for your time, Lubna. What has...
So Tiago Avila is the Brazilian one, I'm pretty sure. Interesting.
Tiago Avila been able to communicate to you about his experience since his detention?
So since the interception of the boat sailing to Greece, basically, the flotilla, on Thursday morning, a series of violations started. During the interception, Israel captured more than 170 activists on the flotilla that they were heading to Greece as part of a humanitarian mission to break the siege on Gaza and to enter humanitarian aid to the civilians in Gaza. While the interception, Israel separated Tiago Avila and Saif Abu Kishk from the others, while the others were released in the Greek lands. Those two activists were abducted into Israel. After they were separated and abducted by the Navy in international water, they were forced or were subjected to a series of violence acts.
So let me just
we
get this
could
straight.
see them only on Saturday.
No, like if you beat up the prisoners that you've taken, Spendog, that's not torture. That's just beating up citizens. So if they've been subject to violence, that's not really torture. Torture is like violence with the objective of, I don't know what, breaking someone's spirits, I guess. Is that like, so like the argument is like, oh, Al Jazeera spreading propaganda about Israeli torture. They're just beating the crap out of these guys in prison, which is separate. It's not acceptable, but it's definitely not torture, right? Let's make sure we classify these things correctly. Hot take, is not rail on their word. Who takes is not rail on their word? Rookie mistake. Torture could be used in reference to of the UN definition, like legally it's torture. So breaking someone's spirit isn't torture. No, like, so using violence with the objective of breaking someone's spirit is torture. But like if you just beat them up because you can, that's not torture. So like just flexing is not torture. It's just violence. But like violence with the intent of breaking a spirit. Well, subject to violence in the process of arrest, then solitary confinement is something we also do to criminals. Is it torture? No, but like these people are being like, let's not talk about like in the process of arrest. Like these people are detained and there's been violence against them, but it's just because it's violence doesn't mean it's torture. So it was careless of Al Jazeera to label it that way, right? That's what your argument is. Al Jazeera shouldn't have gone there. Just weird terms Al Jazeera like using liberally. Okay. Oh, cruel and unusual punishment. Interesting. What's going on in the chat here? Saint Chi and Ravy Baby. Is there like actual animosity going on here? Are you two actually going at each other, or is this a joke? Like half joke here? Because if this is not jokey stuff and we're crossing into like, are you two actually fighting each other? I need to figure out what the fuck is going on here. It's like, we be respectful on this chat. You're new here, Saint Chi, or however I say your name. So like, don't rub people up the wrong way just because you can. Make a fucking point. Don't be a dick. It's a half joke for me. All right, well, just don't be a dick. All right, that's the fucking golden rule. Waterboarding is absolutely not legal dilemmas. I don't mind argy-bargy. I don't like being called slurs, but I can chill. Said retard, and they said don't call me retard. Okay. As long as everyone's being nice. Because I like the fact that we have differences of opinions here. As long as people are not being dicks. That's the main thing. Like, let's not be all is not really about this. There's enough of that in the world.
Yesterday, basically. And when we met them, they testified about a lot of violence that they were subjected to. We are speaking about making them sit the whole time for the last 2 days that they were sailing in the sea on their stomach, forehead on the ground. They were blindfolded the whole time. They were beaten a lot, insulted a lot. They were even Tiago, for example, passed away twice from all the violence that he was subjected.
I think she means passed out, right? Not passed away twice.
And of course, we are speaking about a level of violence that by the international law is designated as torture.
Right. So you say Jago passed out.
Apparently there's international law on this. The amount of violence triggers the torture threshold, apparently.
You say Chago passed out twice. Can I ask you whether there have been medical examinations or international observers who've been granted access to Chago Avila?
So after Tiago passed out twice, as he
They got
testified...
squirted with UV dye. God knows what the fuck is in that shit. Like, why would you even squirt someone with shit like that? What's the point? What's going on there?
yesterday to me in my visit to him in the facility, in the detention facility, he demanded to see a doctor. The only thing that the doctor did is to give him painkillers. And that is, of course, not sufficient treatment for all the abuse and violence that he was subjected to. I could see, like, there is a visible bruise on his face, on his left eye. It was yellow. He also testified that he couldn't see for 2 days.
Those aren't dark circles, Spandonk, under his eyes because he's had lack of sleep. It would seem that they are bruises. Well. Eh? She's saying there is, but what kind? When? I demand facts, damn it. The fact that the Israeli prison holders are even looking for the line is in itself morally reprehensible and should be considered a war crime. Last time they used skunk water. Don't know if they did the same this time. Skunk water? The fuck is that? Is that what the name suggests it is, or is it something else? During detainment, during arrest? When? I demand to know when the torture happened. It makes all the difference. They use dogs on some of them. Yeah, scary. Remember when the left demanded cops have body cams to prove police abuse? And all exposed is people abusing police? What a time to be alive. Eh? What a time to be alive. They kidnapped these people by definition. Who's the left? Dilemmas? Yeah, you better fucking get your dictionary out. It's under the word torture. You'll find the left. I would like the international legal definition, please.
Right hand is limited. He can move it limitedly. And of course, any medical treatment that he get was very shallow and not sufficient to treat him efficiently.
Lubna, so what?
Well, it kind of does matter if you were resisting arrest and copped a torture. It's a bit different to someone torturing you in your cell, no? Yes. I guess it is a little bit. If you get tortured because you're resisting arrest, it's a little bit different to you getting tortured in your cell. Hey. Who watches The Watchmen? Fuck the police. It's been a while, Jag. Hey? I haven't heard you come out with that one in a while. Interesting.
What legal avenues exist to hold Israel accountable for this?
Well, as I said from the beginning of the interception, a series of violations.
Resisting, yeah, that's not a bad point here. Damn, I just stood up too fast and tortured my toe into the side of the couch. Yeah, all right, bro. But like, the Sarsaparilla Jones got a good point there. Like, resisting kidnapping, not arrest. Are we going to argue that they were being arrested or kidnapped first? I think we should start with the kidnapping part that led to the torture. Can you resist kidnapping, Spandonk? Is that acceptable? I would like to know more. Yeah, the legality of the arrest is all fucked. Okay.
All the process was unlawful from the abduction until today's hearing, and I will speak about it later on, I think. There is an entity, a country, that decides to detain two foreign civilians from foreign countries that they were in international water nearby the water of Greece, and abduct them and bring them to Israel and frame all the case for a very serious security offenses. We believe and we argue as Adala Legal Center that all of this arrest, all of this detention is unlawful. There is no authority for Israel to arrest them or to interrogate them, and they need to be released immediately.
Lubna, thank you so much for taking the time to speak to us. Lubna Tuma joining us from Jaffa in Israel. Lubna works for Adala, an independent human rights organization and legal center.
humanitarian organization and legal center. Is it the same type of humanitarian work that Pete Hegseth is doing in the Gulf by helping people get through the strait, guided through the strait? I wonder if these people consider themselves to be on the same level as humanitarian workers. Pete Hegseth and Lubna Tuma. I wonder. I'd say so. Did she just try not to say Israel, then slipped it out? Just sounded weird. This is so illegal. I cannot believe the world is allowing this to happen. Believe it. It's been going on for a while. All right. Interesting. I don't think we can get anything else from that. They're just being held indefinitely, it would seem. What happens next? Nobody knows. Now, we have been speaking about this on and off the cuff, I guess, over the last few days. People have been asking about capital gains tax and changes like negative gearing and stuff like that. That's potentially coming up in the Australian budget. So we're about to go into Australian political territory here. So for the internationals, the Australian federal government is going to be coming out with its budget for the year. And there's been a lot of speculation about what that's going to do, because we've got a housing crisis and people are asking for relief and making, I guess, the tax system fairer for the average Australian. There's been a lot of talk, if you've noticed, about like gas, et cetera, and taxing gas to make up for, I don't know, things that are lacking in Australia's budget, I guess you would say, and using that to cover essential services and all that sort of stuff. But yeah, we're going to have a quick look at a piece that's done by our broadcaster, the Australian broadcaster, that talks about what's potentially coming up in this budget, because it would seem that they are going to be revising capital gains tax and some other things like trust law. So like, you know, when like rich people have trust funds so they can retain their wealth, not really get taxed on it and pass it on to future generations. It's like clever accounting, stuff like that. We're going to have a look at a bit of that. But they're not doing what the Australian punters have asked for, which is like getting more tax revenue from gas. They're doing other things like refining laws where people, I guess, escape or bleed the system dry from tax revenue. I'm not arguing for any other point than language. It's usually my sticking point. Just use the right words. Yeah, got it. Tit for tat sausage. More importantly, what's better? Holy Grail or Life of Brian? I don't know, actually. Like, as per social commentary, I think Life of Brian is much better. But like, just for absurd comedic value, I would say Holy Grail all the way. It's like absurd comedy. So like, it's hard to pick, man. That's a hard one. Pushing through new ASIO laws as well. Happy days. All right, shall we? I couldn't pick a favorite. It's a tough line of questioning. Anyway, I want to see what people are saying about this. Let's have a quick look. Budget for young voters. Government leans into younger electorate with negative gearing CGT changes. Let's see. I like Holy Grail.
Next week's budget will feature changes to the capital gains tax, negative gearing and the taxation of trust funds. Several government sources have confirmed the trio of taxes would form the centrepiece of a budget targeted squarely at young voters. Our political reporter, Evelyn Manfield, joins us now from Parliament House. Evelyn, how is the government explaining these changes?
Gemma, the federal government says it wants to improve fairness between generations, and we've heard the Prime Minister and the Treasurer talk a lot about that over recent weeks. They're really leaning into this issue of young Australians finding it nearly impossible to get into the housing market. And certainly when we do speak to people right around the country, you know, we hear stories about people just giving up hope on being able to save what they need for a deposit or being able to service the loans. They go to inspections, they're outbid by other investors, or, you know, there are dozens of other people at auctions and things like that. So you hear those stories all the time. The government says that problem has gotten worse over recent years and it wants to use this budget to improve.
What a fucking great insight that is. Wow, it's gotten harder for people, like young people, to buy housing? God damn. How do they get onto this? Finger on the pulse, eh? Finger on the pulse. I am/was a banker. Did a decent amount of work with Australians, mostly NAB and Macquarie. Yeah, well, they are systematically feeding off Australian suffering, can I just say. I serviced the loans. Interesting. Focusing on young voters or just focusing on the majority of voters? Yeah, well, let's see. Let's see what they have to say. But like, what a fucking insightful comment to make. That people are finding it harder over the last few years to buy housing. Again, like all of this stuff is nice. So like, let's change this little fucking tax loophole here. Let's like stop giving out this little handout here. And like, hopefully that'll ease pressure on the housing market. Like, it's just so fucking obvious, isn't it? Like, it's almost deceptively obvious because you're just like, oh yeah, all they're talking about is doing things that will affect the market. Like, come on, you're a government. You can do other things. You don't have to look to the market for solutions. You have a role to play, which is to provide services to your constituents, to your citizenry. And if the market is failing, then the government, steps in to clean up after the failings of the market. We can do this, but we're just going to play with like tax codes and shit like that. All this is going to mean nothing. Right, we are loan sharks. Ew, banker. Yeah, I have to give them props for this one. Might not give immediate relief, but at least it steps in the right direction. Well, for negative gearing, is that what you mean? Yeah, like, it's fantastic. Okay, yes. But like, you know, the damage is done. The damage is done. It's going to take years for this. Like, the lag time on this one is going to be massive. Massive. I just don't know if this is actually going to help young people in the next like year or 2 or 10. It's going to, the lag time in this one is going to be huge. The government budget we have worked out how to tax people not struggling, but we'll offer nothing in regards to people actually struggling. But how good does our budget look? Am I right? I want to know the gay names from Macquarie and NAB. Were they on the list? Commonwealth is still sending me. Yeah. I don't know. They had Gay NZ, Commonwealth, and Westpac. Westpac was like Westpac it in your mouth or something like that. I think it was. That's all he had. I don't think he had anything else. St. Chi. Blame the global economy. Your loans get sold on the world market. Macquarie is a merchant banker, so it's big boys only. Yeah, fair enough. And they get, you know, this is it. He's right, though. Hey, all of our loans are getting chopped up and sold on the world market. This is how it works. And like, so why do we turn to the market system that allows this stuff to happen? And thinking that it's going to fucking solve the housing crisis. It's fucking, this is the definition of insanity. Macquarie, that's pretty good. The Macquarie Bank. Captain Mark, in Labour, economic policy is a slow burn. It takes a while, but in the end, it benefits the country, e.g. superannuation. Oh yeah, like I'm I'm not arguing that it's not going to be a slow burn, but like this is not going to impact anyone and housing prices and young people in the next, 5 years. The lag time on this one is fucking huge. Someone's going to have to do it. I get it. Negative gearing is now unpopular. Somebody's going to have to do it. But it's not a solution. It's not going to help people in the short term. There's only one solution for that. No one will say it, though.
Equity between the generations. And so what we can report this morning is that in next Tuesday's budget, there will be changes to negative gearing and the capital gains tax discount, because the way they're set at the moment is they really do provide incentives to investors. So it seems by moving on this, the government is trying to improve, I guess, the chance of a first home buyer to be able to compete with investors. But look, especially on negative gearing, it would amount to a broken promise for the Prime Minister. He did rule that out during the election campaign last year. So we're really starting to see that messaging changing. The Treasurer yesterday was asked about this. He said the best way to build trust is by making the right decision at the right time. But as expected, the opposition is quick to criticise this. We heard from Jonathan Dunniam this morning saying it will really undercut trust, and also pointing out that by taking away some of these incentives for investors, it could end up hurting the rental market. Now, some of the finer details about the changes to negative gearing, trust, capital gains, they will be part of the budget next week, such as if there's carve-outs and things like that. So there still is more detail to come in this space, Gemma.
And Evelyn, the government has announced that it is winding back the popular fringe benefits tax exemption for electric vehicles. How will that work?
Yeah, essentially this is a tax benefit to people who buy a car through a novated lease, so through like a salary sacrificing package through their workplace. But what's happened here is it's become so popular that it's costing the government so much more than it expected, 10 times more than was forecast. So the government is looking to progressively wind that back. It'll begin not till April next year. And first off, cars that are above $75,000, not cars that are sort of tagged as luxury, they're different, but EVs I'm talking about here above $75,000, they won't get as generous a tax benefit. And then after 2 years' time, so once we get to 2029, it'll be all cars in that EV space, again, through the novated lease, through the salary sacrificing. So Energy Minister Chris Bowen says that he doesn't expect it'll, really take a big hit on electric vehicle purchases. He still wants that to continue, but he says this is a sensible measure to sort of keep those incentives on the table to try and get more people to buy EVs.
The reason why is that they put in these moderate policies in case the coalition gets in, and it wouldn't benefit them to get rid of it. So it's too radical. It could get dumped and it's all over. Negative gearing and CGT should never have existed. I need to build ASAP. That's why it becomes part of the country, and axing it would seem like an extreme move, make it part of the country. So it survives the long run. Did Labor in SA promise building grants at the last election, Dilemmas? Yeah, tax breaks for people who can afford a $70,000 new car on a novated lease. Come on. Salary sacrifice. That was a bit of a nothing burger. It was, wasn't it? Like, we already knew this. Like, we've heard people talk. I thought they were going to give details about, like, how the CGT will be different. Because people always game that one massively. They're just like, oh, if you stayed in the house for the first 6 months kind of thing, then you don't play, like, CGT in the same way as if you had just rented it out the whole time. I thought they were going to get down to no, this is how we're going to run capital gains now, etc., etc., etc. But, like, no, they have no idea. That sucks. That was a bit of a nothing burger. Yeah, I thought she was announcing some commitment, not just hot air. They're lame. Labor had one dumb ad showing a young couple who bought a house using the 5% scheme, and Mally put a hard hat on a couple of times and rent public land to developers for 1 year. Haven't been in the chat to check But plug if there's new peeps. Oh yeah, thanks. 4AS. It's been a while. Yes, if you're watching this and you haven't already and you're on YouTube, make sure you hit the like button, please, for more. You subscribe to if you're new here. Follow on Twitch. Here is the link for Discord. This is where we share our propaganda. This is where people write outrageous stuff in the chat. They can't get onto normal chats because it's too edgy. And here's the Patreon link if you haven't already. For God's sakes, do yourself a favor, do me a favor, and go over to Patreon, please, and become a free member so I can put you on an email list. So when I go, like if something happens, I really actually need to get you a notification, not through fucking an algorithm, just because it goes into your email, your inbox. It would be nice. So like, do me a favor, do yourself a favor, get onto Patreon, free member, and I can get you on an email list, please. At least we're finally catching up here in WA. Just announced that we're finally abolishing no-cause evictions for renters. Wow. Protecting renters? Interesting. But I will give Premier Malley credit. He did come out and say SA won't be changing our gun laws or going in on the buyback. Oh, God, he must have got your vote then, right? Do you do anything for the paid Patreon tiers? Like, yes. Like, I'm supposed to. I send them my love. Like, I am actually supposed to, like, make videos and stuff, like a special video. But I haven't done that in a while. I've been a bit loose with that. And, like, there's, like, a higher tier that no one's ever taken up before. And I have offered stuff on that as well. But, like, I don't think anyone's ever taken it up. So I haven't had to do anything with that. But again, like, it's not like, honestly, I just want people, I can get access to your email so I can get stuff to your inbox, if that makes sense. Because yeah, notifications don't work, it would seem. Not everyone gets the notification, etc., etc. Even Discord, like, people probably get like 1,000 pings and they don't like check it. So email lists help a lot. Same time, though, they also allowed landlords more reasons for evictions and refused to cap rental increases. So, baby steps. I'll do it, but I want videos of you doing a ray gun dance. Fuck. No promises. No fucking promises. I'll think about it. Grew up east, live in north now. I didn't vote for him. I know you didn't either. All right, that was fucking lame. That was non-eventful. I do want to have a look at this, though. Apparently, it's Albanese's year anniversary. Oh, it's not. I don't have to say that, do I? Anniversary after winning last year. Let's see what he has to say for himself, shall we?
Prime Minister, thanks for your time.
Hey, good to be with you.
Let's get straight to the budget. You've said this is one of the toughest that you'll be handing down. Just how much has it had to change just in the past couple of months?
We live in an extraordinarily challenging time, and the circumstances around the war in the Middle East is having an impact here, and how it ends is still uncertain. Mm-hmm. So that, of course, has meant that we've had to frame the budget later than usual, and that there's an element of uncertainty there.
Dance for me, lefty. Hey. You like that capital money, don't you? As long as it's capital money and it's helping produce more capital, that's the type of money that I like. Not that dead money that does fuck all. No, I like capital money for sure. She'll slap him with copyright claim or something. Hey. Yeah, if I fucking dance like Ray Gun, I'll get sued. Outrageous.
Going forward, but that's politics. You have to deal with immediate challenges when they're thrown at you, but do so in a way which looks towards the future, which doesn't take you off course.
All right, well, we're widely expecting changes to housing tax breaks in this budget. Your government hasn't really dampened expectations. You're sort of framing it in the context of tackling intergenerational inequality. But how important, or I guess, like, how much of a risk is there in tackling intergenerational inequality if you break an election commitment, particularly negative gearing?
The really core principle of my government is no one held back, no one left behind. I want Australia to be a land of opportunity for the future. And the truth is that young people feel like they're not getting a fair crack at the moment. So any changes that we put in the budget, or indeed while we're in government, will be very much focused on those principles. So we'll see on May 12, and people will be able to judge whether that is in the national interest. I think it will be a budget of which I'm very proud, and the government can be proud as well.
You broke an election commitment on stage 3 tax cuts, and you've said that voters ultimately were on board with that. Do you think voters now are on board with changes to the capital gains tax discount and negative gearing?
Voters will make their decisions. My job...
I don't know. Like, what do you think? Like, I think actually people are pretty over negative gearing. Like, even people that have just, like, largely benefited, like, I'm trying to keep that as objective as possible, largely benefited from this scheme for so long. I think people are over negative gearing, like, largely. I don't know, maybe I'm reading the room wrong there, but I think people want to scrap negative gearing. They think it's a shit go. Does anyone have any thoughts on that one? I like drowning in tax, makes me hopeful for the future when my son tries to buy a house. Thanks, Uniparty. Yeah, you love that guy. Greens are the only decent people. I think the water is AI. He's actually holidaying in Hawaii. Uniparty. I think that in theory, people like abolishing it until they see the actual financial fallout in their investment and retirement accounts. But I hope it still cops the axe. Yeah, I think generally, like, yeah, left, right, wherever you sit, people don't like the idea of negative gearing anymore. Get rid of all negative gearing and all government subsidies in general. Yeah, fair enough.
And the job of the government is to put in place measures that are in the interest of the Australian public. Not necessarily to just make easy decisions, to do the hard decisions that are in the national interest. And my government has shown a preparedness to do that.
Would you give any assurances to existing investors? Is the government looking to quarantine existing property investments?
Well, we certainly, everything that we do is focused on those immediate needs. We understand that people are under financial pressure, and what we want to do is to hand down a budget that assists with those immediate issues, but also looks towards those long-term framework of how we set Australia up for the future.
So you would look to quarantine or grandfather some existing properties?
People will see the budget on May the 12th, and that's when we'll make our announcements. But we've worked really hard to make sure that people are looked after. We want to make sure that people who are under financial pressures are better off in the short term, but that we continue to build resilience into the economy, whether that's making more things in Australia, the economic transition that's occurring, giving financial support for people. That's why we've done measures already that will be coming through, like the halving of the fuel tax, like the tax cuts for every Australian that will come in on July 1, and the $1,000 automatic tax deduction as well, that will really assist low and middle income earners.
I wanted to ask you about a really shocking story from this week, of course, the alleged murder of Kumanjai little baby. Obviously, we have a community grieving right now, and there is a very complex set of circumstances. But I'm just wondering, it's shone a spotlight on living conditions in town camps. Do you think there would be value to hold an inquiry into town camps, the funding, the living standards, ultimately to make sure that kids are kept safe?
I think we know what the solutions are, and that's why we're contributing around about $4 billion for housing in remote areas.
Is that improving living standards, though, in these town camps?
Absolutely. If you give people are in town camps because they don't have access to enough housing.
Yeah, I'm not across this word either. Town camps, what the fuck?
remote communities, and that will make an enormous difference. It's by far the largest ever investment in housing in the Northern Territory, just like the investment that we have record in education, or recently the record investment in hospitals as well that we've put in place.
So you don't think there's value in holding an inquiry into these town camps?
Look, people will, at the moment, people are still grieving in that community, but we know that conditions aren't up to scratch. We know that governments of all persuasions need to do much, much better. We know that we need the full suite of measures to make a difference, whether that be housing, of course, is essential, the security that comes with having a roof over your head, or whether it's the way that we abolished the work program that essentially was pretty meaningless, and we've got now real wages with real training for Indigenous people, whether it be the increased health care that we've put in place as well, that's so important.
And PM, just to finish off, today is the first anniversary of your second election win. Do you think you have a third election win in you?
Well, that will be a matter for the Australian people, but I'm certainly motivated. I
can't stand when they always say that. That'll be up to the voter, to the punters. Just answer the question. Come on. Come on. AUKUS was the coalition's fault. Read 1. They've put us in between a rock and a hard place with AUKUS. You're trying to pull out of a $400 billion deal with the military-industrial complex and live to tell it. Town camps is like multiple families in one house kind of thing. Poverty. Okay. Kali Waioti in the house. How you going? I think town camps are like designated Indigenous residential areas. It's very, like, talking about wording, very interesting. I know the word, I just don't know why it's a topic, just because of the events in SA right now, and where we're talking negative gearing, and I don't know why all the extra funding is getting funneled. Yeah, it is a peculiar question to ask in light of what this interview is supposed to be about, but like, it's very topical at the moment. Sounds like a socialist version of the company town. Alice Spring town camps, officially called Alice Spring Community Living Areas, are Aboriginal communities within the town of Alice Springs in the Northern Territory of Australia. Their origins vary. Many were originally designed to accommodate people visiting Alice Springs from remote communities, but for many, they have become a permanent and often generational. There you go. There you go. Now you know. Now you know. All right, there it is, ladies and gentlemen. There it is. All right. We are going to have a quick break now, and then we're going to be back with some more. So don't go anywhere. If you haven't already, make sure you hit the like button on YouTube. And, yeah. See you in a moment. All right. We're back. Looks like people are having a robust discussion about AUKUS in the chat. Good old fucking AUKUS. I say betrayal because I expected more strength to forge change, especially in their second term with higher mandate. It's been so disappointing. Solar panels are very cheap at the moment. There's a series of discussions going on here. All right, so bear with me. I would like to continue our little investigation on the whole Aussie gas situation. If you haven't been here, we spent like 2 days now, or like 2 afternoon sessions, let's say, going through Carl Stefanovic's podcast with regards to special guests, Punter's Politics, and what was the senator's name? Susan McDonald, I want to say. And so we spent like 2 sessions now watching these two duke it out, these political heavyweights. And like surprisingly, Punter's Politics got owned in that conversation, let's just say. It was called a debate, but it was a civil conversation. And so, yeah, we watched Carl fail to be a mediator at all. And we watched, Punter's Politics struggle to actually sound convincing. Like that Susan McDonald, like she was just seething of someone who is just completely sold out to gas lobby interests, let's say. Like she was just oozing, like she had all the talking points. She was just like, the way that she presented was so smug and self-righteous, and she was cutting him off and being a real douchebag. And like Punter still looked like he struggled in that conversation. Like he had interesting talking points, I guess you would say. He's got his own little fucking script that he has to stick to. But like he got owned by a politician who basically took on like kind of a strict mother role. And he looked like a bit of a child getting chastised by his unloving and overly restrictive mother. And it was just like, it was difficult to watch at certain times. So I'm not sure if you were there for that ride, but we spent a bit of time on it. And so like, I want to continue looking at this great gas debate, because people had I guess their sights set on the budget, including the 25% gas tax that Punters, the Australia Institute and Pocock have been pushing. Captain Bucket Punters is a teal shill. Eh? He got played on both ends. Yeah. She brought back my mummy issues. It was like that, wasn't it? And he was struggling with it. Maybe he's had a fucking overbearing mother in his life. He just didn't handle it at all. The gas debate. Hey, we want some of this capitalism. What did we call it yesterday? It was gas baiting, I think it is. Gas baiting. But it's an interesting discussion if you haven't been paying attention to it. I can't believe you have, Jag. That's crazy. He got played on both ends. He did. But it was a painful conversation to watch. But from what we can understand from the situation, or from what we've seen so far, is the Greens, I guess you would say, and maybe the Independents. I felt bad for him. Poor little Conrad. Hey, I'm so sick of the gas debate. Look, it's not that fucking fantastic, is it? It's not the silver bullet that certain people are making it out to be. It's just gonna fucking be this grand solution to all of Australia's economic problems. And it seems to be a clash between different sections of our capitalist classes. We've got the gas industry and their interest groups that like are obviously pushing this, like pushing their own agenda, and they don't want to be taxed too much. And then we've got another section of our capitalist class, like people that are in iron ore or in coal, and like they seem to want to throw the gas industry under the bus, and they're helping fund this campaign through the Australia Institute. Very, very interesting stuff. That you have one section of the capitalist class fighting another one, and like openly advocating for other capitalists in Australia, other billionaires, to be taxed more. It's really, really strange situation. You don't see this often. But like, yeah, it would seem that this debate is not as clean as people are making it out to be. Like, it's been presented to us by someone like Punters Politics as like, this is just common sense. It's common sense for the average punter. We're getting screwed by gas, right? And we just get 25%, like, you know, the economy will be back on track. Like, you know, the debt will be cleared and everyone will be fucking living in a Norwegian utopia. And like, it doesn't seem to be that clear cut. It seems like there are many other factors going on here. One of them being fucking global diplomacy. And right now, thanks to what we were investigating at the start of this stream, thanks to fucking Trump and the boys fucking up the Gulf, we're in a precarious position at the moment in Australia where we can't get fucking fuel. And so we do have to suck up to Asian countries in the region, particularly it would seem Malaysia, South Korea, Singapore, and Japan. And we have to suck up to them, basically go hand in hand and be like, look, you know how we had agreements about you continually refining our oil for us and then letting it go down through the chain to get to us? You know how Asia's in a fuel crisis at the moment? Well, like, we're hoping that you would still continue to provide us with said fuel. And in the meantime, you've got fucking the Australia Institute and Conrad, or whatever, he's Punters, and Pocock in the background being like, no, fuck them, tax them, like, kind of thing. And like, if Japan doesn't like it, then they can fucking suck it too. Like, it's nuts. Like, I'm all for telling other countries to suck it and suck it hard. But it would seem like at the moment, this is a very dangerous tactic. And it's like the timing on this one is not great at all. We should be actually rather careful about how we play geopolitics right now if it means that Australia might be cut off from its fuel supply. So like, this is way more complex than like people are making it out to be. Like, again, if we just tax these cunts 25%, we'll save the Australian economy and we'll all be laughing. But it does seem like it's gas tax give America first vibes. Very interesting that you've pointed on that. It's definitely our MAGA equivalent. But isn't it interesting that our MAGA equivalent is coming from like the Greens? They're sponsoring our MAGA movement. Can't we tax gas like Norway does? Maybe because we ain't Norway. True. Fuck diplomacy. I'm black pill. Just do something for the average person. Fair enough. Well, if the government subsidized EVs, we wouldn't be that reliant on oil. Well, apparently they do subsidize EVs. But like, we were just watching, they're going to take that away now. So like, yeah. Isn't China buying up your mining companies? China is apparently investing in our mining, as well as Japan. And so we have Chinese and Japanese companies that are investing in our mining infrastructure, but like, it's largely like transnational companies, like Japanese and American and British companies, it would seem, that are controlling the actual gas. Like, they're in charge of mining it and taking it out of the country. But whereas like, yeah, China is like in using companies to invest in said infrastructure. So they got a stake in it. They got a massive stake in it, but like, they're not the companies that are bringing it to the global market, it would seem. Shell is an evil global citizen. Yeah. There's always danger though. There's never good timing. That's a fair point. That's a really fair point. Like for a gas company, like there's never a good time to be taxed. Am I right? Hey? But like it would seem right now that this is key to negotiations. Kelly Wody, it's funny you say that, Dilemmas, because I was thinking about what you said about Canberra being out of touch yesterday. And I remember that in 2030, they're going to make all sales of new cars only EVs in Canberra, the Canberra bubble. And then ship the ore to China for refinement and battery production, then sell it back to you. Yeah, but like that's basically what China does with everything around the world for everyone. They like take raw materials from everyone and then make them into shit and then sell them back to the world supply chain. So like it's no different, I'd say, with our resources. It's not just fuel we make from oil. I'm reliant on oil to feed my house, my family. No oil, no plastic. No, sorry, just tax them and let the market either adapt or let them leave. And if fuel price crashes, our market, good. I had a little rage moment when I read that, Carly. I was not happy. I think we could be braver. Why does it have to be 25%? Could it be less, like 5 or 10%? Better than nothing? Interesting. Very interesting. Yeah, where do they get the 25% from and why exactly this number? And this is the thing, like there's a lot of questions about this around this campaign. Where do they come up with this stuff and why? What is this about? And like you had that Susan McDonald senator being like to punters, being like, she said it to punters. She was like, look, this is more than that. You've picked 25% because your long game ambition is to destroy the mining sector. You greenie, you fucking hippie, admit it. And he's like, no, I just want to get more money for the Australian people. And she's like, admit it. It's 25%, then you'll shut down the mining sector and you'll kill small businesses, won't you, you asshole? So like maybe that's why they've got 25%. It's not about like actually revenue raising, sarsaparilla Jane. Maybe this is just about a covert operation by greenies in Australia to shut down the entire mining sector, one export tax at a time. So 80 mil to kill people rather than helping Aussies. England banning smoking for people born from 2008 as well. Oh, okay. America will be dumping their nuclear waste on our soil under AUKUS. Lovely. Lovely. The MAGA-esque gas tax gives credence to horseshoe theory. Ha! That's a savage realization, that is. Coconut oil, olive oil. Yeah, no difference in America or China in that regard. Perhaps it's equivalent to other countries who do it. They get 25 because no way does it. Vapes, you mean? Ciggies? No way. We can't grow coconuts, avocados. We can't grow, and drill. We could have all the oils. Check the news. They banned it for people born after 2009. Oils and oils. If you wring out your hair daily and you have a whole cup of oil, you can have a whole cup of oil in about 5 to 10 years. Thank you. It's good to know. At least they aren't paying 300% tax on smokes like we are. Hey, Nixon forgot the smokes. Yeah. Anyway, this is the debate at large, it would seem. It's the gas. It's people that are aligned with gas fighting with people that seem to be aligned with, the Australian Institute, which is funded by another section of the billionaire class, and they're fighting each other over a gas tax. It's a very peculiar situation, but I think it really encapsulates like what the current popular or the current common sense is in Australia, which is we have resources and we're getting screwed. We're getting screwed by transnational corporations. And like, why don't we get a fair shake of the sauce bottle? And so like that sentiment is like kind of something that everyone can get down to. It's just, I find it really unfortunate that it's not being used to mobilize the masses into some, revolutionary cause or something like that, like to change the political system and to get kind of, to get working people to claw back some wins. Or to change legislation, potentially even the constitution or something like that, to ensure that we have rights. But like that sort of that feeling that people have that we're getting screwed over under this economic system is being used. So two sections of the capitalist class can fight against each other. So, and say, no, he should be taxed more. No, don't look at me. He should be taxed more. Don't look at me. And so like people are like, yeah, fucking tax them all. And like I just feel like we're getting played here or distracted from something. So let's have a look more at the great gas debate in Australia, and like see if we can get something out of this. Because like it's still very suspicious to me, all of this. Very suspicious. Who even smokes these days? Just chew nicotine gum like I do. It's cheaper and you're higher off it. Oh my God. If you think there's no difference between US and China, then don't be surprised when you get the same treatment one day, because I can tell you now that is not the case. Ironically, the gum makes me cough. What does your car run on? Me. Wrings out hair one last time and starts car with foul smell. Just the goal of trying to ban it is my problem. You have far more animosity towards the US than we have towards you, and it is your more peer economies that are fighting you. I run my rodeo on the smell of an oily rag, still more cost effective than an EV. Because we're harmless, mate. We are chill as fuck. We are your lapdog. You guys are dodgy as fuck. Yeah, it feels like a distraction. Can't place my finger on why or what for, but just a gut feeling with this one. Yeah, I know. There's something. The US has historically used us as a plaything at their convenience for a very long time. All right, let's have a quick. I want a critique, okay, of punters politics here. And like, has anyone come across this? Like, maybe this should be something for fucking Far Right Fridays or something. But like, has anyone come across this channel, The Other Side? Gas bags, The Other Side. There might be a case for slightly higher royalties, but our panel explains clearly with data why it calls for 25% upfront royalty from the $1 billion renewables lobby. The Greens, the Australian Institute, are really about shutting down gas. I knew it. They're trying to get rid of fucking fossil fuels. Who would have thought? But yeah, has anyone heard of The Other Side? We're going to have a look at this. Still imagining a dolphin pops out of the water and gets the PM. A dolphin took hold. Yeah. That's the mystery solved. All right, let's do this. Let's do this. All right.
Last week on the show, we discussed the ongoing campaign.
Oh, I think we've seen this guy before, actually. I think maybe Dilemmas. Maybe you've you told us about this guy before. The Other Side. So you know it? Oof, The Other Side. All in for Is Not Real. Oh, lovely.
Campaign by popular social media influencer Conrad Mikulski, the punters politics guy, to get a 25% tax applied to all gas extraction in Australia, calculated not on the profits, not on the bottom line, but on the value of it when it comes out of the ground.
There's a lot of love for this dude. I hate this cunt. I think FJ did a live stream reacting to this idiot. I've used it as a right-wing example. Okay, fair enough.
Top line.
Like, genuinely, I shouldn't be here. Punters politics exists because I spoke about this issue and regular Aussies went, yeah, this doesn't only pass the pub test, this is outrageous, and we've been sold out.
Conrad got asked along to a special Senate inquiry into gas taxation that was set up by the Greens senators with the support of Labor last week. He's a former high school teacher, but was for some reason given almost an hour of FaceTime with the senators. Now, he says it's because he represents ordinary Aussies, and that's
so
fine.
good, isn't it? He's a fucking school teacher. They let him talk to senators? This is outrageous. What do they call this? They have a name for this, right? Don't they? Huh? Like democracy or something like that? Letting people talk to fucking elected representatives? It's so good. Conrad, comrade, communist. Oh, there's a joke in there somewhere. Come on. Hey, for some reason. LOL. How dare they? Oh, man. But he's wearing a t-shirt at an inquiry. Poor form.
But the last time I looked, he has a decent following, but they're mostly young anti-fossil fuel types. And as we revealed on the show last week, Conrad is very aligned with
This guy is Sky on crack.
political party who set this inquiry up, the Greens. The Greens are very linked to a left-wing think tank called the...
He's a communist. Hey, I like that. I see what you did there.
Australia Institute. And the Australia Institute supplies all of its research to Conrad for his social media posts. Now, we don't know which way around these relationships work, but they're all very closely intertwined. Now, punters politics is hugely popular. So I got absolutely slammed last week because when you put the counter-argument to his, you look like you're defending the gas industry, and nobody likes the gas industry. Yeah. I can cop criticism, but I really hate it when people say, you're being paid for by the... insert, whoever's story we're telling here. We are not, but I can't prove that to you. I can only try to report the facts as I see them.
Why not?
We're just doing...
Why can't you prove that to us? Give us your tax returns, you douchebag. Do it. Do it. I think it's more Sky on ketamine. Not those young anti-fossil fuel types. I see him every day out there smoking their marijuanas. So good. That's saying a lot because Sky's absolutely already on crack. Fuck ground news and the gas industry.
Our best here to get the facts and get to the truth. Now, a lot of people commented to us last week, why does this matter? I don't care about who Conrad gets his info from. I just want gas companies to pay their royalties and their fair share of tax and not rip us off. Well, it matters because of this. If Punters is getting all his info from the Australia Institute and they are linked to the Greens, then we're all being sucked into a PR campaign.
They're linked to the goddamn Greens, eh? Apparently they're linked to other places too. They're linked to billionaires as well. Like, is this true? Is this true? Twiggy is a donor or something like that to the Australian Institute. Like, what's going on there? And why are the Greens in bed with fucking large capitalists? Linked? Ha ha ha. Saying companies will leave is dumb. Yeah, I'm sure they won't be another company that wants to extract billions in revenue.
Not about increasing gas taxes and making Australia better and richer. It's about shutting down the gas industry. It's actually published Greens policy.
Yeah, I thought Twiggy was backing the Australian Institute. And, like, what's going on? That's why I keep saying, like, it seems like this is a clash between capitalists. For some reason, there's like, even Clive was pushing it as well. Remember we saw that ad? Clive Palmer backing a 25% tax on gas? Like, what the fuck's that about? Why are we feeding a war between capitalists? And then he's just like, it's the fucking Greens. I knew it. Unless they're fucking happy to, the enemy of my enemy is my friend kind of thing. At the moment, they're taking a strategic partnership with a bunch of resource capitalists that they fucking, like, morally object to. They're going to fight with them and push their agenda to bring down the gas lobby, then turn around and take out fucking Clive Palmer and the rest of Australia's billionaire class. I don't get this one. I have nightmares of Rowan Dean. He looks 100% like a guy at work I had a beef with who attempted to slash my tires. I don't think Rowan would. There's a lot of interest groups linked. I'm sure it's got nothing to do with the individual study results being swayed in any way at all. Goddamn watermelons have revolted. Dilemma's Julia Gillard is making bank with her renewable company. Nothing to see there. No longer green on the outside and red in the middle. Trash the planet, support the people fucking it up. That's how we got here. Clive is back in gas tax form. Is this the final boss stage of Clive? No, it's just another level. It's not the final boss stage. Something else is going on here. Well, she fucked women with the gender identity change in the Sex Discrimination Act. Thanks, me, Julie. You would be surprised how many people in Labor hate Julia Gillard. Don't you care about the koalas?
Want oil and gas finished, and that would not be good for Australia. The Greens' stated policy is a complete end to oil and gas completely. This Senate inquiry was organised by the Greens, and it was chaired by the Greens Senator Steph Hodgins-May. And she was very excited about hosting Punters Politics' Conrad Michalski, who appeared sitting right alongside Richard Dennis, the head of the Australia Institute.
I now welcome representatives of the Australia Institute and Mr Conrad Benjamin from Punters Politics. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today?
Dr Richard Dennis, co-CEO of the Australia Institute. Mr Conrad Michalski, head chairman of Punters Politics.
He is funny, head chairman.
Conrad Michalski. I wonder why he doesn't use his real name. Like, I thought his name was Conrad Benjamin or something like that. I don't know, maybe for marketing purposes. It's not a good look, maybe. What's this censored? He's crackers for frackers. Interesting. Yeah, I wonder if that's why. Michalski? Is he covering up his heritage there? You will be sorry when Clive's Jurassic Park opens up. Yeah, this is why we need fucking billionaires, because they're going to open up Jurassic Park. That's what you do when you've got all that money, right? You invest in dinosaurs. You'd be surprised how little I'm surprised that Labor hates itself, LOL. True, she's right in it. Same with Wong. I don't care about that. I hate her because she got rid of my beloved Kevin. How dare she? Remember when Mark Latham was the leader of ALP? Oh my God. Yeah, that's pretty fucking crazy, isn't it? All right, back to it.
Okay, so just to recap on all this before we get into our panel today, the Greens want to shut down the gas industry. That's their policy. There are very close connections between the Greens and the Australia Institute Research and Think Tank nowadays, and you can check out our show last week for that whole story. And the Australia Institute is the main source for all the research and info that Punters Politics' Conrad Michalski, who also uses the name Conrad Benjamin, sometimes uses, right? Now, as I said, we don't know how all these relationships work, but they're very interwoven, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with any of that, except that the Greens want to end the gas industry, and the Australia Institute claims it just wants to put a big fat tax on them. But what if what they really want is not a big fat tax, but a big fat tax that will shut them all down? Okay, hope that makes sense. That's our background. The question that we want to answer today, with the help of our three special
guests. Just remember, everyone, chuck Kevin behind the shelves. Spectre of Rudd will haunt you forever. Hey, look, I have him there every day. Okay, if he fell and tripped while I was fucking working, that's not my problem. I can't get behind that bookshelf right now. I swear to God, I had nothing to do with it. Hey, I've even got it on camera. It wasn't me, man. He jumped behind the shelves. I think he saw the spectre of Mao coming. He's lying about his name. Look at how evil he is. But like, it's weird though, isn't it? Why the fuck would he, Punters Politics is, if that is your real name, but like, why would he change it from Conrad Mikowski to Conrad Benjamin? Like, does he just want to be more Aussie or something like that? Like, he really is just all marketing, this guy. Punters, 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 punters. Tripped and fell. I bet you say that about all your victims. Hey, she tripped and fell. No more questions. But he did. You saw it, bro. I was like, what the fuck was that noise? And then Kevin Rudd was gone. Just like that. I swear, it's the spectre of Mao. He's a communist spy. Oh, man. I mean, nothing has truly been said. I'm trying to understand this 25% gas tax. How does this really work? Okay, so from what I understand is that we have a taxation system at the moment, which allows people to write off all of their expenses before they pay any tax on like the gas that they mine from this country and take and sell on the global market. And so because of that system, they just keep writing shit off and saying that they haven't made any money, so they don't pay any tax. And so to get around that, people are proposing to have just a flat 25% export tax. So if you export gas out of this country, it doesn't matter about all like the ins and outs of our tax law and stuff like that and your expenses. It's just flat 25%. You export the gas, you pay 25% on everything that you export. So like that's the situation. And like people are arguing over whether that's a great idea. Now all of these like kind of corporate shills would be like, no, you're gonna kill like investment in the country. There's so much sovereign risk. It's really scary, like kind of thing. And so like corporate shills are like that. And then you have, I guess the Greens, as this guy is saying, the Greens, the Australian Institute, Punters Politics, who is a political influencer, let's say, who was like, no, let's do it because, you know, we need to get money for the people, man. And then there's like the third option, people like, I don't know, I guess people in this stream, but like definitely me at the moment, who's just like, this is weird. Like when we have historically tried to talk about taxing resources in this country, like the entire media and all of the capitalist class has come down on anyone who's tried to talk about that and like tried to have them killed. And now all of a sudden, like the media is openly discussing the idea of a 25% gas tax. And like, it's just amazing. It's an amazing case study into how capitalism works when like titans of industry fight each other and they own a bit of media here, there and everywhere. They can talk about it, but we can't. So like, I feel like there's something else strange going on here. And there's like some other things that us plebs aren't allowed to know about. But I think the general vibe is like, hey, it's 25%, it's our shit. Then like, let us have it. Actually, taking out of your country is tax-free. You need to be paid tax for that. Yes, that's the vibe, Saint Chi. That is the fucking vibe. That's what everyone's talking about. Yeah, we've been getting robbed. Like, that's the vibe. So, like, all Australians, like, have this common sense understanding that we get completely fucked under capitalism. And so, like, everyone understands that intuitively as the working class. And so, like, it feels like, though, some section of the capitalist class is just cashing in on that idea that we all understand that we get fucked over. And so they're just like, oh, this will piss the people off. Let's go. And so they're fighting amongst each other and they're bringing us all along for a ride. And like, it's a good idea. Let's get tax revenue. But it's like highly contradictory knowing that the Greens and someone like Punters Politics, etc., 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 are also the people that advocate hard for the end of reliance on fossil fuels. So for them to turn around and want to make money off fossil fuels while also running their usual shtick about like combating climate change, like all of this stuff just seems really fucking weird. But like, you know, hey, Australians should get more money for their resources. I don't think anyone can object to that at all, Saint Chi. But like, that's the current situation. That's the long and the short of it, I would say. We import 80% of our gas. We are dumb. Every time Labor tries to tax resources, they lose the parliament. This country was built as a paradise for billionaires to exploit. And we have the power to change PMs, yet Labor is the... and they have the power to change PMs, yet Labor is still the villain. We pay more for our gas and power than any other country. Pretty good summary. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. That's pretty much what we've been looking at, right, for the last 2 days now. It's sickening at Captain Bucket. We are a tax haven for billionaires, and we, the people, are the highest tax population in the world. It's not adding up, I'm telling you. Like, this is just the fucking score with living in capitalism. And everyone's acting like we can just tax our way out of this. Like, I'm here to tell you, as a revolutionary, and this is why you should be a revolutionary too. It's a lifestyle, man. It's not a fucking policy decision. Like, it is actually a frame of mind. Like, I'm not asking you to fucking storm the Bastille here and get the guillotines out. What I'm suggesting to you, and you have to realize this, is that, like, taxing these pricks isn't the fucking answer. Like, it's a good Band-Aid solution on a pretty fucked situation. But this fucked situation has a name. It is called the mode of production based on capital. This is what capitalism produces. Situations like this, where, like, even sovereignty is undermined in the name of corporate profits. It's not just the working class that completely fucking exploited. It is also sovereign citizenries and the consumer class at large. And so, like, if you were truly passionate about, like, you know, wanting to rectify this evil, then you would be looking to also free ourselves from the system that continually creates these circumstances. And, like, while I'm all for Band-Aid solutions, like, it's not enough. Because, like, you know, we might get a win on the board with this, and, like, you know, everyone's going to be happy for a little while until there's another screamingly obvious example that we're getting fucked for our resources, whether they be, like, fucking resources in the ground or our resources as a labor force. Like, whatever it is, we were continually going to come up against this problem of how fucked we are getting until we make systematic changes. But, like, yeah, taxation policy. Let's tax the fuckers, eh? Come on, let's tax them a little bit more. Pretty good summary. It's sickening, Captain Buck, and I read that. You are not dumb, though. Free healthcare, though. We are educated, but not street smart. Why doesn't News Corp pay any tax? Not a dime over a decade too. No excuse for that. Trebuchets then? Come on. In all our holes. Yeah, we're getting fucked in all of our holes. Like, all the time. Okay? Can't say guillotine? Uh-oh. Gang fucked. We're also more bark than bite, more often than not. We just didn't have the nuts to stand up to the mining industry and tell them to leave if you don't like it. We just bend over instead. Yeah. The best way to stick it to the resource sector is to invest in renewables. It hurts their business. SA Labor has made it possible that it becomes 100% renewable by 2027. That's next year, ladies and gentlemen. Next year. Believe it. Big up our Adelaide.
Are we being ripped off by the gas industry as punters claims or not? So joining us, other side, a regular energy commentator and engineer, energy research writer for The Spectator, Substack and other places, Mr. Ben Beattie. Good to have you back, Ben. We've also got Graham Young, who's a regular on the show. He's the founder and executive director of the research and think tank, the Australian Institute for Progress.
I know you might not like American military might, but hey, you could be the world's greatest pirates, eh? Piracy. Making piracy great again.
The AIP, it's a liberal free market think tank. Its stated aim is to focus on solutions and research that's evidence-based and helps people make their own decisions on important economic and political issues, which is very relevant today. And full transparency and disclosure, I volunteer on the board of that think tank. And when I use Graham's research for a story on this show, I tell you about it. There's a tip, Conrad, old buddy, full transparency. Or I usually just drag poor old Graham in.
I don't know, man. Like, hasn't defending Conrad Benjamin, but like Conrad consistently says that he's taking his information from the fucking Australia Institute. I think he's pretty transparent about that one. Like, I don't know about that little dig there, bro. Majority of people are pro-capitalist centrist because they think that is being reasonable and unbiased. Yeah, even fucking, what's his name? Punters Politics. He called himself a capitalist the other day. Ugh. Why am I not surprised he's a member of a think tank? Yeah, I know. Can we have eye patches? I like a pirate costume. Would be cute. We have all the parrots here. They're also working so hard they don't have time to learn otherwise. Yes.
Him to tell you about it, so I don't have to work so hard. Welcome, Graham. Good to have you back on the other side.
Damien.
And very happy to have us joining on the line from Sydney for her second appearance on the other side, Freya Leach. Freya is known to many of you from her time at Sky News. She's now got her own show, which is fantastic, called Freya with the John Anderson channel. Freya, thank you very much for being here again as well.
Thanks for having me.
All right, Ben, I'm going to start with you, mate. In a nutshell,
Freya has got her own show. Shit, going on SBS feed to debate people about capitalism wasn't enough. Oh no, hey Freya, fucking calm down, Love Jeff. Hey, somebody shows a Sky News host. Love Jeff comes out of the woodwork. So good. The young lib herself. My kitten's name is Freya. You're going to have to do something about that, bro. No way. Freya has her own show. I smell a Far Right Fridays. Hey, Freya. Oh, my God. I wonder if it's true. Far Right Fridays. Freya. I hope you guys are ready to watch some Freya. Why, bro? Why?
Australia Institute wants a 25% upfront tax on the revenue, not the profit. Is it going to work, and is it going to bring us this $17 billion more tax revenue every year that the Australia Institute's been telling us it will?
Morning, Damien. Yeah, so that's a flat tax on the available sales money from selling all the gas.
Yeah.
It doesn't account for any of the costs of production. There's already a profits tax in place, but you have to have a profit to get there. So when we're talking about the cost of production, the $17 billion is just 25% of the total revenue before any costs are taken out, before any cost of capital is repaid, and some of these companies don't have that profit available at the moment.
So total revenue is $68 billion.
I love when they have these fucking slimy pricks that come on and they're just like, but the poor companies, they don't have an income. You know, they've been doing it all for free this whole time, spending billions of dollars on infrastructure, taking this stuff out of the ground, and they haven't even got a profit yet. And here they are still doing it anyway. Won't somebody think of the capitalists? Yeah, I know. These poor pricks. Like, we have a profits tax. It's just that they can't make profits. Oh my God, it's really simple. Seriously, you plebs wouldn't understand. They're just fracking for the love of it. Yeah, they just love fracking. That's what it's about. It's not like they have been exploiting our natural resources. It's out of the goodness of their hearts. So don't tax them with a revenue tax. Seriously, that revenue is in minus territory. They do charity service for the Australian people, seriously. So are you saying you don't want to watch John Anderson media regularly? Hey? Wait, Freya Leach? The one whose show went down in flames after she let the legend Ryan Williams on? Is that the Ryan Williams guy? Is that the dude with the bacon? Remember she got in trouble because she had some guy that was wearing bacon on him? How dare you bash someone for having a hobby? I assumed her career was dead. No, they're reviving it. Somebody think of the capitalist. This fucking bacon guy. Oh my god, that guy was fucking awful. Seriously, he seriously wore bacon. What a fucking knob, honestly.
They've just divided that by 4, 25% would be 17 billion. Whack that tax on them and everything should be hunky-dory. Small problem. The average profit, Graham, across the industry is 20 to 23% of revenue, according to the research I've done, over the last 4 years. If you look back over 4 years, because you kind of it gets very, very up and down.
Ryan Williams, a legend. Is it just because he wears bacon, or is he just because he is a goddamn legend for you? Waste of good bacon.
Years, but 20 to 23% is the average profit across the revenue. Now, if you put a tax of 25% on the revenue, and they're only making 20 to 23%, that's like a 100 or 110% tax on profit. The industry will shut down. Am I missing something really obvious here?
You're not missing anything at all, Damien. I did my own figures for 23-24. Woodside would lose, and it's the most profitable.
Anti-Muslim device. It was clever, but he milked it too much. Like, really? Like, were there Muslims around him? I thought he was just sitting in front of a camera with bacon on. It was kind of fucking stupid. Like, obviously trigger worthy. But like, was it really an anti-Muslim device? Was he surrounded by Muslims at the time? I can't remember. Speaking of bacon, I need some lunch. All his content, it's all way over the top, but funny. Like, why did she have him on there? But that just shows Sky News, honestly. We covered this. The only other gas producer in West Asia doing it for way cheaper than us. And yet my wage gets taxed over 50%? What? You get taxed at a rate of 50%? Jesus Christ. It's mental. Woodside is owned by Murdoch. Murdoch and Kerry Stokes shut it down. Murdoch? Then why the fuck are they letting this conversation happen? This is weird. The speech was true masterpiece. The interview came with his reels went viral. After his reels went viral. The bacon armor, just the cherry on top.
And it actually pays PRRT because its assets are the oldest on this regime. 2/3 of its profit will go. Shell, major multinational, 95% of its profits would go. Inpex, it would be into loss. Santos doesn't even make a profit at the moment, so it'd just be deeper into loss.
So these companies aren't going to hang around.
Well, they'll have to hang around for a period of time because all these projects have been financed on fixed contracts. So they have to actually work those contracts out with the overseas purchasers before they can shut down. But you're right, there'll be shareholders saying, what's the point of having all those assets there? Just write it off, clear the books, don't go back to Australia. It's not worth taking the risk. Let's find somewhere else where we can make the same amount of money or better with less risk.
And there are places they can do that. That thing you're saying, don't go back to Australia, that's what the economists call sovereign risk, right? This is this idea that you get a reputation around the world for being a place where you go set up a big, costly infrastructure thing that takes 10, 20 years. Government changes, laws change, and you're stuffed.
Well, we're already there because Queensland, under the Labor government, put what they called a super profits tax on coal mines in Queensland.
It. Santos doesn't make profit. Oh my god! So like, here's the golden argument this prick's got, right? It's just like, if they don't make profit, then they'll fuck off. And he just finished saying that there is a company called Santos who is actually not making profit. And so why haven't they fucked off then? Like, what's going on here, bro? Do you listen to yourself when you speak? It's just like, if we do this and we fuck them out of their profits, they're gone. By the way, they wish they could pay taxes, but they're not making any profits. So leave them alone. It's like, which one is it? You can't have your cake and eat it in this form of argumentation. Do they fucking make profits and stay, or do they not have profits and fuck off? Which one is it? I need to know. This isn't fucking squaring up here, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know how to make this work. Honestly. Yeah, they'll move on. Sure. No, initially there are over 100 taxes we get hit by. Oh, GST, income property levy. Okay, that's what you mean. Okay, I thought you meant your income tax. Like all the billionaires who left NY because of Mamdani. Yes. Yeah, and overtime and contracting, sometimes you get shafted even at 70 to 80K. South Oz and Northern Territory. Sent, but where's our cut? They won't fuck off if the gas exists in the ground. There we go. There we go. I'm literally incentivized by the government not to work more. Not sure how they expect productivity to go up. No, that's the responsibility of your business to care about productivity, not the government. Get the big government out of stuff. Remember dilemmas? Got to get the government out.
Up to 40%, highest tax in the world. And we've now got BHP and other miners closing their coal mines because they can't make a go out of it.
Yeah, nuts. Okay, Freya, you've got a new show, and I thought your explanation on the Petroleum Resource Rent Tax, the PRRT, which is a resource tax that's added later, but it's done on profit. That's on top of the company tax they've got to pay. I just want to play some of that because it was a really good explanation and summary, and then I'll come back and ask you to elaborate on it. Let's watch Freya.
If you just slap a basic royalty on production, like, for example, a flat 25% tax that the Australia Institute and the Greens are arguing for, you will end up taxing projects based on the volume or the value of what they produce, whether or not they are profitable, because a highly profitable project and a barely profitable project could end up paying a very similar rate of tax per unit produced, even though one is making massive amounts of money while the other is only barely viable. So the PRRT was designed differently. It replaced the old system of Commonwealth royalties for most offshore gas projects. Instead of taxing output, regardless of profitability, it taxes profits after upfront costs have been recovered. It takes 40% of a project's...
Imagine creating a fucking channel like this and just being like, I am going to just shill for major corporations. Like shilling for other people, fine. Like politicians, like, I don't know, people that just like directly want your services as a content producer. Like people that are trying to market through you because they want to sell you a new VPN or something like that. Like, fine. Okay. People got to eat. But like, what is she doing? Unless she's actually getting money from something like, I don't know, Santos or something like that. Like what decision in life do you have to make to go down this? Thanks, Freya. I trust what you said 100% true. That made total sense. This is a fucking infomercial. Shut the fuck up. Like seriously? Like what life choices has she made? Wait, I'm still confused. Is the PRRT the original windfall tax or the one Pocock and Conrad are pushing for? The PRRT is the windfall tax. So it's there to capture windfall profits. But like we never get them apparently because gas mining is just so unprofitable. It's hard to understand why these people do it in the first place. Like it is so unprofitable. It beggars belief why they actually set these things up. Like they're just really philanthropic, these massive corporations. They just set this shit up because they just love fracking. Unprofitable. Creative accounting, man. Hey, who would have thought, eh? People will haul themselves out for cashola. Yeah, like, but like, she must be on their payroll. Because if she's not on their fucking payroll, this is her existence. She's like, I'm just going to fucking defend them because they're fucking corporations. And I just love corporations. I just love them. I just love them. Ah, Freya, you're doing things to me. Yeah, you have a very interesting relationship that's going on here. You love getting off on this stuff. Eh? It just makes me angry. But for you, just like, you see it. You see it for what it is. And you enjoy it. You're sick, man. Anyway, I've got to check this out. Freya, John Anderson Media. Just remember, this might be something for Far Right Fridays. Man, I love corporations. They make me so warm and fuzzy
Taxable
inside.
profit. Now, the tax is designed so that it doesn't bite the hardest at the start when a company is spending billions getting a project up and running and taking massive risk. It is supposed to bite.
To my brain. They might take the revenue in dollars offshore and then never bring it back to Australia to be taxed. Oh, yeah, because they have to pay their parent company somewhere in a tax haven.
Once the project is actually generating strong returns, so as not to deter that initial investment from occurring.
So Freya, well explained
for
simple
thank
people
you.
like me there. Thank you for that. And this is the bit that punters politics conveniently leaves out every single time, right? Gas projects are not like ordinary businesses because they involve this huge upfront capital cost and massive risk.
Exactly right. These projects can cost up to $50 billion, and there's no guarantee that you ever make a profit.
Do we want to fact check any of this? Like, I'm just going to do it. Like, fuck it, man. Fuck it. I'm crazy. I'm just going to do it. Like, fact check loosely, obviously. The loose use of the word there. I'm just going to get an AI assistant to clarify something for me. I have heard the claim that offshore gas facility installation and setup to a point of full operation is or can be as costly as $50 billion in Australia. Potentially even counting things as associated infrastructure, labor costs, legal costs, all of the costs associated with setting up a facility of this nature. Can you verify where this $50 billion price tag comes from and whether or not it is accurate? Whoa. Don't go fact check it now. All right. I can't stand being lied to by a bimbo. Yeah, I know. Like, if anyone else lies to me, it's acceptable. But a bimbo? Come on. It's so insulting they think we are this dumb. Short answer, yes. $50 billion figure is real, but it comes from a handful of specific mega projects, especially Gorgon. Not a universal cost for all gas developments. The best understood as a top-end example. The figure is most strongly associated with the Gorgon LNG project in Western Australia. Early political estimates from 2009 put it around 50 billion based on its scale. The project's cost later blew out to 54 billion. Who would have thought, hey? Who would have thought? You know when they always complain about like governments when they do things like, I don't know, set up a new railway line or something like that. They're just like, government costs always blow out. The projects are never costed right in the first place. Hey, 50 billion goes up to 54 billion. Who would have thought? 80 billion depending on exchange rates. That's fucked. They made it one of the most expensive resource projects ever built globally. Wow, that's fucking mental. Okay. Is 50 billion typical? No, this is where the claim gets overstated. It represents extreme high end. Hey? You fucking woke chat GPT, you. Many LNG projects globally come in far lower, $10 to $30 billion range, depending on scale. Costs vary massively by project type. Remote offshore location, Barrow Islands logistics, environmental constraints, labor costs in Australia, currency fluctuations, project complexity. Interesting. All right. So 50 billion figure is real and granted in actual Australian projects. Mainly comes from exceptional mega projects, not a standard cost. Interesting. Very interesting. I want to nickname you Spanker, Spandonk. Maybe women are better when they stop talking. Can't deny it. In this case, LOL. Savage take there. I'm surprised no one responded to that comment there. Dilemmas. Dilemmas, God damn it. Just when you are making so much sense, you got to go and say that. Oh my God. Don't ask me. I'm just a girl. Let's go to the kitchen, make cookies for the boys. Well, or just like, let's make a channel and just suck corporations off, apparently. I'm just a guy in the world.
And in fact, the cost of production and the cost of capital to produce gas in Australia, some of the highest in the world. It costs about 4 times as much as it does to produce gas in countries like Qatar and Norway. So there is a reason the system is designed the way it is. If you just tax revenue, well, no one would invest because they simply would not make any money. So that's the reason we have the PRRT only tax.
I'm back in the shower. That's why you're not responding. Come on, he's had a fucking dig. What are you doing, Ravy? Out of the shower, quickly, back to the keyboard.
Taxing profits, and it is operating exactly as it was designed to do. When these projects are in the early stages of their lives and you're still recovering those huge billion dollar upfront costs, you're not going to be paying much tax. But
all right, stop. It said here this example she's talking about was from 2009. Not 2019, the early years. Like, what is this? Like, do they live forever? These fucking gas projects? The Gorgon project, for example, was initiated in 2009. When did it become fully online and operational? And how long is the lifespan of a mega project like this? She makes it sound like it's going to be around for thousands of years. Full investment decision 2009. First production 2016. All 3 LNG trains fully operating 2017. So you're looking at 7 years from the financial decision to first gas, 8 years to reach full operational capacity. It's expected to operate for 40 years or more. That puts the production life at roughly into the 2050s or 60s. So I guess it just depends how much they're going to pull out of the ground then. So what's that? Like, what's that? From 2009? No, let's not take it from 2009 because that's just when they made the investment decision. Let's take it from 2017 full capacity to the 2060s, let's say. Yeah, is that fair? So let's say what? 20? No, 20. What's that? Like 40 years. Is that right? 40 years? 43 years maybe? If it reaches the 60s? Let's say 40 years lifespan on that one. And so they're going to recoup the costs from like 10 years of setting up this facility, basically. Almost 10 years of setting up this facility. And so it's like almost been operational for 10 years now. It took from 2009 to 2017, so it took 8 years to get up and running. And it'll be 10 years next year. I wonder if they'll turn any profit from it. Chevron sites like this generate most of their revenue. So much they don't disclose per site. I don't know Abby, but she seems way better than this bitch. Okay, hearing this, leave your oil in the ground for future generations and don't let anyone take it.
But once those costs have been recovered and you do become profitable, then the PRRT kicks in and taxes 40% of your profit on those projects. So it's a very sensible tax and very understandable the way it was designed and introduced by the Hawke Labor government. But it's much easier to just get up there and talk about how we're all being ripped off. It's a very easy very understandable the way it was designed and introduced by the Hawke Labor government. But it's much easier to just get up there and talk about how we're all being ripped off. It's a very easy populist message to sell, but it's detached from reality.
It's so funny, like they really push the line that like when like people talk about like fixing a system where they feel like they're being fucking shortchanged by multinational corporations, transnational corporations, that's populism. When people feel like they should be getting some type of value from their sovereign, out of their sovereign like what, assets, whatever, like that is just rank evil populism. And the masses need to just get the fuck over it. Hey, bread and circuses. Just get back to watching the footy, you fucking idiots. Might not even need as much by then, possibly cheaper to extract and more expensive for the Middle Easterners to produce. The government should fund an only gas page, and we take subscriptions from the gas companies to show them home movies of gas drills going in and out. Oh my god. Hey, the message has been about coming together and stopping the violence, right? Let's start the convo with these two in Vietnam. Leave it all there. We don't know what damage we're actually doing. Gas is worse for us and the environment than coal is. We're so dumb. Read how suddenly the elite dropped the left-right paradigm and everyone is carrying water for cartels. That is a pretty fucking good call as well. Like everyone, the elite dropped the left and right-wing paradigm and everyone's just a populist for wanting to tax people for resources. Interesting. Very interesting. All right, whatever. Let's finish. Let her finish.
Yeah, and the PRRT is 40%. I think, is that right? It's of the taxable profit. So it's not a low tax. Let's have a look at the chart. There's a chart that you did on the PRRT, which I think we can put up now. Aaron, if we could do that. That's the one that shows, well, the one that the Australia Institute uses a lot to kind of criticise people or criticise the gas industry. But the blue line at the bottom there is the PRRT over the years, and we can see that it's around about $2 billion that's being paid in PRRT, and it hasn't moved much. But the red line is the revenue. The revenue's gone up. The PRRT hasn't. So what they're saying is, well, they're keeping the profit bit low.
If I can make a comment on that, Damien, the reason why there's that little line along the bottom is that's Woodside. They're the ones with the mature asset who are paying the PRRT. The others are still in the recovery phase. That's why it's going up like that.
Okay, so let's just be clear. So when you say mature asset, you mean that they're already past that phase of the early development where they're claiming back all that initial expense.
That's right.
Right.
They're paying about $1.5 billion. I mean, depends on the price of gas, but they're paying somewhere around that every year.
And that's Woodside, the Australia company.
That's Woodside, the Australian company, Australian shareholders.
Excellent.
Australian tax paid on everything they make.
And the other ones are the other companies are still in that early stage where they're trying to.
That's right.
Trying to get that.
And that's why you're seeing that ramp up, but it's not coming up. And they're pretending that it's a proportion, should be a proportion of the actual gas.
It's got to obviously be a lag.
It will be,
yeah.
But that's a lag.
And it'll be several years, right?
So the other thing that's missing from the Australia Institute's sort of shallow thinking chart is the cost of developing these projects, which is almost in direct opposite to the revenue. So they've got to spend that money a decade before they actually start making a profit. So all those years where they're employing people like me, I'm from the power and gas sector.
You're not.
I'm quite happy to
What are you
defend
doing
the
here?
industry that I work in.
No, you shouldn't be here. You gas shill, you.
And the other thing they don't show is company taxes, payroll taxes, all the other stuff that gets paid, the number of employees, which is in the tens of
Like
thousands.
any other fucking business, what they pay their employees, and they have payroll tax. Like everyone else that gets fucked over by that as well. No, say it isn't so. They have expenses. Like everyone. Oh my God. Give them a tax write-off, please. Recovery phase. Jesus. They're breaking it down per site instead of annual revenue. And you thought AUKUS would cost you money. These emperors, these mofos think they are saints paying payroll tax. I know, right? Look, and didn't you know that they actually create jobs in the meantime? Like they are not turning a profit, ladies and gentlemen. They're running at expense and they're still paying the other taxes that they should pay like everybody else. Like give them a goddamn break, seriously. Make a deal, drop payroll tax, but hit them with 50% tax. Make a deal.
So it's, like I said, the Australia Institute and Richard Dennis in particular, they push the, as Freya said, the populist message. I would call that shallow thinking. They like to focus on the taking part, which is they make the Norway analogies, etc. But I would say that they then on the giving part, which is the interaction with the government
That's
and the taxpayers.
how capitalism works, dumbasses. Yeah, you have upfront costs. You have capital costs. You have capital costs, and you understand that, and you weigh that up against future revenue, and then you come up with your profit margins. Then you come up, and tax is one of those constraints and factors. So like factor it in, buddy. It's part of doing business. We all have to expect it. We all have to expect taxes. Hey? It's fucking taxes are life, apparently. My God. The threat of being no more gas. Oh no. Nuclear is not efficient or safe. We have cheaper, smarter alternatives in endless supply. Fuck all infrastructure costs in comparison. That way, small businesses get a leg up as well. Everyone who matters wins. I always want to just hang out with you guys, but I'm procrastinating at work. I'll catch you later. Much love all. Kali Whitey, thanks for hanging. See you later. Good luck. Good luck. I have to go be productive. See you later. True, capitalism. You put up your own capital. It's kind of in the name. Hey, we don't want to take the risk. You take it for us. Yeah, you subsidize the risk, basically. Subsidize it. Imagine if all businesses started like that. Imagine if you started a fucking business and you were like, oh, it's going to cost me $200,000 to start up this business. Well, you know what, government? I'm not paying fucking a cent until I claw back my $200,000. Now, as the saying goes, like most small businesses don't turn a profit for like the first 3 to 5 years of their existence. And so like you would have all these people setting up businesses all over the place and just writing off all of their capital costs. And then just fold the business, start it up again. And then you just don't have to pay for a grace period at the start. Mr. E forgets that we're going into the great age of piracy. Where is the tax on that? Yeah, that's a good point, actually. Let's all just become pirates. What a BS narrative. Sorry, it's so risky. Might not get an investment back on a highly surveyed piece of land. What a BS narrative. 90% of hospo businesses do that, probably. Punters released a podcast breakdown of his appearance on the Stefanovic show. Oh, really? Hey? You wouldn't download a WMD. Maybe we have to watch what Punters has to say after his like he basically had the win in the bag. Like everyone on planet Earth supports him. And like, yeah, I wonder what he thinks of his performance on there. Punters released a podcast breakdown. Maybe we have to watch that.
They want to operate like Venezuela on that side of the equation. So
you wouldn't download
they just want to take
dolphin?
from everywhere and I think the evidence for that is their refusal to acknowledge the costs of the industry.
I would call it more than that. I'd call it deliberately misleading spin doctoring for a political goal. And I think we need to call it out. I started off feeling a little bit, punters is just doing a good. Now I'm really angry. After a week or two of looking at this stuff, I'm getting really, really annoyed that we are being taken for a ride by these people. Let's also look at some of the other things that the gas industry delivers to Australia, shall we? $22 billion in tax that they pay overall. We'll get into breaking that down in our next segment. There's the profits that Graham's mentioned for Aussie listed companies like Woodside and Santos. Profits of there's also the profits from the global tax gas players who are investing a little bit in Australia, obviously, and there's lots of Australians invested in those through their superannuation fund accounts. There's the industry itself and the jobs that are created from that. Australia can't manufacture anything competitively these days, thanks to the Greens and the left. So we need to be at least able.
Okay, it's a pretty good explanation / conspiracy as to what happened and why he wasn't fully prepared. Oh, okay. We have to hear his side of the story as why he got slammed by a fucking politician. I think she just fucking outdid him, honestly. You wouldn't steal a car. Hey? You wouldn't download a sex flotilla, though? We might, download a sex flotilla, though. He's bumbling. He's struggling.
To export our natural resources so we have some income as a country. And the industry employs 25,000 people directly, and it's about 80,000 when you include direct contractors and suppliers. So the gas industry says it claims that it's more like 215,000 jobs if you go further down the supply chain, but they're probably dressing it up a bit. Even if it's 80,000 or 150,000, it's still an enormous number.
No, thank God. Thank God for the gas industry. All right, let's have a look here. Just for the music, right? So they make it so cool. The ad makes it so fucking cool. That's not the intention, right? I'm sure. So good. So good. Torpine in the house. How you going? I just prepared some mac and cheese. He needs to do a rap over this banger. It's a fucking banger, isn't it? It's such a banger. Oh my God. It's so good. If buying isn't ownership, piracy isn't stealing. Yes. In our subscription economy, in the surveillance capitalist world we live in. Wait for the drop. Yes! It's so good. She cut him off constantly and made outlandish statements, then acted as she was wronged when he pointed her out on her bullshit. Thinking he lost meant you fell for the politicking. But that's the thing, though. Like, it doesn't matter. Because, like, she owned him. She played politician. She played politician super well, and he fell for it. That's the thing, though. Like, he had that debate in the bag. Like, everyone already supported his position by default. And he didn't make it. He couldn't sell it. He was already winning. I feel a peg leg coming on. There's some bias against him coming into opinions here at KK. Oh, 100%. I don't trust him. But like, man, no, bro, she played as a narcissist. Yeah, but like, he should have outsmarted that. She is a seasoned veteran of a politician. And like, it's very surprising that he didn't handle that situation. I think that's the main point here. Is like, she was always going to be a fully narcissistic psycho. And like, he already had the win in the bag. And he kind of just dropped the ball, unfortunately. Anyway, it's just he's not helping his cause. Me dancing to the ad. Opinions aside, Carl should have mediated better. Yes, he should have. How can you not trust a politician? Hello, you just don't like him. You have some intuition thing happening. Hey, he's talking to us. She's talking to the companies. No, he's not talking to you. And what did he say? You're just a follower. Hey, he dropped his punters rhetoric as soon as he wanted to gloat about how amazing he is. He's just like, I have 1 million followers. Listen to me. Why is she not listening to me? They're not punters anymore. They're just his collection of followers. Hey? So much for the punters. I'm also biased. So I pay him the win. And he wasn't rude. I don't think he was rude. She was definitely rude. But like she got under his skin. No, you're not a punter. You're a follower. Remember that. But yeah, she got under his skin. She played politics. And he let her get under his skin. All right, something else. Something else now. Not the other side, which apparently people don't even like. The other side. Say it ain't so. Say it ain't so. I wonder if we should find Hunter's one. Punter's podcast, is it? Is that what it's called? Let's see his actual response to this. Do Conrad's one. Yeah, okay. Oh yeah, here we go. The Carl Stefanovic debate breakdown. Why I won't do it again? Don't admit to that. Sounds like you've been defeated again. Stop playing up the fact that you were getting defeated. Own it, brother. Carl stitched you up, mate. It's everybody versus punters. Oh, man. See if he's honest about the interview. Yeah, cop it on the chin. Let's see if he does, right? I'm sure the Aussie accent isn't easy for the Americans. Yeah, I guess. All right, let's see how he responds to this. An hour of a response? That's longer than the original podcast. All right, fine. I guess I just read the interview way too well. It's pretty interesting to see unhealed trauma trick people into thinking narcissism is a winning tactic. This is what I've been trying to say. I think we're using different definitions of winning here. I think let's not use the winning word. She owned him, and like he had a really easy ticket to sell. Like all I'm saying is like she shouldn't have owned him, and so if she played like a dirty politician, he should have seen that coming. He definitely should have seen that coming. He should have had a strategy for that. I think winning is the wrong word here. Should have been prepared. Well, he's going to explain that, I think. So I'll shut the fuck up. And I'll let, what's his name? Conrad something Misinovich or something like that. I'll let him explain why he wasn't prepared. She played the Piers Morgan tactic and he wasn't confident enough on how you tackle it. And he's just living in the low, emotionally intelligent world where people can't see basic narcissistic behavior. And he came off like a loony lefty, despite being a capitalist. Self-described capitalist.
Idea Susan was going to be there. And I had no idea Susan was going to be there.
until she walked in the door 2 minutes before recording. Welcome back to the Punters Politics Podcast, the show that makes politics simple for the everyday punter like me, Conrad.
And like me, James. And each week, we dig into the stuff that politicians hope you don't notice.
Oh, Punter James.
Yes, Father Christmas.
This episode, let's just get down to it. I had a whole episode planned about capital gains and negative gearing and a big Puntamon battle that we can look forward to.
Right.
But then I was on the Carl Stefanovic podcast.
The Carl Stefanovic show.
Sorry, show podcast.
Yeah.
The Carl Stefanovic show podcast.
Yeah, big platform.
And obviously we're still playing catch up
Who's he
with the
talking
media
to?
harvest.
Is this a thing? He got Sam seated. What a nightmare.
That has come our way. So stick around. We're going to give a lobbyist war chest update, and then we're going to break down the Carl Stefanovic podcast. To be real specific, what really happened on the Carl Stefanovic show podcast.
Did you get a maths edit?
But first up, Punter James, they've been at it again.
Jamesh, just join the stream to hear this. Punters James is always off stream. Okay, rightio.
Now we got our new nickname. We're the Sticky Bandits.
Real special shout out this time to a new type of sticky bandit. Plug out of the way. Let's get down to business because we got a lot of business to take care of.
Right.
Punter James, this week, this last week, I was on the Carl Stefanovic show podcast.
Weren't you just?
And
we'd been angling for that for a little while.
We've been chipping away. We've been in the DMs going back and forth, flirting with each other. You've got an audience. I've got an audience.
Little neg here, little neg there.
Maybe we want to cross-pollinate. I know you want my audience. And it happened. So as you can see, the title right here is This Debate Gets Heated, Gas Tax and Who's Telling the Truth. They got a typo there.
So did he say he's going back and forth with Carl Stefanovic? Is that right? We're going to cross-pollinate? Or like somebody else?
Week.
Right.
Punter James, this week, this last week, I was on the Carl Stefanovic show podcast.
Weren't you just?
And
we'd been angling for that for a little while.
We've been chipping away. We've been in the DMs going back and forth, flirting with each other. You've got an audience. I've got an audience.
Little neg here, little neg there.
Maybe we want to cross-pollinate. I know you want my audience. And it happened. So as you can see, the title right here is This Debate Gets Heated, Gas Tax and Who's Telling the Truth. They got a typo there, actually. They've got a quotation mark instead of a apostrophe.
Oh, yeah, which is rich coming from the guy who's got Punters Politics still with an apostrophe in the punter's name.
That's true. At least it's correct grammar. This is not the story I'm trying to tell.
All right, sorry.
I tried to change it, but then it's like, give us your driver's license. I'm like, I don't have that.
No, I'm not changing that.
So we'll get around to it eventually.
Yep, so wild title, but that's true. It did get heated.
Yep, I would say it sort of got heated. Now, Punter James, do you want to know what really went on?
Sure, yeah.
I mean, I don't know whether to... Why don't you just give me your impressions? Like, we haven't spoken about this. You just tell me what's going on. Like, what'd you think?
I thought, and I heard this from a couple of mates as well, because they've naturally listened to it, watched it. Wild to put a 37-year-old young millennial.
Young, thank you.
I think so.
Thank you.
Millennial up against a 50, 55-year-old woman. It is such a funny dynamic. Just that on its own, right? That's funny.
That's funny. That's comedy.
From a comedic point of view, that's funny. Now,
well, like he did look like he was fucking getting owned by his mum a bit. So I guess that is a bit funny. What a fucking nightmare. Did he get scolded a few times by mummy? That's James. Okay. James has an awful, awful voice. Eh? Awful voice. It's awkward, not gonna lie. First comment. Wasn't she old? Is that what it says?
Read through all the comments on it.
Oh, did you?
But on
Never read
Carl's.
comments.
This guy, this James guy sounds like a Triple J intern who got the job through nepotism. 100%. 100%.
No, but I can't.
On
because
Spotify
it's not,
or on
It's
YouTube?
not about me. On Spotify.
I watch YouTube.
Yeah. It seems like 90% of people in all the comments agree with you. Like on this Carl Stefanovic
Yeah,
podcast, they still put it up.
But how do you think it? What's your summary? Quick 2-sentence sort of summary there.
Okay, hard listen. Whether you're on Conrad's team, Susan's team, or Carl's team. A very hard listen, weird format, but
bit of chaos.
The political maneuvers coming out Susan's wazoo were
Endless.
very, very good. And I
Sophisticated.
can understand why people might have been frustrated listening into it because you wanted to shut down political maneuvers as they were happening in real time. And I think you did a good job of pointing out these political maneuvers as they were happening.
Hard listen. He's not wrong. Hey, old James there. Hey, my God.
I did try to do that.
But as a listener as well, I'm going,
35.
man,
He's unk.
and they're just jumping in on each other so much all the time.
Yeah.
Which is a hard listen, I think.
Yeah. Not pleasant listening.
No, but this is where it's come to, right? Punters are annoyed that we're not getting an ROI on our resources. And I think what Susan did really, really well was, and maybe it's a political maneuver we'll get to, but she's hiding behind small business.
We'll come to that. We'll
Okay,
come to
good.
some of her maneuvers.
Yep.
Now, Punter James, I guess TLDR, you're like, rate me out of 10 on that performance.
I'm giving you a 6 out of 10. Yep. Susan, it depends what her job is. What's your job and what's her job there? Is her job there to shill?
Yeah, I know. A 35-year-old and a 50-year-old having a conversation. A 35-year-old, conversation there. Like, so what if he's 37 and she's 57? Like, is he not an adult? Can he not speak to fucking 50-year-old politicians? Apparently he got blindsided. Right. But, fuck it now. Can he not speak to a politician? I'm surprised he can sit down already after what Susan did to him in that room. Savage Govan, you fucking legend. Again? You've done this 3 times in a week, no more. Thank you so much, you fucking legend. I do appreciate it. Thank you very much. Merci. All the other words. I had a young buck try to pick me up at Foodland. Very similar vibes. I'm surprised he can sit down. No, I read that one. That was good. Bro, almost 40. Come on now. Owned by his narcissistic mum. Exact behavior. This is what I was trying to say, guys. Oh, man. Fucking crazy. Yeah, Wookie. Savage, bro. Oh, shit. So this guy bombed? I don't get it. Well, that's the thing. It depends who you talk to. KK will say that he didn't bomb. He was overtaken by someone who has narcissistic tendencies, and so we shouldn't be applauding the fact that she can get away with this fucking daylight robbery. But I get that. She shouldn't act like that. She shouldn't. But she's a fucking politician and a mega corporation shill. This is her bread and butter. And so, it's unfortunate, but this is what she does for a fucking living. But he had the perfect game. And he got kind of schooled by a mum. She was really mum handled him. Massively mum handled him. And so it's unfortunate that he got treated that way, but I don't know. If he has been spending so much time with the Australia Institute, speaking at Senate committee hearings, I just thought he would be able to just take it. She outplayed the game. It's like when Boomer tells you off, you don't go around and say that Boomer sure told you. You go, that Boomer was an absolute piece of shit and disregarded your voice. I really dislike the way we operate currently. It's so stupid as a society, yeah. He made good points, just the mediator was bad, and she had better tactics for interrupting, overspeaking, and getting the mediator's attention. Yeah, it was kind of set up, though, as well. Like, I'm still telling you, like, body language and positioning in these types of situations are fucking key. And she was sitting in front of him. So even if he tried to, like, override, like, she couldn't see him in her peripherals anyway. So, like, she was, yeah, maybe it was a setup. Who knows? I want to make it clear, personally, I think he said the right thing, but the police schooled him. If you are the average punter, I think it was totally understandable if you dismissed what he said moving forward. If he had better media training, he would have held his own. It was just an experienced career politician versus someone new to the game. If Cameron didn't know she was going to be there, he could have said no, but I bet he was way overconfident, thought he couldn't lose. If I get stuck, I would just yell Norway. Dilemmas. That's pretty fucking accurate, isn't it? Like, oh man. That's fucking hilarious. I wanted to smack my bitch up on that cow, but I also watched her in the Senate inquiry and knew how bought she was. She lied her ass off in that. Yes. Anyway, that's the long and the short of it, because you asked. And so, like, we're watching this guy kind of like lick his wounds at the moment. He just got a 6 out of 10 from his mate with the horrible voice here.
Shill
for
how well
for
did
the
she
foreign
do?
owned gas
But
companies.
you have to shill well enough to get the
job is. What's your job and what's her job there? Is her job there to shill for
how well
for
did
the
she
foreign
do?
owned gas
But
companies?
you have to shill well enough to get the punters on site.
Yeah, see, I don't think she got there. I'm probably giving you both a 6 because I think
Equal score.
Yeah, yeah. I
Well, the
literally
comments
think
don't
so.
agree with you on that one.
Yeah. Okay, you know who I'm giving more points to?
Mm.
And we'll get to this during political manoeuvres because I believe Carl has pulled off a brilliant political manoeuvre here.
Mm.
I'm giving Carl a 9 out of 10.
Wow.
We'll get to that a little bit later.
Okay.
Because I've got
So
some
you think
thoughts
my
around it.
performance was on par with Susan's?
Yep.
Harshest feedback I've gotten. Really? I was getting texts being like, good job, you smoked her, like, pretty good, etc., etc. Now,
yeah, see, I think in parts, yeah, definitely. In other parts, I think,
maybe he's
I
not
kinda wanted
licking
to-
his wounds at all. He thinks that he fucking smoked her. Oh, interesting. Hey, very interesting. Looks like there's a bit of narcissism all round here.
Hear her point.
Ooh, sorry, Carl's 2 out of 10 on that one. Sorry, I forgot Carl was there half the time.
So that you could rebut it better.
Would it surprise you to learn
that it was heavily edited?
No, actually,
okay.
no. Edit was fine. No complaints on. That's pretty much what happened.
Right.
Would it surprise you to learn that I had no idea Susan was going to be there until she walked in the door 2 minutes before recording?
You kidding? Really?
Would that shock you?
Yes.
Because
It would have shocked me.
And she walks in the door, so I'm like, "Hey, Carl, what's up?"
And here's the thing for punters that don't know: you've seen her at the Senate
She
inquiry
was,
the
she
week
ignored
before.
me completely. She didn't ask me any questions. She just sort of pretended I didn't exist. I'm like,
Yeah,
smart move.
But she was from the Nationals asking questions at the Senate inquiry
She
to
was-
people like Richard Dennis from the Australian Institute and others as well.
So I roll in, and then she rolls in, and I look at Carl, and I'm like, mate, this is stitch.
Every time he said punters, he lost half a point. He went negative. Like, it was really icing on the cake for me when he was just like, he called his people punters the entire time until he started to fucking get all uppity about his following, and now they're all followers. They're not punters anymore. They're just fucking beans that add to his social media empire. He uses punters like it's some omnipresent force that is never wrong. Dilemmas, seriously, you are on fire today. Some of the stuff you've been throwing out, too insightful. I think he did too, but I'm biased because of whose side she represents. When she should be for the... Yeah, that's the real fucking strange thing about this dichotomy. Who is she really representing here, eh? Not her constituents, that's for sure.
What's going on? I had she rolls in, I look at Carl and I'm like, mate, this is Stitch Up? What's going on? I had no idea. Is what? Where? Because as soon as I see her, I'm like, oh, it's on.
Yeah.
And then
shooting the shit with Carl is a very different conversation than debating the shadow resource minister.
Their number one shill pick. Out of the whole bench,
Yep.
it's like Matt Canavan would have done better. I would have been more tricky with Matt Canavan. He's a
Right.
smart guy.
Yeah.
Like I wouldn't really like it would
Is
be
this cosplay Canavan?
Yes.
Yeah, right.
Okay. Yeah,
Sorry.
thank you. Yeah, correct titles on this
Matt?
podcast. Matt? I'm confused. So, and Carl's like, oh, no, we didn't do it. And the producer's like, no, we sent you an email. I'm like, oh, that tracks.
Yeah.
Conrad's never, he's never organized.
Not a great admin guy.
Not a great admin guy. So I thought, before I get, we don't want to start beef with Carl. We don't want to throw accusations about who set up who for what interview.
Did you actually get the email?
So let me run through some things here because let's just get this on the record. You're a Carl guy. You like Carl. You might say you...
Aussies fighting is like a Build-A-Bear fight in the US. What is this? Machu Pow? Can you give me some fucking context there? Welcome to the stream. He's admitting he underestimated her. Yeah. Well, apparently he didn't even fucking know. Hey? You're all cute. All right. Well, thank you for the feedback. Love it. I'm not threatened. Well, apparently people are threatened by our wildlife here. So you might not be threatened by Australians. But people seem to be scared of coming to Australia because they think they're going to die. They're going to get bitten by a spider, eaten by a crocodile. Hey? I get it now. He grew too tall to be a jockey, so he calls everyone punters and hates horse people. It's not Punter's fault because he failed to check his email. LOL, it's not his fault because he didn't read his emails. Oh, that's fucking hell. Crocodiles are there. Oh my God.
Like Carl.
You love Carl.
Well,
you've listened to all of his podcast episodes?
Not all. No.
You have crocodiles in Alabama? Really? Are you sure they're crocodiles? Have you checked them all?
He's actually pumping out a lot.
70%.
It's slowly going down as more come out. I've sort of stopped.
He's getting ahead of you, but you're at least over 50%.
I'm onto audiobooks now. Yeah, over 50%. I listened to the first 10. Yep.
You really got in there, right? So I feel like you're you're more on almost his side than my side.
No. Well, I think
because you love the guy.
Carl is a lovable Australian larrikin.
What a great guy.
Yep. And he's been in the homes of Australians for the past 20 years.
You grew up with him.
Yes. Yep.
So you're the perfect person to sort of help me map this out, and you tell me conspiracy or coincidence.
Okay.
And let me just lay the land right here because, and I promise you it's relevant in a second.
Sure.
But I buy a lot of things from Facebook Marketplace.
Yeah.
Right? It's a good way to save money, get a bargain.
I'm hearing you.
And it's a badge of pride that I wear.
Ooh.
I've never been scammed.
Okay.
Right? It's always a risk when you're buying something secondhand. You buy it, it's crap, it doesn't work, it's been misadvertised, and you're that's the risk.
Yeah.
My parents are always like, you don't know. I'm like, guys, I'm 40-0.
Yeah.
I'm undefeated on this scam thing. And I put it down to this methodology that I have. A lot of scams, they prey on the fact you're looking for a good deal, which makes you vulnerable to scams because you think, but what if it's just a good deal?
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
So I have this system where if I get 2 or more red flags, I just walk away.
Yes, fair.
Because each one individually is explainable and fine, and it might not be a thing. But more than 2 or 3, walk away. The odds of it being a scam is just too high, and the risk is just find another buyer.
Yeah.
So if I lowball and they go, yep, done, red flag.
Yeah.
You're like, wait on.
If it's too good to be true.
It probably is.
Yeah.
But I'm like, still could be a good deal.
Yeah.
So I'm still talking.
They might just not know. If
might
it's
not
a
know.
niche bit of
they
equipment.
want to get rid of it.
Yep,
it's always possible, right?
Yeah.
Then I go, okay, all right, well, where do I pick it up? If they don't let me go to their house,
Where are we going with this? What an inventive system. Oh, man. Your camera and background look perfect. I suspect you have a scam coming before him. This is, what the fuck are we talking about here, guys? I'm struggling. KK, can you fill me in on this one? I think I might have lost something important in what he's saying here. To be honest, he should practice yoga and play some ice hockey, and then you can chirp anyone and deal with almost any fight in real time. You need practice and draw off prior experience. Okay. Interesting. What's going on here? I'll let him finish. Why are we talking about Facebook Marketplace?
Yes, yep.
bing, red flag. Oh, meet at a Macca's car park. 2 red flags, I'm out. It's cheap and you won't even let me, like, because there's that accountability.
It's a security.
It's like, if you screw me, I know where you live. This is like a great contract.
That's right.
You're happy to sell if you're like, no, this is legit and I'm not screwing you. It's fine. You're never be back here. So that's a red flag. If you won't let me use PayID or PayPal or something, back before PayID was any good, I was like, hey, can I do PayPal? Because you can always hit up PayPal if they scam you.
Yeah, if someone says to me during marketplace stuff though, can I use PayPal? That's a red flag for me, and I straight away I'm out.
If they want to use PayPal.
Yeah.
But in person or not?
No.
I'm okay with PayPal or PayID.
Yeah,
Whereas some
that's
people are
fine.
like, oh, no PayID. I'm like,
cash. Yeah,
I'm like, red flag.
I haven't been to an ATM in years,
I'm like,
man.
you know, PayID's instant.
Yeah.
Like, you can see it and there's no security problem.
Yeah.
You're right. But I now have your name. Like, it's a bit of transparency. So that's what, if they don't do that. And then if they go to their Facebook page and there's nothing.
James has a terrible voice. He kind of does, doesn't he? Oh, this is painful. Oh no. Dude got schooled by some old chick is all I'm getting from this. And his raspy voice friend isn't helping. Oh my god. Oh my fuck. He's getting there. He's getting there. I want to know how he handles Susan. I gotta know. We're all gonna have to come into contact with a fucking politician one day. We need to know how to shut her down. It's gonna happen. We're gonna start live streaming. We're gonna go after a fucking big fish. We're gonna go after fucking Susan McDonald one day. And I need to know how the regular punters out there take her on or learn from their unfortunate circumstances, let's just say. I like to give bull ants big chunks of food and cheer them on as they put it along. True Aussie battlers.
Nothing on it, and it's like a crap looking, spammy looking thing, red flag.
Yeah.
So
That's not a bull ant. This is a bull ant.
2 of those and I walk away. So I'm going to use that methodology for this.
Right.
Conspiracy or coincidence with Carl Stefanovic.
Your appearance on
with my
the show.
appearance.
Yep.
So it all kicked off. Carl and I have been texting back and forth, like, when can we do this? And we lined up the interview via text between me and Carl on Instagram DMs, then text messages, and then the producer texted me.
Yep.
And the day and everything was decided via text message.
Cool.
And so we line up Tuesday, then they say, oh no, sorry, can we move it to Thursday? And then like, oh, so sorry, really hate to do this. Can we do it Wednesday? And I was like, you know what? Yeah, all right, fine. I have to go all the way to Sydney from Newcastle.
Oh, geez,
I'll do all that.
Sydney's where it happens.
That's a
all
whole
right.
freaking
Too bad
day
for,
for me. Yeah, right. And obviously, the more followers I get, the more I'm like, you know what? You come to me.
Sure.
So you get that.
Podcast
Anyway, I'm
about
like, okay,
boomers
yeah, cool.
giving each other marketplace tips and how not to get scammed. I don't know what the point of the explanation was, but it kind of made sense. But he didn't need all of it. No, I think he's getting there now. Sorry. Oh, I thought we got lost in Facebook Marketplace land for a second there, but he's going to use it as a way to explain how he got fucked by Carl. That's the real crime here. Can we all just acknowledge it's not Susan. She just played her game very well. It's Carl, though. What a slimy fuck Carl is. Like, everyone's always got this, like, default setting when it comes to Carl. It's like, yeah, but he's just a funny guy. Hey, isn't he lovely? What a slippery fuck Carl is. We can all get down with that, all right? We can all get down with it. It's Carl's the real fucking problem here. Come on. Fucking Carl. Holy fuck. If he ever has kids, they're not going to sleep till 4 a.m. every time he tells a bedtime story. This just sounds like work has elaborate excuse to avoid getting in trouble for a mistake they know they made but won't admit. No, let me just explain it this way, okay? Think about yourself on Facebook Marketplace. I have no FB, but I want to sell things on Marketplace. Do I need a tutorial? Maybe. Ravy will provide one.
I'll do that. So Wednesday's locked in. No emails have been sent yet.
Yep.
Then as soon as we lock in sort of Wednesday, the confirmation email goes through. This is the Monday. We record on the Wednesday.
Yep.
Then as soon as it's sort of locked in, a producer calls me and says, okay, here's what we're going to talk about. Like, I'm like, yeah, what questions does he want to talk about? Is it the gas thing? Yeah, obviously. Yeah, we'll talk about you, how you started to do that. He'll bring up maybe some other interesting topics. I'm like, yeah, great. Sounds good.
Okay, so the pre-interview, which is pretty common, really, with the producer behind the scenes.
That should have been the title. I would have fucking clicked on that for sure. I got fucked by Carl Stefanovic from a Facebook Marketplace scam. Oh, that would have been so good. I would have definitely watched that. No question.
Didn't mention anything about Susan McDonald. Didn't mention anything about debate format. Okay.
Interesting.
Is
there anything popping up for you here? So you just tell me where these red flags sort of pop up.
One.
Okay, you're seeing. Okay, you're like, nothing's been.
Well, that's not a red flag yet.
No, it's
but
just
it's a break in the chain for later on.
We'll keep an eye on it. Yes. Then when the producer sort of says, "No, we sent an email," when I'm in there going, "I had
Wednesday,
no idea on Wednesday." I go into that going, maybe I missed it, maybe I didn't know, maybe it's my fault. I'm not that organized. I go out. I'm on Instagram being like, "Oh, I missed an email."
You're a big picture guy.
And yeah, exactly. And apparently I missed it. Then I text Melissa, Punter Whip, who helps with the pod.
Admin guru.
This doesn't slip past Punter Whip.
Nah.
But it did.
Oh.
I go, when was it sent?
Does she still work for Punter?
Yes, she does.
Oh, good.
She's fine.
Hey, Whip.
You stuff up one too many times. And so I go, when was it sent? Time code. What are you looking at here, Punter James? What time is that?
28th of April, 5:22 in the afternoon.
Now, when...
Oh, okay, is the 28th the Wednesday?
No, that's the day before the Tuesday.
Okay.
So 5:22 p.m.
Mm.
When is official knockoff time?
Oh, okay.
For people who work for people?
Yeah, 1700. There you go.
For people who work for people. I suppose all the people out there that work for what? Machines? I guess. Who... They're called punters, you fuck, all right? People who work for people. They're punters. Do you forget who you are, Conrad Benjamin? Fucking hell. What's knockoff time for people who work for people?
Interesting.
I think that's fair game.
And the only correspondence, and so this is the email... Just a quick note, yeah, it was quick, for tomorrow morning to ensure Carl captures the full spectrum of the gas debate and reflects all sides of the Senate inquiry. Yep, that's what it says. We have also Susan McDonald, Shadow Minister for Resources, to join the segment. It's going to be high energy, balanced discussion, and Carl is really looking forward to Conrad's perspective. They like big you up a little bit, or we're looking forward to your perspective.
Yep.
So, conspiracy or coincidence? Is this just a series of, we arranged on text, and then for some reason they went to email, and for some reason it was after 5 o'clock, and then for some...
Well, naturally, you should have assumed I wouldn't read my own emails. Of course, I have a servant do that for me. I'm not some kind of gross punter. I am supreme punter. And she had already gone home. I could technically have been your teenage mum. You're talking to Ravy, got it. I was like, ooh, I wonder what we're talking about here. You're not talking about punters, no.
And it was, they told me that they weren't even trying to get someone else to talk to me.
It's very, very short notice. You potentially, with the change of format, would have been entitled to say, oh, I'm not up for a debate.
Donkey 190. Interesting way of pronouncing donkey there, or writing donkey. Love from Israel. Love back to you from non-Israel. Actually, that's not true. I think we got a bit of Israel capture going on here. Look, I'm just going to say it easy. Love from Australia. Hope you are well. Welcome to the chat. She cougared him. Is he talking to his friend to get more practice debating? He's definitely better scripted. I don't think it's that easy. Yeah, poor guy. Is he talking to his friend to get more practice? I got fucked by a 55-year-old Liberal politician while Karl Stefanovic watched. We cucked Karl. Yeah, that's much better, actually. Very good. My cat came all over my keyboard. I don't think we've had that sentence on the stream chat before. Interesting. How McDonald took me out to the farm. Biggest stitch up. Yeah, harsh Wookie.
Tie it with a senator about that. I think you would have been perfectly okay to say, if you'd seen it at 5:22 that afternoon, to say, oh no, that's
no, thanks.
Not what I'm up for. No,
yeah.
I want to have a discussion with Karl.
Yeah, I want to have a bro down sesh with Karl.
If you didn't see it though, and then you turned up the following morning, yeah, wow, you're definitely in a pickle.
So a few other sort of random facts that.
Flip side of that, I wonder when she knew.
Well, then this feeds into, are you leaning conspiracy? Because as we reflect on those red flags.
Well, a little bit, but I'm also.
As we reflect upon those red flags that we had, it was all in text and there was a few date changes. So that can often happen when you're trying to
because
align
certain
calendars
and
going, can you do Wednesday? Oh, she can't do Wednesday. Oh, can you do thing? Oh, can you do Wednesday?
Yeah.
But we locked in Wednesday on Monday. Now,
yeah, right.
Conspiracy or coincidence? Politicians have very strict schedules. We have tried to line them up. They are very specific. They have narrow windows.
Yep.
And if they'd locked it in, we had Wednesday locked in on the Monday, but I got the email on the Tuesday. Conspiracy or coincidence?
Yeah, okay. I'm hearing you.
Where do you land the plane in conspiracy or coincidence?
I don't know, because I according to that conversation, I think Karl sits in the middle of both of what you two were saying.
This is difficult, man.
But
look, the debate begins. Gas lobby talking points exposed. 15 minutes in, but we're already past that. Damn. Well, I hope they get on that soon. The human shield political maneuver. All right, we get it. Okay, you were set up, bro. You were set up. Come on, let's talk about the debate now. We got it. Wookie, for Far Right Friday, we should hear Vito Gizaldi talk about having to use Q-tips to get his cat to orgasm. The internet is a fun place. Fuck, man. What the fuck? How is that even Far Right Fridays? I know we look at some weird shit on Fridays, but goddamn. I feel like this is the type of guy who would trap you in the corner at a party. Or you said it on me, man. He can't be beaten by a female. It's unacceptable. Or an elevator. James is walking this tightrope quite nicely. Okay. Let's hear him out. I might speed him up a little bit. I'm sorry. It's not that I'm not enjoying the banter here, but like, get to the fucking point.
His previous guest on his podcast.
Well, I was going to bring up random facts. So here are some random adjacent facts that we can, you know how conspiracies grow? And you start connecting dots. You got the corkboard there being like, So I'm like, okay, random facts that might be interesting to know about Karl Stefanovic and the podcast show he has. Pauline Hanson, 3 appearances in 43 episodes.
Barnaby Joyce 2, I think.
Barnaby Joyce 2. Jared Rennick 2. Tony Abbott with a bro down sesh. Exclusive.
Yep.
Justin Snapper, Jimber Price. Billionaire Clive Palmer.
Anthony Albanese.
But that one kind of bucks the trend.
Yeah.
Right?
A couple of other political commentators.
A couple of others. Yeah. So, and I got AI to run as I went down the conspiracy. I got AI to run a Venn diagram here.
Yeah, there you go.
And
who sits in the middle of it?
I was looking like, is there any overlap between the Punters Politics podcast? I ran like a topic sort of selection and overview of what we do and what he does.
Jared Rennick would be one.
So yeah, I've had Jared Rennick on this podcast, but if we're talking topics, you can see in the Venn diagram here, he's got immigration, culture war, net zero skepticism, COVID-vax mandates, far-right influences, drill baby drill. This is the AI. Don't blame me for this. This is AI.
I'm glad they said drill baby drill.
Indigenous opposition, NDIS, waste, defense drones, Hanson, Barnaby, Abbott, right? And you go to my Venn diagram and there is no overlap.
Yeah.
There are two circles that are next to each other. The Venn diagram's one of the two circles when if there's common ground, they overlap.
One side is the divisive
My side
issues.
says gas tax, PRRT, crowdfunded lobbyist, housing CGT, corporate media critique, Senate inquiry testimony, Norway model comparison, wealth equality, electoral reform voting.
Yep, okay.
So we can see the...
Yeah, what the fuck? Dilemmas, did you know this? He had fucking Rennick was on. Hey? You Rennictarian. I hope you saw this episode. 25% tax on this video. Speed at least. Mr. I got scammed. The rest of the analogy was Facebook Marketplace scam. Oh, wow. Watch on Friday? What, Rennick? Go head to head with Punter's Politics. I bet you they'd get along. They probably would get along, right?
Venn diagrams of podcasts don't overlap.
Yep.
So that's just an interesting fact to know as we go. What's going on? And then the other interesting fact that may or may not be relevant, we were in talks before a few weeks ago where he goes, you want to come on the show? I said, yeah, maybe, when? And he goes, oh, I want to put you on with someone else.
I relate so much to what he's doing right now. He's unpacking all of it. Something I remember having to do after every argument with a narcissist, because you feel like you've been tossed through a cement wall over and over again. I get partly it's to cover his ass. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. But I want to hear him break down the fucking like the debate, like what happened in the debate, not the conspiracy theory stuff. Like why Carl fucked me over. I guess we can get to that somehow, right? Hey, older Australian women ain't bad at all. I spent a couple of nights with a beautiful 40-something woman from Adelaide in Japan and a friend from Singapore. Some cougars lie down. Thanks. Well, like, is she your type, this one? Susan McDonald? Eh? She your Japanese love affair? Yeah, I'm starting to be on the cougar side at this point. He's setting the table for too long. Fucking what happened? Did I just crash out here? Is the stream still going? It's just... What's going on here?
And it'll probably, most of it be up on YouTube as well, because I feel like I got to get something out of this. Carl's raking in the views off the back of my good Punters Politics name.
Yeah,
so I've got to get in on this and get some monetized channel off it. So we're going to now watch the thing of him in order, just because YouTube likes that. So we'll just do a reacts to
I've seen
this.
them before. Yeah,
That's
right.
what we're doing.
Yeah,
We're doing the react.
Watch
All right.
out. My first react.
Here we go.
Joining me today, punter politician and Senator...
Some cougars lie down is pretty. I just get that'll do, pig. That'll do.
Susan McDonald. You might know punters politician from social media.
Excuse me, corporate Carl?
Excuse me, corporate Carl Stefanovic?
Now, I literally see this as a corporate Carl payback because he knows that that's what we've called him a little bit.
Do you reckon?
Yes, 100%.
I'm thinking he's too busy to know.
No, bullshit. Because Punter's politician is very different from Punter's politics. He 100% knows what he's doing there, and I think it's a masterclass in
well played.
Pat on the head, Conrad.
Power move.
He's built a following by taking complex policy and boiling it down to one simple question. Is the system fair? Right now, he's going viral over one claim that Australians are paying more tax on beer than gas companies are paying on our resources.
We're paying more tax on our beer than these bludgers are on our own gas.
And alongside him, Senator Susan McDonald,
What a hero
the Shadow
shot.
Minister for Resources.
Great photos.
And
Look at this one,
Northern
ready?
Australia.
Yeah. Are you seeing this one? Saint Chi? Hey, check out this. They feeling them Japanese vibes.
Oh, powerful woman.
And one of the strongest voices in...
Hang on, is she at a butchery right there?
She argues the sector already pays tens of billions in tax, underpins more than 200,000 jobs. That pushing taxes higher risks driving investment and energy security offshore. So, are we taxing gas companies enough? Hold on to your hats.
It is your weapon. He is weaponized. He's fully weaponized.
She's good, isn't he?
Let's get into this one. All right, you two, thanks for your time.
You know, one other thing that I find funny is how close you two were sitting
So
together.
close, bro. Imagine sitting.
Punters also reacts to his content, I swear, at the start of every video. She knows her way around meat, I guess, though. Very interesting that he is making things simple and she has a profound understanding.
There. That's another power move.
Yeah,
Make
it
them
is,
really
yeah.
close and uncomfortable. He's just lounging back
You're
there.
too old for me, but no wonder. But if I was in my 40s, then yeah, totally.
That's
Another
right.
point to Carl.
Yeah. He's killing it.
2-0. 2-0 at the moment.
And if there's good ideas that have traction outside of it, then they should be listening to them. And when he came in, Comrade came in, what were your thoughts?
Well, I would like to think that I do come from outside the bubble.
Didn't answer the question at all. Straight into politician talking point. Well played.
Yep.
She's good.
We represent people, real communities right across the country. I come from North Queensland, so I'm
Born in Brisbane, though. Come on.
the sort of Senate inquiry we had the other day only works when people come with good intention and with research and well understood ideas. And that's what we didn't see.
Ken Henry. So that's the first direct
I've
attack.
never actually watched Carl on TV. I've watched more Carl through you than the rest of my life. This is the first time I've really watched Carl as well, by streaming and stuff like that. Or if he's come up, not just on his podcast, but if we've watched the, I don't know, what's he on, Channel 9 or something like that? If we've watched the Channel 9 segment that he was presenting on. But yeah, I'd never spent time in the mornings watching like morning shows or whatever. I just never had that in me. Like, I'm all for understanding the propaganda machine, but like morning news and stuff like that and those morning news shows, oh my God, the propaganda machine is strong. I've only ever seen Carl on the viral Today vids. Her dead eyes terrify me. Just horrifying emptiness. Savage.
Quite directly said,
Yep.
without idea, with bad intent,
Yes.
with no facts and no expertise.
Yep.
Ken Henry did say that the worst thing that happened to Australia was the mining boom. And he should come out to regional Australia and tell tradies, tell small businesses, tell bakers and truck drivers.
The specific political maneuver we're watching right now is called the human shield.
Yes, hiding behind the people that hold the
tradies,
jobs. Yep.
truck drivers, people who change tyres for a living. She's painting Ken Henry as a greeny, compromised, like biased sort of person that can't be trusted, when he was the head of the effing Treasury.
Yeah,
He is
for which political party?
Non-partisan public servant.
yes, right,
Treasury.
right. Yep, okay.
You're not a partisan hack.
Yep.
If you're going to take
Yep.
advice from anyone that's independent,
Yep.
it's this guy.
And funnily enough, what was his advice during the Senate inquiry?
Just do it.
Just do it. Yeah.
Cut the crap.
If it was up to Ken Henry, we'd devalue the dollar and we would be a South American economy that
Your
exports
face.
stuff for cheap, and we couldn't buy anything. We couldn't afford anything.
That is wild. They think we're stupid. When you do such a poor straw man, like it's not even subtle.
yeah.
It's like, oh, you want to kill babies, don't you? You just love, if it was up to Ken Henry, he would kill all the babies in the world.
Yeah, what the
It's
heck?
as outrageous as that.
Yeah.
And that's where I'm like, oh my gosh. Where's our revenue? It's gone. Where's the return on investment? It's
So
gone.
none of this
Who's
is
paying
true.
to She saw me getting on a good run, in she comes. So just keep an eye on that political maneuver where she just comes in and starts going.
Yep.
I come from the world where things don't get explained on TikTok. This is hard stuff. This is generational stuff.
Grow some nuts, just do it. Legend. Yeah, I want to like find out who this Treasury dude is now. I'm going to watch him. I don't know. I'm in my 40s and I reckon the senator could throw it down when she wants to. Do me dirty like I'm an offshore gas site. Oh my God. Frack me, baby. So good. See what I mean about her just being an angry boomer? Do you see it now? Do you see? She's just a boomer who doesn't care about your opinion. That's exactly how she came across. And every single Gen Z person. But like, that's the thing though. Like, what do you expect from her? And every single Gen Z person felt exactly like punters, not being able to get a word out whilst being correct and then being ignored when making great points, only to be followed up by absolute nonsense. Like, that is so 100% accurate. Like, we were commenting on that real time when we were watching this. She is owning him. But like, she's a fucking politician. Like, he must have understood that. Like, I know he said he got surprised by this, like he was blindsided, but like, he must know that this is just her whole shtick. This is what she does. He's seen her in action at the Senate committee hearing. He must know enough about her to know how tenacious she is. So like, I get why it like brings up this trauma for anyone who's had to deal with someone who is as fucking obtuse as this woman, who can just fucking not blow you out of the water, talk over the top of you like you don't even exist, and why that's traumatic. But like, he has to be able to handle that. Like, he wants to be like Punter's politics, right? He wants to spread the good word, fight the good fight. Well, he's gonna have to be able to handle this bitch and people just like her. It's not enough for him to be like upset about it. Like, he's gonna have to be, and like, you know, over time, maybe in like 5-10 years time, he's just gonna fucking, like, she's gonna be squirming, you know, shaking in her little cowboy boots when she sees fucking Conrad Benjamin, or whatever his real name is, coming. But like, yeah, I get what you're saying. It's unfair what she did, but like, wow. You should have seen that one coming a fucking mile away. It's what she does. If anything, like, sometimes the silent treatment on these people helps. Like, he was trying to talk over the top of her. He's just like, look, let her ramble on and say nothing. And the awkward silence that would come after her ramblings would show what her game is. After the fact, like, post-mortem is not the same. What I'm trying to say is, you're looking at this through the incorrect lens. When we see politicians doing this crap, we absolutely hate it. We all hate it. We all hate it. We can see what's going on here. But like, he didn't have to fall for it. That's the fucking problem. It feels outdated, ignorant, and very stupid. It's the kids you don't want to hang out with when you were kids, because they were such an asshole. Yeah. We're not like we're approving of her standards. It's just you also obviously should be watching the water for fins when you're getting in the deep ocean. Yeah. Like, I get it. It's fucking outrageous. But people like her exist. This is the real world. And like, whether she's a boomer or not, like, she's going to be fucking replaced soon. Like, she's still there. And like, there's still a voting bloc too. So like, you're going to have to fucking deal with them for at least another 20 years. So like, fuck it, you better figure out a strategy. And Carl was assisting her. That's a fair point. Carl was assisting her. I get it. The problem is he taught year 10, not year 12. I went to Juilliard. I don't have to listen to this YouTuber. I don't know anything about this Stefanovic guy, but it's kind of suspicious. All his early stories were about fires. Are we sure he didn't set them? I'm not going from an argument about feelings. I'm tackling this from the standing of people watching this and seeing her as a shit cunt. Well, I think we can all agree on that. Like, she was showing exactly why people hate fucking politicians. I think we can all agree on that. I don't know. I feel like he was just caught off guard. I've had plenty of times that like that as well, prepared, but still got destroyed. Yeah. It happens. That's why I said, like, in 5 years' time, 10 years' time, he'll walk into the room and she'll be shitting it. She'll be like, fuck. Because like, he'll just know the game better. I don't think that's a problem, but like, you know, it's the environment. And it's simply because we don't fall for her way of talking anymore. Sure, punters may have, but the viewers generally didn't. No, they stuck to the issue. They definitely stuck to the issue. In the comment section, it seems like that anyway. And they're all calling her out for being a fucking politician, an evil politician. Like, I get it. But like, he's not just speaking to his followers. He's not just speaking to punters. What, like, the point of him going on something like Carl is not just to speak to his audience, it's to capture a wider audience and people that potentially are on the cusp or on the fence or something like that and have been hoodwinked by people like Susan McDonald and Carl Stefanovic. And so he wants to grab them and bring them into his sphere of influence. And so, like, it's not for someone like you, KK. Like, you seem to be convinced by what you're picking up what he's putting down. But, like, if he wants more people to pick it up, then, like, unfortunately, all right, she played politician. And, like, he would have learned from this. It's not a problem. You actually learn from this stuff better than if you just fluked it and won. Like, he should have learned from this massively, I would say. We didn't start the fight. It was Carl.
And so the stuff you cite...
too hard for us,
excuse
the
me,
silly old me
the
to
stuff
understand.
you-
This is her first huge mistake.
Yeah.
Like, you can't call your voters idiots who really agree with what I'm talking about.
The stuff you cite comes from organisations like the Australia Institute,
Ken
like
Henry.
AIFA,
Ken
whose
Henry.
stated goal is to shut down fossil fuels, coal, oil and gas in Australia.
And let's get a ticker up here of gas lobby talking points. Bing, that's the first
shut
one.
down the industry.
She's poorly strawmanning my argument to be like, shut down the industry. You can go back through any transcript I've ever said. I've never said shut down the industry. So now she's lying and misrepresenting.
His data is cited when I'm drawing on a generation of...
You said it. You said it.
Who needs citations when you've got generations?
Yeah.
Let's just be real about the double standard going on here. And what I think politicians fail to understand, when you choose lobbyists over us, that burns democracy itself.
On the Norway point, it has been extremely successful in
So
Norway.
can we just go back to so much of what Conrad has just said is not true.
Citations, please.
And we say, we want you to come and invest here in a more expensive environment with more risky geology. And the
But they're
government's
already
going...
invested. They're already doing it.
That's exactly right. We want them to come in the future as well. We don't want these to be the last projects.
So like this right there, we heard that in the hearings from Shell executives, Chevron executives,
Yes.
like literally, oh, it's hard, it's different, it's expensive, it's
Yep.
this, it's that. It's like, yeah, but you have to pay for the resource.
Yeah.
Those small businesses, they get it in the neck, while in Sydney, everybody's thinking it's a great idea.
So there's the human shield again. And also you're noticing she's like, I'm from Queensland. These city slickers don't get it.
Yeah.
Small business will suffer if we listen to this guy.
Yeah.
And I think they've used that playbook for about 20 years. I think it doesn't work anymore. We know it's complete bullshit. Hang
This
on.
is unfair,
Oh.
though. He's going to accuse me of
we
being
do have
a
to take-
shill.
You literally, I didn't even say the word. You she was like coming at me pretty hard.
Yeah, in that,
Is
yeah.
that right there?
But I just also think it's funny that she called herself a shill. You didn't even say it. That's good gear. That's good stuff.
We got him. We got him. We hide behind the human shield of the everyday Aussie punter. I'm from bloody Newcastle, coal mining town. All my mates work in the mines. Political maneuver, anecdote. Guess what they say to me? You're bloody right, mate. That's
Yeah.
the Donald Trump maneuver. Because it's like,
It's-
everyone's telling me. Everyone's agreeing with me. They come up to me and they say, sir, that was amazing. What I see and what punters, my mates in the mines see, we see a human shield being held in front
credit where
of.
it's due, mate. Credit where it's due. Why the fuck not? Yeah, I'm not sure she won any votes there. She obviously could lay out points and interact better, but the main points are still unfounded. Oh my god. What a wench. See if she's made of wood. Guilt spills itself at the threat of being split. Guilt spills itself at the threat of being split. Just gold.
A multi-billion-dollar foreign-owned, the Japanese government has a higher stake in our gas industry than we do. And my point is, great examples of Norway. That's fantastic. Let's copy Norway. Oh, but we don't take a risk. I'll take a risk because what's happening right now isn't working.
Split.
And I'm not seeing
Spilt. Sorry. Spills itself at the threat of being spilt. Sorry.
In a politician that says, listen, your 25%, that might be tricky. How about we copy Norway? How about the next project, we do get a government stake and equity in it? How about I pitch that? All I'm hearing is, let's keep it the same because this foreign-owned corporate cartel love it this way.
This is cute, isn't it?
That's cute.
These are the people that aren't represented by people who want to shut down coal, oil and gas in Australia.
So who's following me then?
She's
like martyred herself now. She's like, oh, I'm just poor me. I just care about the people as I recite wholesale a foreign multi-billion dollars corporation's talking points.
Have an effective tax rate of 50.
Can't spell what I'm rage typing. It's a Shakespeare quote. Okay, right here then. Who says we're uncultured here? I concur with Conrad. Comrade. I'm willing to take the risk. I do. I want it shut down. Open arms, closed hands, shoulders forward, sitting back, aggressive and confident. Yes. It's part of her job. This is what she does for a living. She is a fucking veteran. She's a fucking veteran.
50 to 60%.
Wow.
Their money comes into
So we should be
businesses
rich.
right across Australia, and we are rich. We
Okay,
are one of
why
the
are we $1
richest.
trillion in debt? Yes, I'm interrupting. Yes, I'm being annoying at this point here. And fair enough. And I don't ever want to do this again. But she didn't just keep going and ignore the question, which she should have done to stay on track. Just ignore the question and don't answer it and move on.
Yep.
But now she has to answer the question. She paused too long. Got her.
We got him.
We're sick of hearing...
No, punters are sick of having
I
people
thought you didn't want
undermine
to talk
their
over the top of
jobs.
each other. This is when I start to get real pissed off. Because Carl isn't kind of coming in going, that was to you.
Yeah.
And that hits me because now I'm like, okay, I'm on my own now. And that puts me in the position of pissing off all the listeners as soon as I start talking, she goes.
Yeah.
On a long, slow, calm, whatever. And I either stop and let her talk or I be an annoying prick and interrupt. Right? So it's a lose-lose, which is why I won't do this stuff.
Yeah, okay.
There's no bloody point. Except it's fun. And gets views on YouTube and gives me ad rev. Thank you. My platform is built off the back of punters understanding this issue. So you can say...
Some punters who've been tricked, who've been misled by...
Millions of dumb punters have fallen for my pure lies and propaganda with cited sources there. We're dumb enough to...
Now, this I agree with. He directed questions and answers like trust. Scan the comments. You mean like comments on this video? Like on Punters Politics' own video? Corporate Carl tried to step you up, mate. You did a great job for no preparation. Carl Stefanovic is just another corporate shill and propaganda. Susan was painfully arrogant and condescending. Go, Conrad. That podcast was so biased with so much time given to her and she constantly speaking over you. You should do one that shows how many times she spoke over you and kept interrupting you. The more I think about this, the more I think how bad and far all this corruption goes. Get it, punter. Carl equal complete partisan hack. This is what I expected, I guess. Like, this is what you would expect, I guess, from his podcast comment section, right? Huh. Painfully, you mean paid fully. Hey. He gave her prompts, not questions. He was like, finish your point to her. It's true. It's true.
Not understand this.
That's not
and we
true.
should understand that we can both be a rich
Did he
nation.
comment on anything? He did say at the start, he goes, no, the editing was fine. The editing was not a problem. Me, when I see a senator. Yeah, it's some of the worst moderation I've ever seen. Yeah.
We're the richest
We
nation in the
are.
world with
We
$1 trillion
are.
in debt. You're part of the government that tells us I can't afford dental, I can't afford free university, but we're the richest nation in the world. So something isn't squaring with what you're saying.
I think that's where Conrad gets purchased, right? One of the elements of, and you're a very clever guy, and honestly, I love watching your stuff, and I think you've created awareness around issues that we should have more debate about, and that's one of the enriching parts of you.
I feel a little bit, I don't know, like, do you feel like, I feel like it's a bit pat on the heady.
Conrad raises the whole notion of $3 trillion in debt. I mean, that's a lot.
Pat on the heady. It's patronizing, bro. Yes, he's patronizing you. You're a smart guy, hey? And you've obviously got a lot of influence. Can you explain why he's got so much influence, Senator? I think you're right. Like, he's definitely not questioning as much as prompting her. Yeah, man. That's fucking hilarious. Purchased. Hey? Purchased. Carl is the worst couples counselor for this mum-son combo. Oh, you are on fire today, bro.
$1 trillion for us. $1 trillion. Norway have $3 trillion.
He needs to be more calm. My yoga point, 100%. Yes, I get it. I get the yoga argument. Both our arguments were, that's not true, and calling him a child, basically. I don't see that as winning. I see that as pretty petty adult having a sook that they didn't have enough information to debate on. Okay, again, I think the winning is a problem here, okay? Let's not say she won this, but she owned him. She did own him. And like she was walking all over him at stages. And not because she was saying something good, but because she's a bitch. But like, that matters. And it might not matter to you and his followers and Gen Z and all that sort of stuff. But like, he didn't go on this show. He said it at the start. I'm trying to pollinate audiences, etc., etc., etc. He's trying to capture more hearts and minds. And so like, he's got to capture more hearts and minds. That's all it is, man. That's all it is. And he will do that. But like he's just basically said, look, I don't want to do that again. I never want to go into that arena again. I think he should. I think he should go into that arena again and he'll get better. And then he will serve her one day massively. He'll get his back. He'll get his back. It'll be the long game. This feels genuine. I think Carl's just dumb and got tricked by her obvious butt leaking. The only red flag other than being a bad mediator was the email timing. Very loose. Very loose.
Well, there's $4 trillion between Norway and Australia. Look, do you accept that we could have been investing more back into the country?
We used to have a sovereign wealth fund. The Future Fund was after the privatisation of Telstra and some other things.
But you'd admit that was a good thing.
Not talking about the question that was asked at all.
Yeah.
We don't have that anymore because Labor spent that money.
Oh, Labor spent that money.
Yep.
Yeah,
okay.
Great. Cool. What'd you buy me?
Yep.
What'd you buy me? You spent the money. Cool. What did I get?
Yep.
We have generated this by spending recklessly and foolishly.
So teachers' wages,
in
on nurses' salaries. What a waste of money.
No, he should go back. That's right. Like, he shouldn't be like, oh, I'm never doing this again. He should be like, no, fuck this. I can't wait to get her next time. And berate her like a hockey fight. Yeah, fucking get in there. Trump did it to Hillary Clinton and won an election for it. Interesting. I didn't agree that she owned him. We should be looking at this from a different way. She was just playing ignorant politician. Again, like at the time we were looking at this and people were like, kept saying, oh, fuck, he's not getting in there enough. She was talking over the top of him and wiping the floor with him because of her tactics. And like, that's a form of owning. I'm sorry. He should have been on top of it differently. It's not a problem. Criticism can be constructive, not an issue. And like, you know, he needs to take it a different approach from this, a different lesson here. And the lesson is not, I'm never putting myself in that situation again. It is, bring it on, bitch. Bring it on. Let's do this again. They are literally paying to lie to us so we don't keep pushing this. I've changed my view. He was very clear on his points and actually had something to say.
Conrad, I didn't say that.
No, but this is what I'm just trying to
So,
communicate
can you
that
let
gets
me
conflated.
finish?
When
Can
you say
let
government
me-
spending, I'm just
Conrad,
saying
please
this is
let
what
me
it gets
finish.
spent on.
This is
I'm just
where it's
clarifying
not
something.
fair. Is because we are spending money on things like the NDIS that has been rorted.
So now what she's doing is she's grab bagging, just whatever we got. Government, labour waste. Oh, what's NDIS? They're going to rot.
The dollars that are spent from investment, from mining, from gas, from agriculture
Flow overseas.
is absolutely seen on the ground in those communities. And it is not fair and it is not true to say to Australians, part of one of the wealthiest economies on the planet, that we are missing out when what we're doing is we're spending it badly and recklessly.
So it's funny how spending badly and recklessly, but $16 billion to mining companies isn't bad or reckless. Like,
Yeah,
you
yeah,
notice
that's
it's
right.
and this is what political parties do. We're sick of. We just cherry pick what they did or what we want to do, and we have this like debate. While we watch, I'm just going to put a list up on the side of the screen here of who are the top donors to Susan's political party.
Brilliant.
It's got Adani, J&R Riches, number 3. Hancock Prospecting, number 1 donor to One Nation.
Lady Gina.
I do think that if you were to have a look at the NDIS and say, oh, well, that's distracting, a $50 billion distraction is worth looking at. You know
For
what
sure,
I mean?
that's a problem. So she really got him when she dropped the red meat of NDIS. Well done.
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
Well
That's
played.
fine.
Points to Susan.
If $50 billion is worth talking about, so is a $16 billion subsidy to the fossil fuel industry.
Yeah. Like once again,
And
I did a YouTube video on that.
Yeah.
Which should bring to the point. But my video cuts to the core of not just whack-a-moling things, saying privatising essential government services that are not meant for profit. This is a core issue with government blowouts, but the government won't talk about that.
So let's go back to the original topic.
Oh, Conrad's not giving me the talking point of like people abusing the system. He's talking about privatisation. Go back.
If the government is obviously too worried now about foreign countries and how they'll view the super tax on gas.
We're so weak. We have no leverage. We can't
Come on,
negotiate.
Conrad.
Poor us.
No, let me.
Well, he was
so
asking
here's
questions.
the fair deal, though. But this is the thing.
But I would say
Conrad
that.
would say,
I would say
what's
that.
fair?
You can't answer
but
my
he
question
never
for me.
says. He never says.
Carl says, Conrad, what am I going to ask you?
Yeah.
She starts going. I'm like, oh, hang on. He was asking me a question. And then she just keeps going. Who gets the talk time? Boom. She does. Well played. Another point.
What's the price?
He's saying it's well played. Like, come on. He was actually, that's the mediator as well. He's got to be like, no. Let him finish. Let him finish. It was a mess. Carl made sure of that. I think the takeaway is her points held no value, but she spoke better and held the host's attention more. Debate-wise, there's a win and a loss. They're both sides. Also, the entire NDIS is 50 billion. Not everyone is scamming. From what we gather, every gas company is.
For this change, what is the price for every Australian who currently is receiving $21 billion a year and in the future will receive more as
What's the
more
price
royalties
now we're
are paid
paying?
and more PRRT is paid and more company tax is paid and hundreds of
Who's
thousands
subsidising
of
these industries?
Australians are paid?
We are.
We don't subsidise these
We do.
industries
$16 billion a year.
because
Petrol subsidy is a subsidy.
so he wants to
I don't
attack
get a petrol
farmers.
subsidy. That's a trap. That's a weak political maneuver right there. She's like, I say petrol subsidy. Her talking point is who's the human shield for the petrol subsidy for the mining companies?
Yep.
Farmers.
Yeah. Okay.
He's attacking farmers.
Yep.
What?
Oh, wow.
I also want to steal candy from every child that exists.
He wants to attack farmers
They can
who
have a
don't
subsidy.
get.
No, but I do
But
think.
you see this pivot,
But see
right?
that-
He's
sorry, let
attacking
me
farmers.
finish. Please
I'm not
let me
attacking
finish.
farmers. I love farmers.
So
Give them a subsidy.
that we
Just
would
get that on the
pay,
record.
the price that we pay for this thought bubble, this more tax on companies is less investment.
This is where Carl, it's pissed me off because Carl he was going to ask me a question. He's not controlling the thing.
okay.
So that's where I have to scrap and brawl and I freaking hate it.
You are not listening to generations of investment in regional
I'm not listening to foreign
places,
gas
in
lobbies. You're
rural
right. I'm not.
places.
I'm not listening to
This is
Intex.
a
I'm not in
great
the room.
strategy. This is a great strategy.
Hang on.
This is a great strategy.
So Carl's actually shushing me there.
Yeah, yep.
Yeah.
Talking over people is my pet hate as a woman. It's expected we shut up. She doesn't have that. Her husband must be cucked. Oh, man. Oh, my God.
And in my head, I'm like, that's not fair. It's me a question. She interrupted me. Yeah. Okay.
Australia receives royalties when it's onshore. They receive
Correct.
PRRT,
PRRT
super
is
profit
drilled in
tax.
offshore.
when
Hang
it's
on.
offshore
Can you just
waters.
repeat that? Because I think that's worth defining.
Yeah, thank you.
Well played by Carl, deferring to her as the authority. Did you see that? Conrad Summey doesn't know what he's talking about. He doesn't understand PRT. Please, Susan, after talking for that whole time, please talk about the PRT from your perspective.
Yeah.
They pay royalties direct to the state or the territory. When it
Unless
is
it's
offshore,
the Northern Territory.
When it is
Can we get on that
offshore,
on record?
it is paid using
How many
the
royalties has
Hang on,
Northern
buddy.
Territory gotten?
I don't do this to you, mate.
You did, actually. You did.
I'm learning from you. I'll keep doing
This is
it.
ultimate gaslighting. Politicians are great at gaslighting. You do it to me here. It's fine.
No.
This is where it's like literally arguing with a parent at that point. Like my literal parents have said, I learned this from you. It's like,
Oh my God, he made the analogy. That's so good. At least he recognizes the problem there. That it looked like he was being spoken to, chastised by his mother a lot of the time. At least he understands that. Unironically, Conrad should his mum to debate? What? Should something his mum? Oh, man. I don't do this to you. Yes, you did. Conrad wants to give subsidies to farmers. Like Gina, LOL. Should have brought his mum to debate. Oh, man. She's so unaware of how Aussie people perceive the government and their lack of integrity. So she sold her soulless body to the organizations that are ripping us a new one.
if I'm being rude, it's your fault.
Yeah,
like, yep, okay. Literally blame me for your behavior.
I do want to finish that point because...
Are you still lost in the source? Bro, I'm not lost in the source. I think we're just having two different conversations. I think you need to appreciate the fact that there's more than his audience and people that share your opinions on this situation watching a conversation like this. And whether or not you think it's sinister what she's doing, whether or not you think it's sinister, I think we all agree that it's sinister. I've changed my language for you. I don't think she won at all. I don't think anyone was convinced by her positions. But like debate style counts for a lot. Humans are social and we watch other people talk about things and we make judgments beyond the words themselves. We make judgments about people's body language, their demeanor. We see how they grapple with important issues. And there is an element. If you can't see this, KK, this is problematic for you. If you cannot see that there was a level of dominance that she had. If I'm using the word own wrong, there was a level of dominance that she had in that conversation, which has given him a visceral response. Like he's said it multiple times. I am not putting these words in his mouth. He's said it multiple times that he doesn't want to do this ever again. Why would someone feel like they don't want to do something ever again? If they had a bad reaction to something that was happening. She dominated him at certain points. I'm not suggesting that it happened the whole time. He got a few good fucking cracks in there at her. But like that situation, that sense of domination that she had over the conversation, there are other people watching this. If he wants to spread his message, he's going to have to play at many levels. So like if the word winning or owning is causing you concern, I will change the language on that one. If she's sinister, we all agree with it. Did she win on talking points? No, I don't think anyone has suggested that at all. But like if we look at this from the perspective of debate bro culture, he could he had it all. Like everyone's sentiment is with the idea that we're getting screwed by gas companies. Like he had the golden keys in this situation to dominate that conversation every time she opened her mouth, every single time. And so like, it's a learning curve. I think that's the lesson here. It's a fucking learning curve. Honestly, I'm not lost in the sauce, man. I understand your passion though. I understand your passion. I think it is noble.
It's worth exploring. And then I'm going to circle back to you, Tiger.
I would love to get tigered by Carl Stefanovic.
In more ways than one, I bet.
No, take it easy, Tiger.
This is where I think Carl is too good to be openly against me. He's too savvy to go against what he knows is an overwhelming tide to tax the gas.
Yeah.
But it is this, like, I don't know. Punters in the comments, let me know. It is a patronizing, you tell us about the PRT. Oh, we're coming back to you, Tiger.
Yeah,
like, they're there. He's passionate about this.
Turn. Yep.
He's so passionate. Like, that is, I'm fucking 37, right?
Yeah.
I'm old as
I don't need a pat on the head.
I don't need a pat on the head.
Yeah.
And you've got to know also that he'll definitely be doing his own episode after this.
I know.
The content which I will come out of in a glowing way. I'm bringing Australia together.
Exactly.
Shell that.
No, you should Google that.
No,
too.
I want this.
Yeah.
I want people to have debate.
Yeah.
I want to explore the issues. I want to hear from both of you. And this is bloody brilliant TV.
So can I say
it's worth
the problem
the price of admission.
This is it.
So she's just cut him off now. Like he's trying to get a word in and she just wins it every time.
If you drill offshore, you pay PRRT. PRRT is a super profits tax. Once you've expensed your investment, which, by the way, has gone into Australian households and homes in salaries and small businesses.
The way in which this system is indexed is that the growth of the debt that they've incurred to build this thing expands faster than their ability to turn a profit. So they keep to it compounds, and then they start a new gas field site and say, no, we're still doing that one.
Right.
And they don't turn up, and then they do that one, and they don't turn a profit.
And they do it on purpose,
and they keep on doing it, gaming this system so that they never...
Carl, he really read that one wrong as well. He's like, and you're going to make some content and I'm going to look really good, right? I think everyone is on the same page as Carl. He didn't do a very good job. He didn't do a good job at all. But like the conspiracy is he did that on purpose. He deliberately didn't mediate at all to allow that situation to unfold like that. When they lose their argument, they say, I love debate. We've not made a cent, Shrill, but they're not standing up to it. So what do the comments say in every video? I think we went through them. Like you're talking about on the original Carl's podcast, we went through them. And they were all basically saying that they want the tax. And they thought that she was a fucking paid by the lobbyists. Completely sold out. Completely sold out. I didn't see anything that was like pro Susan McDonald. I don't think I saw any comments. If you mean on the original one anyway. Ooh, thank you very much, Wookie. Legend. Profiting off Conrad. How could you, Mystery? This is what I do. I watch other people's content and I now profit off it. It's my business model. I'm saying even with all the stuff that you've just said and the general viewer base of media have sided with punters on this one, it's not even a good debate tactic, just overbearing school teacher-like behavior. Talking over and repeating yourself until you get attention. And it still worked. Correction, punter E. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I'm being backed into a corner here. Hey, don't call me punter, bro. I'm a follower, not a punter. Hey? We see no benefit trickle down to us, the punters. Sorry, just throwing my support behind the comrade. Carl can't juggle more than one guest at a time. His Rosie Angus interview was much better. More his sunrise speed. Yeah, watch she the way she behaves. Watch she the way she behaves would have worked back in the day. People who aren't boomers see through her tactics. Mr. E. Punter. Oh, God. Don't make that a thing, bro. You'll have to grow a Jerry mustache now. Back to the newy mines with you. Oh, God. Mr. E. Punter, stop. You're killing me. Stop. You're killing me.
Pay tax. And then what they'll do. Here is what they will do. Oh, we're not profitable anymore. Shut it down, pack it up. We never made a profit.
Yeah, and you guys pay for the cleanup.
Yeah, we never made a profit. We're out of business.
Yeah.
Soz, too bad.
Yeah, that's not a hockey stick. That's a pool cue.
That's a stick to the nuts.
Yeah.
Can that be hidden with creative accounting?
Well, can I pause on the PRT? Can I add something really quick?
There is the ATO audits companies. They provide
How did the
transparency.
Shopper? Nah. Mystery Punter? Yeah. Fucking no, thank you. Mystery is taking Reagan's last name. Yeah, you know what? I would prefer that, to be honest. I don't want to be Mystery Punter. I want to be Mystery Reagan. Mystery Gun. That's me right there.
Classified gas companies. Look how much faith she has in the government now.
Yeah.
Oh, but the ATO. Oh, we trust the ATO's ability. Like, we love the government, but they're incompetent, but they waste money. But but they do a good job auditing corporations. No, the ATO itself said gas companies were systemic
No, they didn't.
They did.
Mr. Reagan E. Punter. Fucking hell. Never gonna leave this one down. Now, this is our first proper roast of E. Fuck off. No, thank you.
That is a lie.
Okay.
That is a
Fact
lie.
check it. I'm
Go
open
back
to
and
it.
check Hansard because we had the ATO in and they said they did not say that.
Open to it, but I need to check before I believe anything she says.
I think that it's bullshit that we don't say Japan as if you're going to pull out of this arrangement.
South
Korea as if you're going to pull out.
They won't because they're contracted. They can't.
Only Carl points to Carl.
Australia has spent a long time being reliable and being dependable.
Guess who else just said that?
Who?
Anthony Albanese. Weird. This is wild.
Yeah, a long time being reliable is another way of saying we're happy to give our gas away for free.
Are they sharing notes at this point?
Australia has spent a long time being reliable and being dependable.
So that means nothing in negotiations.
And our
then.
word is our bond. And when we shake hands on a contract, we say, we have done the work. We have reviewed the PRRT. We have reviewed our royalty rates. We have reviewed our company tax. And when you invest here, that's the rule.
Okay,
You're almost making me feel sorry for these gas companies.
No,
Really
but
good.
I will say this. It's not that company's fault that these are the rules that they signed up for, right?
That's exactly right.
And if we were going to do it, it should have been at the start of a contract.
I rode here, Carl,
and I do agree with that.
Carl, I just rode here on an e-bike. That's now illegal.
From Newcastle.
Yeah, I jumped the train then on the e-bike. Just regular punter me. Are you like it?
Yeah,
I thought this was
really
a strong
do.
one. A
Yep.
good anecdote. That's now illegal. They can crush it, report it, because guess what? I bought this e-bike when it was completely legal. The rules were that way. I had this contract with society. And then every Karen and their dog freaked out. They passed the law instantly that I can't have a 500-watt motor on a motorbike, right?
He is now
Hang on.
Karen.
Hang
He
on.
is Karen.
Yeah, I'm Karen to the gas companies.
Yeah.
You're correct. I
That
will be
is
the
right.
Karen for the gas companies.
We have got uniformity of argument. I can't believe it.
So this gets to the point of what we punters are sick of. Sick and bloody tired. The rules change for us every single bloody week. Ask a small business owner. The ones that you care so much about that I see you talking about. That changes. There are new laws, new regulations, new things. And yes, things change. But for some reason, if you're a Japanese government-owned...
by multiple people when they're true. Hey, Captain, whose side are you on, bro? What and who is paying you, Kev? Oh, buddy, I am unpaid labor shill.
Foreign corporation, we can't possibly make you earn a little bit less profit on your gas
So it's
exports.
not a little bit less.
Take 2 points.
I'll take 2. Hey, we discovered you're ripping us off. Oh, but we had a contract. I don't care. Stop ripping us off. We changed the rule.
Yeah.
Deal with it.
Contract can be ripped up.
This is the argument we hear all the time. from the gas lobby. I'm not saying anyone else is using those talking points, but people can hear certain things. You've got sovereign risk. Then we've got, but who will invest? I used to teach year 10 business. I used to teach year 11, 12 economics. We understand the other half of the equation.
He should have laid into her with that Karen comment rather than admitting to being a Karen. Yes. Yeah. I think he can handle these situations better. I think so. He should have said Karen, who he showed up to a conversation they weren't a part of. Yeah, he could have dominated. He could have owned, whatever language you want to use. He could have owned certain things better, I think. But like, that's debate bro stuff, okay? It's not the actual meat or the spirit of the conversation. Still, for the onlooker, for the general onlooker, I mean, the best thing he could have done is ignored all the BS like that and wait for her to shut up and then go to the point, demand silence from her while you do.
Susan is leaving out a little bit. Return on investment. This is what we capitalists like myself, we care about. So you can say, but who will invest? As an Aussie citizen, it's my gas, it's my country, it's my subsidies going to your companies, right? So in this, I'm taking all of her language of capitalism, of the small Aussie business, of the regular punter. I have the license. I'm a teacher. You can't come at me because I'm a regular person. If you attack me, you attack everyone.
Yep.
And that's sort of the tactic, the political maneuver I'm employing there.
That's good.
What's my return on investment? And that's what we keep bringing up. You go, but they won't invest. Cool. Do I care?
Yes.
Well, you say yes. No. Why would I care if there's... No.
Who's going to pay
Why
to
would I
access the
care?
resource?
Why would I care? Boo-hoo for that company if I don't get a return on investment. I'm a capitalist. Look at me go. I just want a return on my investment. You want me to care if some foreign company, like you just said, if the Strait of Hormuz is closed, geez, where are they going to get that gas from? Oh my gosh, it's us. But you're telling us they won't invest.
We're
So you
not the
can't
only
have it both
ones. This
ways.
is a competitive world. And it is really nice to say Australia will always benefit, but we don't. We don't if we don't get these settings right.
Okay.
We also don't if you don't get a
pitching.
return on our investment using
We do.
government. You're supposed to negotiate on our behalf,
absolutely
not on behalf of corporations.
Okay.
That's a good point that I wish I made earlier and clearer because she was talking and Carl
You're
was
meant
talking.
to negotiate
You're
on our
meant to
behalf.
negotiate for us, not foreign gas. And I wish I hit that harder.
That's a good point.
You're not upset, are you?
I find this really distressing.
No, but you're not upset either, are you?
No, this is a game.
I get it. I get it.
It's a game for
I don't
punters.
think I don't.
It's not a game for punters.
I did say it's a game because I'm like, this is an effing joke. You're playing the role of a politician who's pretending to care about us and pretending that you've got our best interest while you're shilling for your future job as a gas lobbyist.
Yep, big time.
I'm playing the role of being in this stupid bloody circus with corporate Carl not doing a great mediating job, just having a fun little giggle in the corner there.
So what about if Australia says we're going to develop our own oil reserve in Queensland? So we're going to put some billions of dollars into that project. We won't be able to afford some other things yet because there's no return yet. That is a conversation that I would love Australians to have. Will you come with me? Will you invest in more oil? Will you have more sovereign capacity by having more diesel drilled right here in Australia?
It's a good thing, right?
I think that's a great thing. More diesel, more oil, more fertiliser and polypipe being made. What will that take if we're not going to use other people's money to take the risk?
So don't let a good crisis go to waste. This is their whole political agenda in Queensland as well. Oh, we're short on oil. Let us use government money to subsidise the setup of a private corporation to come in and get it.
Yep.
We are setting up the exact same scenario that we set up with gas, that we set up with everything, and they're using a crisis to do it. I'm using a crisis to try and get us a sovereign wealth fund. Right? To make us all trillionaires.
Yep.
She's using it to let another foreign corporation come in and do what we've been doing.
Yep. So she can get her $500,000 a year job when she leaves politics. Yep.
It's just interesting to me that a conservative Liberal Party politician wants to...
Right, then I would have said, but their investment is already here. So let's tax what's already here, and then they can make the decision if they want to stay or if nationalize industry. It's funny, has he put the thing in yet about her saying that she wants nationalization? I think that's right at the end. The fight for taxing resources has been going for over 100 years. This whole debate is like the Yanks turning up in the last quarter of World War II and claiming they win the fight. Savage comparison there. Oh, babe, are you all right, hun? He did miss some absolute slam dunks. Yeah, it's very hard. It's a very hard line to toe between forceful and unbearable when you're on the back foot. But still, if you don't, then this happens. But like, that's the thing though. Like, was he on the back foot? Should he have ever been on the back foot? He had like everyone's support is behind his cause. He shouldn't have ever been on the back foot to start with, I think. I would love other Australians to have that conversation. You three would make a poor Soylent Green. It should have been over a decade ago. Now we know how much our government is shafting us. It'll never be the same again. People will start getting shit for working for the industry. Another great freeze frame, LOL. Oh yeah, fuck, look at him. Yeah, you like that? And she's shocked at it. She likes to watch. Without Americans, you'd be speaking Japanese. You dumb fuck. Savage. The situation was designed to put him on the back foot. Well, he's not getting a fair run with Carl. Well, he was on the back foot because he was getting shafted. That was unavoidable. I think you had a good stream if you had Punters Politics on stream, though. I think you'd have a good stream. Even if he is a capitalist, self-proclaimed capitalist, can I say as well, for us. Yeah, but like, I don't know. Someone mentioned that before, and I was like, I don't think he would come on a stream like this. He's got too many followers. He's a big fry. To be fair, the Soviets basically had a surrender deal lined up with Japan before America went full psycho. I'd fight you any day. I'm ripped.
Nationalize resources. So I can agree with that. Hell's yeah, let's nationalize the NDIS.
No, but it's a good idea. It's a good idea.
That's what I'm saying. It's a great idea. Let's nationalize this stuff because we're getting absolutely, like, it's other countries think it's a good enough investment for us to invest in it. So that's what I'm fighting for. So in a way, we agree. Like, I want to nationalize.
Should we stop
want to
now?
nationalize. Let's nationalize our resources. Let's go. I'm in. Thanks, Carl. You know what's wild about that? Which I think I'm surprised she's not arcing up about that.
Yeah, because she shouldn't want to nationalize
it. She just said
it.
the government's useless and the government can't do anything and the government should get out of our lives and the government wastes money.
Yep.
But then they want to nationalize stuff. I'm like, great. You are not a Liberal Party politician. You're not part of the Liberal National Party anymore. You are probably more nationals, but you hate the private sector now. And great. Let's stop privatizing stuff.
Yeah.
So they only want to nationalize the stuff that's going to cost taxpayers heaps.
Finally got censored. Oh my God. It's like a fucking mission for you these days. Japan just wanted to stay away from the world, but USA wanted their stuff. So forced them into a war and nuked them. Savage. All right.
To money,
yeah,
and not the stuff that's going to make us really profitable.
Okay.
Because if it's profitable, they want to flog it off to the private sector so that they can make the money, and we don't get it. So it's weird to me that I'm like, wild. That's a point to agree on.
No, but it means a lot to me to have it all out. You know, I don't think, I think both sides need to be heard.
That's the subtle framing that people won't have picked up. Yep. This isn't a 50-50 both sides sort of thing.
No.
I'm not one side on this. I am with the 80% to 90% of regular Aussie punters.
Yep.
She is with the gas lobby.
When I came here, though, there's a lot of rules how we get our funding. I have to disclose everything I get.
Not enough, though.
And I can't take it from overseas people.
Right. She implied that I'm taking like overseas money?
Yeah.
Who's the number one donor to the Liberal National Party, her freaking party?
Mr. Adani.
Mr. allegedly criminal Adani himself, Indian-owned coal mining magnate. They've donated $1 million to Liberal National Party is the number one. Labor Party, 121,000. Liberal Party, 110,000. Bob Catter, 100,000. And Nationals, nationally, 21
Here's the
grand.
thing again.
Can we watch John Stewart's
Because look,
deep dish
all this money
rant
into the Liberal...
before you go? All right, because I got to bounce anyway. So, like, let's do this. Where's the deep dish thing? Was this like this morning you put that up there? Where is it? Oh my God, it's fucking ages ago. Let's do this. Let's see what this is. Mamupa's in the house. How you going? What's the Geordie's punter beef? Actually, I don't know. Someone brought that up the other day. Guess we have to have a look at that.
So let me explain something. Deep dish pizza is not only not better than New York pizza, it's not pizza. Let me explain something. It's a casserole. I'm surprised you haven't thought to complete your deep dish pizza by putting some canned onion rings on top of it. It's a cornbread biscuit which you've melted cheese on, and then, in defiance of God and man and all things holy, you poured uncooked marinara sauce atop the cheese. Atop. The cheese on top. The sauce, naked, cold, on display like some sort of sauce hooer. You know the expression, there's no such thing as bad sex or bad pizza? Your pizza is like sex with a corpse made of sandpaper. Let me tell you something. This is not pizza. This is tomato soup in a bread bowl. This is an above-ground marinara swimming pool for rats. Let me tell you something about your not pizza. I want to know when I get drunk and pass out on my pizza that I'm not going to drown. Let me tell you something. I look at this. I look at this mud on. You son of a bitch. I look at this. Yeah. Gabagool. I look at this. When I look at your deep dish pizza, I don't know whether to eat it or throw a coin in it and make a wish. And if I made a wish, it would be that I wish for some real pizza. Now, in all due respect, I realize it is very cold in Chicago, very cold, it's windy, you need to be able to, I don't know, have a pizza and maybe cut it open and climb inside it like a tauntaun to keep warm. Seriously, who are you kidding? Who uses an iron skillet to make a pizza? You don't use an iron skillet to make a pizza. You use an iron skillet to fend off someone who tries to serve you pizza made in a skillet. Here's how I know I'm right. You call it Chicago-style pizza. You call it deep dish pizza, stuffed pizza. You know what we call it? Huh? You know what we call this? You know what we call this? Pizza. Oh, that's nice. And by the way, you don't put tomatoes and celery salt on hot dogs either. You know what I'm saying? Everybody knows there's 3 acceptable condiments for a hot dog. There's mustard, onions, and stagnant cart water. That's it. We'll be right back.
Savage takedown. Still tastes nice though. Still tastes nice. But I guess this is a very touchy topic for some people. Very touchy. All right. I gotta bounce. Your pizza will freeze before you reach the first marker. Oh, man. All right. Thank you, everyone who's been interacting today. You know who you fucking are. Wookie, Saint Chi. I think we're just going to call you Saint Chi from now on. That's who you're going to be. Hi to the sausage. Spandonk in the house. Jovan. Thanks for the Wookie and Govan. Thank you very much for the super chats today. Do appreciate it. Goes a long way. Interesting discussions today too. Dilemmas. Mamupa coming in late there. 4IS. Who else we got here? Captain Bucket coming in and out today. Ravy Baby. Who else we got here? I think Woozle was in the house earlier too. I can't go back. Not that far. Come on. Maybe I can feed for people over here. Captain Bucket Ravy. I think I've said that already. Jag was in the house earlier. Hobo Joe was hanging out earlier too. Thank you everyone who's been interacting. I do appreciate it. I'm sorry if I've missed you. We will be back tomorrow with some more for the Thursday session as we sail on into the weekend. I'm going to keep on doing some gas stuff though. I'm not finished with this, but like that's the afternoon session kind of stuff. So thank you everyone for hanging out. Until next time, please remember, I am, you are, we are a mystery. See you on the morrow.